Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Osu Catch World Cup 2024. I'm Snow Leopard here with Toph Daddy, and we're about to see an exciting match between Canada and Latvia. Toph Daddy, how you doing?
I'm doing good. Just came out of the France-Turkey match from about an hour ago, moving into Canada. Latvia, the number 4 seed versus the number 29 seed. Canada, historically a very, very strong catch team with the primary roster that I think most of the catch community will recognize. Latvia, a newer team with a smaller roster, but still managing to qualify and give themselves a chance against Canada today.
Absolutely, yeah. That Canadian roster looking as scary as always. Two of those names are a bit new, but they're players you're familiar with, Fee and Wadbot. So Canada looking strong again this year. I think definitely has podium potential. So we'll have to see how Latvia can hold up against that. So it looks like Latvia wins the roll. So we're going to be hopping right into it.
Yeah, they are deciding to pick first and ban second, giving Canada the first ban here. I don't know what I would think of to ban from Canada. Maybe a mixed mod could come out as a ban, or no mod 1, which seems to be a favorite to ban from the high seed teams.
Definitely, yeah. That no mod 1 can always be a bit of a coin flip and consistency play, so super easy for the higher seed teams.
Oh, but no mod 4 getting banned out. The convert pick going away. I mean, this also makes sense to a certain extent. It's a little awkward because Canada had a very strong convert performance in the qualifiers, but when I played through it, there are enough awkward spacing challenges and precision requirements for no mod 4 that you could easily make a bunch of mistakes all in a row, where a team like Latvia, without needing to worry about the high physicality of some of the other picks, could definitely take some kind of advantage out of it.
Yeah, that's what you're going to see from a lot of these high seed teams is they want to ban the maps that are coin flippy or could easily be lost despite the difference in overall skill. So definitely makes sense there. Latvia, I expect them to ban probably double time, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, Latvia in qualifiers was pretty well-rounded. They were strongest on no mod, but they weren't particularly weak on anything.
Yeah, Canada definitely known for their double time, but honestly, a lot of these other mods could also be pretty scary. I'm going to go Hard Rock 2.
That also makes sense, I think, in a certain extent. DT may have been, something that Latvia would want to get rid of because of Canada's strengths in that kind of pool. But Hard Rock 2, with the high precision requirement and the high practice requirement on it, if Latvia doesn't feel like they're strong enough on that high AR, low density type gameplay, then it makes sense for them to get rid of it against a team like Canada, who is going to be pretty much strong at everything.
Absolutely, yeah. Looks like we're going to start out with the mixed mod 1, Berry.
And I think that's about what I expect from Latvia in this case. They might not have this super strong players for each mod individually. Like, they might not have a super strong 3-man roster for the Hard Rock pool, but they can definitely. This is where those low seeds are going to be able to take. One of our players is really good at Hard Rock, and one of our players is really good at Hidden, and just put them in their right selections and give themselves a chance.
Definitely, yeah. Mixed mod is really great for that because that's something even some of the high seed teams struggle with, is having 3 players that are all at that level on a single mod. It can be kind of hard to come by, especially with a limited roster size. So definitely mixed mod coming in clutch for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, and this Mixed Mod 1 in particular has a similar feeling to No Mod 1. I mentioned earlier that a lot of the higher seeded teams are banning out No Mod 1 because of the consistency, common for players to not want to go through the longer maps that have a lot more opportunity for breaks, but are still physically on the easier side for teams to keep up with. And out of the 2 mixed mods, this definitely does fall under that kind of umbrella.
Yeah, so let's see who's going to be coming in for this first map. Right now we got Annapolis 7, Vox, and Joy over for Latvia. And Wadbot, aka Solaris, Uhi, and De Ex Machina, aka Fee, in for Canada.
I'm not sure what mods the Canadian players are going for I don't know if this is any. They don't have any of their primary hidden players out right now.
I assume probably DX gonna go hidden, maybe. But yeah, hard to say. I don't know between Fuhi and Solaris which would take Hard Rock.
I think they're both very strong at it, so I wouldn't be surprised at either one. But Fuhi actually being the hidden player for Canada, Joy taking hidden for Latvia, and Apple and Solaris being the Hard Rock players each, and Vox and Dea being the Nomad Rocks.
Joy's struggling a little bit on the hidden out of the gate. Everyone else doing all right so far.
Yeah, 3 full combos to 2 at the moment. All double S's on the side of Canada right now. Vox does find a break that brings it to just 1 full combo on the side of Latvia here. Canada still holding on strong to all 3 of their full combos.
Yeah, DX dropping a little bit of accuracy, keeping that combo up though. A decent length song, 3 minutes long. So there is time for Latvia to make a comeback, but they need to start holding on to some combo, and they are struggling a little bit on that right now.
Indeed they do. It is 145,000 points of advantage for Canada as Joy finds a couple more breaks here in this first Ki section. Fuhi finds the first break for Canada though. That is going to stem the bleeding just a little bit, but still just those 2 full combos on Canada. And Apple holding on to a full combo as well. Vox back above the 200 combo, but they need a little bit of help from Joy if they're going to want to cut into this lead.
Definitely, yeah, that's kind of hurting them the most right now. Bit of a struggle. I do think that they were hoping for Zeltusha to come in. I saw in chat they're asking about Zeltusha. Let's see if they can get into the lobby for the next map. Joy trying their best to hold it down in the meantime, though.
Yeah, it does look like all 3 full combos now broken on the side of Latvia. Canada still holding on to 2. Solaris holding on to the double S with Hard Rock right now. Really holding down that score lead as it stretches to just about 400,000 points.
Yeah, overall, just a very few small mistakes from Canada, so hard to go up against that. They're just cruising along towards the last quarter of the map.
We're hitting the last Ki here, and Apple drops just before it. None of the Latvian players above the 200. Fuhi just now getting back to it, so Canada getting full bonus from their combos right now, holding down that lead. It's going to have to take a lot for Canada to lose this at this point. Just need to kind of hold on and not take their hands off the keyboard, basically.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Approaching to where one of them even could, and it probably would still go their way.
Yeah, Fuhi does find another break at the end, but that looks like it's going to be 2 full combos for Canada there on the Hard Rock and Nomad. And that'll be an opening break point for Canada on Mixed Mod 1.
Yeah, about 815,000 score advantage. Definitely a good showing from the Canadian squad. Fuhi struggling a little bit. Getting 12 misses, but, you know, it's hidden. It happens.
Hidden is just a mod that does that to you sometimes.
Yeah, Latvia having a bit worse of a time on that, but I mentioned earlier, I think Zeltusha is one of their star players, so hopefully they'll get them in the lobby soon. Help turn things around.
Yeah, but it is Canada's pick, and they basically have a whole pool to choose from. I would probably guess a DT pick is coming out. Latvia seemed strongest on Nomad, but Hard Rock won, actually. Taking a look at that Hard Rock 2 ban from Latvia and deciding that if they're not feeling super comfortable on it, they can potentially take advantage of that.
Absolutely. There's also a Canadian mapper. Got Yoshi Green coming in. Actually, guest difficulty from Yoshi Green. And the main mapper also a Canadian mapper as well. Still remember all those W's from a couple CBCUs ago?
Yeah, I do remember that. I'm glad I don't have to deal with it. Came in as a commentator at the right time, but got some trade outs. Looks like Joy actually has left the lobby potentially for Zeltusha. Yes, Zeltusha was able to make it. So the primary roster for Latvia is here now: Anapple, Vox, and Zeltusha. And then on the Canadian side, we saw a couple swaps out: Solaris, Katsuragi, Dea, Ex Machina, looking like the team for Hard Rock 1 from Canada.
Yeah, about to hop into it now with Hard Rock 1. Hopefully that swap out for Zeltusha can make some difference. Looking at that last map, I think it might. It'll definitely make it a lot closer.
Some early drop witnesses from Vox. Also a miss coming out early on, but a good place to miss right at the beginning before the combo advantage starts taking hold of the teams, but that still is a 20,000 point advantage for Canada right out the gate.
Yeah, Vox are covering now. Will be that lead for Canada, though. Again, about a 3-minute, a little over 3-minute song. Zeltusha finding misses there. Time to recover, but you're going to need to start doing it.
Katsuragi does trade one of those misses back, though, so it's just 2 full combos for Canada. But Vox continuing to find some issues, either reading through this or just not having the precision needed for the smaller circle size coming with Hard Rock. Zeltusha finds another break as well, but Anapple holding down the fort a little bit, taking out one of the FCs from Canada, but they're going to need some help as they also find a break there. And that leaves it as 2 full combos to 0 in favor of Canada, with Katsuragi actually coming up to the 200 combo mark now.
Yeah, Katsuragi recovering, Canada looking real good. Latvia, I'd say starting to recover, and Apple finding another miss there. Zeltusha still on their way back to 200 combo. We're starting to run away again. Not as bad as the previous map, though.
This map, similar to the last map though, is quite on the long side, 3.5 minutes nearly. So there still is quite a bit of time, about 1.5 minutes left in this map. Lots of time to recover those combos on the side of Latvia. There are 2 players now above 200 combo, Vox having just found a break. But there is still time for Canada as well to find a few drops, and that's going to be the key for Latvia to come back in this.
Yeah, still just a little under half of the map left to go. So anything is still possible. Everybody above 200 combo now, so any misses will hurt.
There is one. Yeah, Zeltusha finding a break. Not going to help Latvia's chances. Vox finding a break as well. Katsuragi after that first break finding good form, not finding any breaks after that. So it looks like, well, now finding another drop, trades one of those misses from Latvia back, but still 2 full combos on the side of it. Canada helping bring them to a 300,000 point lead right now as we get into the final few patterns of this map.
Yeah, starting to look a bit bleak again for Latvia as we come into the end of the map. Not really much time for a comeback at this point. It does seem like Canada is going to go 2-0 on their first pick.
Taking advantage of that Hard Rock, the uncomfortable nature of the Hard Rock pick as far as Latvia is concerned led them to banning that Hard Rock 2. So with that, the Hard Rock pool has been used up. No more Hard Rock selections for Canada, so Latvia will probably be feeling pretty good about that, at least as far as Canada's future picks go. But it is their own selection coming up here, and they're definitely going to want to do whatever they can to take this so that momentum doesn't get too far in Canada's favor. But it's difficult to think about what you would select here in Latvia. I could definitely see Mixed Mod 2 being the selection. I think No Mod 1 would be an understandable pick from them.
No, Zeltusha didn't have the sounds. That makes more sense. I was surprised that Anapple was outperforming Zeltusha there. There's a pretty massive rank difference between the two. Seems like Zeltusha was going in there with no sound, so that is not ideal. But hopefully they can get that fixed. They'll be good to go for the next map. The real question is, what is that map going to be? It is now Lavia's pick once again.
Nomad 2 comes out as the pick from Latvia there. So not going with any consistency, just looking at the technical pick here. Shorter, more prone to singular mistakes as far as this goes. Maybe it's hard to say whether I think this is the easiest map in the pool versus Nomad 1, just because that consistency does have something to say. It's certainly physically harder than Nomad 1. But to score on this you could certainly make an argument.
Absolutely, yeah. One of those kind of maps, that 2-minute 8-second length, where really it's easy to kind of slip up and throw a lead away. So, not seeing that third player from Canada. Oh, there we go.
Oh.
Client bugging out a little.
It looks like someone left the lobby. Yeah, one of the Canadian players left during the MP start command.
Alright, well, he's in here now.
Looks like things are looking better now. Fuhi in the lobby now. Full team for Canada and Latvia. No swap outs from Latvia, as maybe is expected. I'm not sure if that was a mistake, but as far as like the MP start command goes, but we're just waiting for ready ups. It looks like teams are locked in.
Yeah, I think just waiting on Zeltusha. Ready back up. Seems like their music volume is fixed. So definitely good to see that.
Got to fix up the technical issues going on, but I expect us to see a better performance from Zeltusha on this now that their volume is in the right spot.
Yeah, definitely helps to have music for your rhythm game.
Especially for a game like Catch the Beat that's so tactile, like it almost feels tactile, where the sounds themselves are what you're tracking. Because in like a game mode like Mania, it's extremely visual when you have to move, but the timing is so precise with Catch when you have to change directions and dash at certain points, and it's a lot more about patience and waiting than something like Mania is, where I find a lack of volume crippling in Catch the Beat, whereas it's not quite that bad in another game mode like Mania or Taiko.
Definitely, yeah. It's like people like to joke that Catch isn't a rhythm game because you don't actually click on the notes, but you need that timing, like you really do. So Zeltusha already doing a bit better. Fuhi gonna be the first one to drop.
We actually did see an earlier drop from Vox Argente, but it was early enough that it didn't have quite as big an effect due to the combo, but that is another drop from them that gives Canada a slight lead coming out of this first KI. Another drop from Vox Argente, but all things considered, much closer than the other two maps have been. Latvia doing a good job of keeping up with the Canadian roster. Fuhi finding another drop. So despite it being 2 full combos to 1, Latvia is only about 2 drops away, 2 misses of difference away from Canada right now. Definitely still within reach, especially with the second guy coming up.
Yeah, 2 full combos. About as close as it has been this match. Zeltusha with that SS still looking marvelous with their volume turned up.
Just got this build up here. 2 double S's on the side of Canada, 1 on the side of Latvia. Really, it is just the difference between Vox and Fuhi right now that's allowing Canada to take the lead. But Fuhi finds a break again, and that lead is shrinking very quickly, but Vox trades it back, and it's still just 2 full combos to 2. We're 2 players at that combo mark to 2 on each side as we're running out. Fuhi finds another drop, but Zeltusha trades it, and that might just be it. Extremely close. Good performance from Latvia, but it might just not be enough. Barely as Vox closes it out with another miss. Canada. Oh, Fuhi. Too little, too late. It looks like. Yeah. Very, very well played by Latvia. Just unfortunately, weren't able to keep themselves together. Just barely not enough. An FC from Zeltusha would have made that very close.
It would have been close, yeah. That miss from Fuhi dropped it down. I want to say that was about 15,000 was the closest gap, at least after the very beginning of the map, of course. Yeah, I think if Vox held on for a little bit longer and maybe that FC from Zeltusha, that could have been it. It was close.
Yeah, that was really close. But Canada squeaking one away, which that they maybe shouldn't have. But it is 2 break points now in favor of Canada, 3-0. It goes back to their own pick, and DT2 comes out. This is such an awkward map. It's in my opinion, the hardest DT map to score on. It's not necessarily the hardest one to play, but the rhythm requirement and the swing nature of it, paired with the precision required, additional precision with DT, makes this very hard to score on.
Yeah, I'm not surprised at the pick, though. This is the infamous Canadian DT2 pick. They somehow just have the wildest things happen on DT2 every year. It's their pick.
It looks like Joy is actually coming back in for this DT pick for the side of Latvia.
Yeah, interesting to see Joy coming back in.
Potentially just a point of discomfort for Vox on the DT side of things. So it looks like these might be our rosters. Solaris, Katsuragi, and Dea for Canada, and Apple, Zeltusha, and Joy for Latvia, trying to do anything they can to get themselves back in this match. Need at least 2 break points to force a tiebreaker from Latvia, and they might have to start right now.
Definitely, yeah. Curious to see how Joy does on this. If giving Vox a bit of a break, or maybe just want to give Joy a bit more time in the match. This one, they are against quite a difficult opponent. Already down 3 points. Not a bad time to just get some extra practice in for your other players.
Yeah, we got 2 players taking the optional hidden to help with the high AR potentially. Katsuragi and Joy both opting for that, with Zeltusha and Apple, Solaris, and Dea keeping just the DT
Katsuragi finding that early miss. Joy finding a decent amount of their own. Now Apple as well.
Yeah, only 1 combo remaining on Latvia. 1 combo remaining on both teams. Zeltusha does find the drop though, so Deus Ex Machina actually the last full combo remaining very early on in this map.
Yeah, this is a bit tough. I think this approach rate might be a little bit high for Joy to read. Or at least most players around their rank would struggle on this approach rate. Trying their best though. Doing a decent effort. Definitely a valiant effort.
Yeah, Katsuragi also finding a few struggles on the Canadian side. Deus Ex Machina and Solaris both doing well. Zeltusha finding a drop just before that 200 combo mark. But an Apple holding on to a very strong combo.
Yeah, taking the lead from Zeltusha now to the team.
As we hit the halfway mark, we're seeing about a 300,000 point lead for Team Canada as Katsuragi and Joy both continue to have some issues. Solaris does find a miss as Zeltusha's building up to that 200 combo. Slight combo advantage for Latvia right now, but it does look like the consistent misses on the side of Choi and Katsuragi are potentially just favoring Canada in this scenario.
Yeah, unfortunately, Solaris is going to be a bit more consistent than the Latvian members, so if you remove Joy and Katsuragi, it's still a tough battle.
Yeah, it looks like Zeltucha is starting to have some issues as well as an Apple. And Apple did find a drop earlier, but more consistent breaks are coming around. And still just holding on to the single FC on the side of Canada from KX Machina with a double S there from them. Holding on for the team, and Canada is going to bring it to match point.
Yeah, a nice 541,000 score advantage on that one. Honestly, and Apple had a really great performance. I think that's second place in the lobby. Yeah,
second best in the lobby. Very impressive score. And Zeltucha keeping up with at least Katsuragi, the difference maker, just not being able to keep, maybe just not having that third player comfortable enough with DT as a mod.
Yeah, and like I mentioned earlier, that is a really common issue for a lot of teams. It changes what mod it is. It looks like for Latvia, it might be double time. But yeah, it's a real killer. That's what can separate like podium finishes from not quite making it.
Yeah, but it is Latvia's pick. They had the pick of the litter for what they want to go for. A little bit tough. They were very close on Nomad 2. I think the best pick for them right now is Nomad 1.
I think so as well.
I could see Mixed Mod 2 coming out from them as well. I'm curious how Hidden would go, though. I think both of these teams are trying to avoid Hidden for the most part.
Yeah, it does seem like it. Which is semi-surprising for Canada. They do have some hidden players, but for whatever reason, not going for it. Fair enough.
Nomad 3 avoiding the consistency map once again, going with the low approach rate Nomad selection.
Actually, that makes sense now why they're avoiding hidden. Yeah, we got approach rate 9 and approach rate 8.3 for the hidden maps. The 9 is doable, the 8.3, that's going to be uncomfortable, even for Canada. May even favor the lower seeded teams that are more used to that low approach rate.
Yeah, I mean, even 9, despite being like not super low for Hidden, it can be quite difficult to read at that low AR and time everything, especially with the type of map that Hidden 1 is, where the spacing changes between the notes so commonly. But doesn't matter for right now. We've got Nomad 3 coming out. Like I said, the lower AR Nomad pick, AR 8.9, not super comfortable, but also don't have to deal with Hidden, so it does kind of give you a little bit of leeway with at least where you can keep your eyes without, just looking at a bunch of nothing.
Yeah, interesting pick. Oh yeah, it is this pick. Well, you get rid of converts entirely? No. Okay, we still do.
Nomad 4 is a there's one convert in the pool.
Alright, yeah.
But it was banned by Canada, so no, we're not playing it in this match.
Yeah, I'm trying to decide if I like Nomad 3 or Nomad 1 better for Latvia. The Nomad 1 is really great just in general for lower seeded teams because you would expect both teams can just FC all 3 players, so it can be just kind of coin flip luck. If like Canada made an unlucky miss, then you can kind of steal a point away from that. But Nomad 3 stat-wise, I think does look a bit better for Latvia.
Yeah, the biggest issue with Nomad 3, in my opinion, is that some of the patterns are quite difficult to time properly with the spacing that it has, because there'll be like small wiggles that you don't have to dash through, but at the end you'll have to end it on a dash because there's a difference in spacing there. And with low AR, that can be really hard to coordinate. And we immediately see 4 misses across the board, and now no full combos already.
We still got Solaris.
Oh, yes.
Hiding away in the top corner.
Yes. So Solaris the only FC, though. The Team Canada not having a great time. Vox finding a break, but Katsuragi an unlucky W, not able to find their footing, whereas Zeltucha and an Apple holding onto the combo right now, approaching 200. Zeltucha doesn't miss, but an Apple holding off Solaris, and it looks like the bottom two players for Latvia are holding on slightly better than Canada, though. A few misses back-to-back for Latvia, though. Katsuragi trades it. Solaris does find a drop, and Apple holding on to the only combo in the lobby now.
Yeah, and Apple really holding it down for Latvia. They're holding that lead and growing it for the first time this match. We'll miss from Zaltusha, gonna hurt.
It was traded back by Katsuragi, though. Unlucky W building up that combo, but does miss just before 200 combos, so it's similar situation. Solaris trying to get back to 200 now as well, but an Apple already having taken advantage of that miss. And Katsuragi and Unlucky W continuing to find breaks as Zaltusha now finds some footing and builds up just below 200 combo for the time being and holds on to the lead for Latvia.
Yeah, we only got a quarter of the map left to go now. Vox is gonna find a miss. Katsuragi doesn't have much combo though.
Ooh, big miss from Vox there. This lead is shrinking so much. Unlucky does trade one of those misses back. Katsuragi trades another one. And Zaltusha and Apple both at that 200 combo mark, fending off Solaris and more. But it's still so close. Zaltusha finds a break, and the lead's only 12,000. As we're hitting the final few patterns.
Might be a photo finish here.
It's so close,
Latvia
but Latvia, they hold on and take a point from Canada. What a performance.
That was incredible, especially from an Apple there.
Apple's crazy.
I think lobby MVP against Canada is insane.
That's impressive. I think it was just that one set of misses like right away for an Apple, and that was the only time that they dropped.
like that coming from Katsuragi. Don't play 30 minutes before waking up, so
I think it's
he's so tired. He did it the other way around.
It's kind of difficult to play while you're still asleep. It's pretty impressive.
The hidden talent that can play at any time.
True. It looks like there's some discord going on in the Latvian team. An Apple may have just. I heard that an Apple made an agreement that if they won a point, they would play anime music quiz. So an Apple MVPing just solidified their fate.
Well, if they're any good at anime trivia as they are on that last map, I think they'll do pretty well.
I'm sure they will. But Canada doesn't have the selection. They still have at least 2 picks before any major issues start coming around. But they have the pick of the litter. Both hidden picks are available. 2 more DT picks are still there. I don't think that No Mod 1's coming out from Canada, but DT3 is coming out.
That makes sense. Yeah, I was gonna say No Mod 1 is a bit risky. Mix Mod 2 even could be a bit risky. So Full Time 3 definitely makes sense here.
But Latvia is still on their last legs. They've survived 1 more point after that match point came up for Canada, but they're going to have to pull off a huge performance here if they want to take a double time pick away from Canada.
This is the shortest map in the match. A minute and 55 with double time applied.
Yeah, but on top of that, it's also one of the, I think it has the highest speed requirement out of anything else in this pool. It's got some pretty high density and a relatively high approach rate. I think it's about 9.8 with DP added.
Yeah.
So the high density coupled with that AR can make it very difficult to read, especially for the lower seeded teams.
Yeah, it's gonna be 234 BPM, gonna be fairly dense. So I agree. Yeah, AR 9.8 just in general it can be hard to read if you're not like a higher ranked player that plays a lot of that stuff. I'd say once you start getting above about 9.6, 9.7, that's where it becomes like a real struggle to learn. Not quite 10 yet, though. That's a whole different beast. I can't do 10 myself.
Yeah, AR-10 is pretty rough. DT makes it a little easier because of the faster movement, but it's still not the easiest. But already early on, we're seeing Vox have some trouble. We did see a miss from Fuhi right out the gate as well, and it looks like Zeltusha traded one of those back. But an Apple holding onto the full combo alongside Dex, Machina, and Solaris. Zeltusha hits the 200 combo. It looks like it's just Vox having a little bit of trouble keeping up with this DPT selection.
Quite a score lead growing for Canada so far, above 200,000. They were holding strong. Meanwhile, Vox struggling a little bit. Zeltusha as well, trying to get back up to combo.
Dex Machina does find a break there. Second break for the side of Canada, so 1 FC remaining to the 0 on Latvia, but there are 2 players looking at that 200 combo mark as Fuhi does find a break. So there's a chance for them to start cutting into this lead. Still only halfway through, though that does mean there's only about 40 seconds left of this map before it finishes up. And with the recovery that's coming from Canada, it's looking difficult for Latvia to be able to make a break in here.
Yeah, quarter of the map left to go. Unlucky miss there for Vox.
Indeed, just the final few patterns here, and it's looking like Canada's going to be able to lock this in. Not too many nodes remaining here, despite a little bit more length left, but that looks like it's going to be it in Canada. Despite dropping the 1 point to Latvia, will take this match and move on in the winner's bracket.
Yeah, I gotta say, you know, you look at the scoreline, it's 5-1. First question is, how did Latvia take a point from Canada? After that, you're like, wow, that was kind of a stomp. But honestly, I think Latvia did really well, especially Anapple. I was really impressed with Anapple's performance. So I'm excited to see what they can do going up against some lower-seeded teams. They kind of got a bit unlucky with going up against Seed 4 right off the bat, but I think they have definitely some chances here in the lower bracket.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, not just the 1 point that they got. We mentioned like Nomad 2 was maybe 1.5 breaks away from Latvia also taking that point. So very impressive performance from them. They are not eliminated from the tournament. They will just move down into the losers bracket, with Canada taking the victory and moving on in the winners bracket for round of 16.
Yeah, congrats again to Canada for winning that match. Up next, it's going to be United Kingdom versus Mexico, and that's going to be at 19 UTC. That is just under an hour and a half from now. So that will be, I believe, the end of the stream for right now, and then we'll be back in about an hour and a half for the final match of the day. So definitely be there. Do not miss it. Till then, it's been Snow Leopard here with ToeFatty. Thank you all, and we'll see you in an hour and a half.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, 335 days since the last CWC match. We are finally back with the first game of the Osu Catch World Cup 2024. I am Ewong, joined by Kuchibo. How are you doing on this fine day?
Hello, I'm doing fantastic. I am hyped for this. What about you?
Absolutely stoked. This is a matchup as well. Very first one, Chile taking on New Zealand. 3 UTC right now. Letrifact 35p captaining this Chilean side with Pekrat, Arisil, Smirker, Taemin, and Stark taking on New Zealand. Kasumizawa, Miyu, Trumpet, Sips, Nashor, Starwide, and Wedham. The 12 players playing today. What do you think's going to happen here?
Look, it's. I think that Chile's got pretty good odds right now. They were a very strong team last year, and their roster sign-ups this year were massive. Like, I don't know how they determined the picks, but we could be looking at the 6 top players of like 13, 14 good potential team lineups. So Chile's got a very strong roster, and I believe they qualified 5th, if I'm not mistaken. And then, yeah, New Zealand on the other end would have been, I think, 27th? 28th? I actually have the sheet here. So yeah, 28th and 28 and 5. So yeah, it's going to be a little bit hard for New Zealand having to verse the 5th seeded team. And we are going to see the DT2 ban come out from New Zealand, which is fairly smart. Historically, I don't think they've been a very big DT team. I was a little bit surprised when they didn't have Sakamoto on the roster either, because he is a pretty good player from New Zealand, and in the Australian tournament, I believe he actually made it to finals week as well, the only entered player in that tournament to do so. So we'll see how they sort of navigate it in this match.
Yeah, indeed, and looking like number 1 will be the ban from Chile. Quite a reasonable ban from them considering early round. You know, New Zealand have played in a few tournaments, so its players have shown up for CWC. Australian tournament as well, especially. A lot of the players in that team showing up there. First to 5 here, no more to 1, and double time 2 the bans. Everything else open, and double time 3 going to be the pick straight to the Chilean side, who will favor a lot in that double time in this matchup here. Avoiding hitting as much as possible. New Zealand, known as a team for that mod in particular.
Yeah, and Chile having a lot of good DT players. Stark, probably their biggest DT player. Leku's also really good at DT, especially in tourneys and whatnot. I've gone up against Leku on DT maps before, and he's not the most fun opponent to go up against, so yeah, definitely a good pick out of them to start here. DT3, probably the closest we've got to like a Rain or something of the sort, whereas DT1 and 2 are a bit more platterish, so we're still fairly easy in terms of map difficulty, so I think we might see a similar thing to last year where we get a lot of like 1-miss differences on a few maps. But
yeah, those few maps
we'll see as we go on. Yeah.
Especially would have been that no more to 1. I think Chile taking a lot of caution here, and here we go. Lineups already in. Smirker, Stark, and Taemin representing Chile for the very first map of the very first game. Captaining the side, Kasumizawa, Miyu, Wedham, and Nashor are going to be the 3 to take on Chile for this very first map.
Taemin's first World Cup, I believe Smirker's played before, and I know Stark played past couple years as well, so and yeah, a whole lineup for New Zealand also played last year, I believe, so a couple of new faces, but for the most part, everyone's got a bit of tourney experience as well, even if it's just in community and whatnot.
Yeah, definitely. Smirker and Taemin, no strangers to high pressure tournament settings. Smirker taking the win with 3 CWC with Chile. Taemin going far in 4 CWC and playing a few tournaments as well. Definitely an experienced player or 2 to bring in, and we are in straight away as it stands right now. hidden for Wedham and Taemin. Nobody
Had
else
panic
opting
button
for that
for a
choice.
second. And we have the updated skin this year as well. Okay, everyone's loaded in. I think Stark may have had an actual miss at the start there, and Wetham gonna trade it out. So did Nashiro. So we've only got 3 FCs left in the opener. Make that 1 FC. Smirker's the only one still FCing. Everyone getting that first match nerves out of the way, I'm guessing. Yeah, Smirker in the early going, quite a few misses out of New Zealand right now. Stark's back up. Smirker's... Oh, wait. I think it might have been Bancho Bug, but that's an actual miss out of Stark now. Same with Smirker, but 210,000 point difference towards Chile in the opening, and you can see why they picked this, as we're already a quarter of the way in, and there's a healthy lead.
Yeah, in such an easy map pool, it is super important to go with these no-risk picks here, and you can see not even halfway through with such a short map, 1 minute 54 seconds, and already a lead of 270k and growing. This is definitely the safe pick for Chile. Smirker and Stark kind of showing up here, and nobody in New Zealand really able to get a grasp of the map right now. Nashiro not doing too well. Wedham not too far ahead either, but Kasumi, Zhao and Miyu doing all they can really. About to reach that 200, but in a score difference like this already, what does that really matter for as we enter the final quarter?
Yeah, and this final quarter isn't really, like, there's a couple of weird streams, but aside from that, it's like there's nothing you can really reverse, even a deficit of 100, 150k on. So, yeah, it's sort of how we would have expected this first pick to go, the DT3 pick, so yeah. Get the good way to get the let out for Chile, I suppose, in this first matchup.
Yeah, already here. Dominating performance. 532k is a statement already with quite a few good scores, and New Zealand with the pressure now to make a pick that'll do as much damage, if there even is a pick like that in the pool they can make.
My guess is that they're going to go to either hidden or no mod. I don't think Hard Rock or Double Time is a safe pick at all, and Mixed Mod is a bit 50-50 just because of how variable Chile's roster is. I think they'd have a really strong Mixed Mod lineup. And they are going indeed to Hidden 2, the low AR hidden pick, Yosei no Kiri.
Yeah, I think one of the matches where we won't see this map ban. I think all other matches looking forward this weekend. We won't see Hidden 2, but now is the time to catch it. The Xerox low AR, only 8.3, but that is only bound to go lower as the weeks go on. This one here is probably New Zealand's most confident map in terms of how all their players believe they can play. You can see Sips and Starwide coming in for this one. Hekara and Letu will be coming in as well to replace on each side, and now we wait.
Yeah, we see the lineup. I mean, fair lineup for Chile. Pekarat and Leku, both hidden players for years. Both very skilled players, especially Pekarat in tournament scene. Like, most tournaments Pekarat has entered, he has popped off, so not the easiest hidden team to go up against to try and take a point off of, and right now scoreline is Chile 1-0 to New Zealand. Not 0-0. And yeah, players are going to want to try and avoid the misses, but Starwide going to open with 1. It is early days though.
Yeah, and it's a trade there. There you go. That's the first time we'll see a trade this game, and now it is only still 1 miss behind for New Zealand, who will look to hold on. But oh, there it is, another one.
Yeah, another miss out of Starwide.
Still staying 32k to Chile.
She did trade with Pekarat though, so it's not to Dire. It's 1FC to 1, and it's going back in favor of New Zealand right now. Because Stark is going to have a couple misses. Starwide's going to trade with him, but they've got a couple of combos. Wedham and Starwide missing, and that's going to widen that. Pekarat going to miss as well. Leku and Sips both holding on, and they both need to keep full combo right now to keep their teams in it. The deficit has now gotten up to 80k, but it's still definitely something they can pull back. They just need Wedham and Starwide to hold on to combos and really build up in this second half, and Sips needs to maintain full combo as well.
Yeah, Stark now back at the 200 there to support the score and keep it growing. Pekarat not too far behind, but now everyone's kind of caught up again. And with 1/3 left, anything could happen. Stark finds a miss. Is that enough the beginning of something for New Zealand, who sees the squad grow back their way? And
Sips gonna lose full combo. And that's pretty much done for Chile. Leku gonna keep his full combo nice and healthy, so that is a breakpoint that Chile has just earned right now. And yeah, like I said, hard opponents to go up against. Leku getting the full combo there, the double S, and yeah, he's definitely one of the trickier opponents to take on in Hidden as well. And that is 2 points up for Chile right now. They're just not appearing on the scoreboard for some reason.
Okay, there you go. And quick to make their picks, Mix Mod 2.
And it went to no mod 2.
Mix Mod 2. Wait. Yeah, there it is. Alright, there you go. Mix Mod 2.
Etronic.
The map that sits on CS 4.2, 8.6 gonna be the pick your poison pick sort of for Hidden and Hard Rock, so it'll be interesting to see who comes in here. Just a quick break to get the scores fixed.
Alright, there we go. That's fixed up now. There we go. So yes, Chile is 2 points up right now and looking to secure a third here. So in terms of roster, I mean, it's probably going to be Stark, Hard Rock.
Aiming no mod.
Yeah, and Smirker for Hidden? I'm always a bit confused that Leku isn't staying in, actually. Then for Hidden, I'd imagine they'd have maybe... Ooh. I don't know, I'm guessing it's going to be Starlight.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe Starlight no mod? Wedham, Hard Rock, and Nashiro Hidden? I feel like I've gotten the NZ one wrong, but we'll see.
Could be, who knows, it could be the other way around.
Yeah, the real question is going to be the Hard Rock player. So Nashiro's doing Hard Rock, Starwide. Starwide no mod and Wedham Hidden. And yeah, it looks like Stark's going no mod and Smirker's going Hard Rock, so that makes sense as well though. Smirker also a good speed player.
The slots are there, so remember from now on, if you see a mixed mod and you see these slots, that's where the mod goes. Anyways, in we are, we'll see
True, yep.
how these mod assignments affect the play. And it's still pretty smooth sailing for the 2-minute 27 map. A lot of points for everyone really to find misses, but only time will tell what happens there.
Yeah, it's not a very tricky map, but the AR might be what catches some of the players off. Aside from your Hard Rock, it's going to be spacing, and I think Nashiro just fell victim to it. Missing there right before the 200 combo, so not the best place for Nashiro to miss in, but there's still plenty of map left, so they're just going to want to hope that we don't see 3 full combos out of Chile. Otherwise, that could be what does it. And Starlight going to find a miss as well, because at this level of difficulty in the pool, and I feel like we're going to see something similar to last year, where a lot of players are going to three-way full combo, and Starlight going to find another miss there. So
Tameen
gonna
matches
want
as
to
well.
build up a bit of combo. Yeah, Tameen with the trade. So I think it's 2 misses to 1 right now, or 3 misses to 2 rather.
Nashura finding one there. Looks to be the score moving in the way of Chile even more, as Tameen now contributing to the score growth even more. Halfway though, looking
Yeah, last full
anything that's
combo
not
is
a miss for
down.
Wedham.
Yeah, I think it's like it is only 130k difference, but at this stage, I'd say it's just a little bit too late to get back with 2 full combos still in the way of Chile and Tameen only with the 1 miss. So yeah, it's I think it's just a little bit too late, unfortunately. Yeah. We are winding up the song now, so it'll just be, will Chile maintain their 2 FCs towards the end?
Absolutely. Definitely a point for Chile here as they look at almost 2 FCs. Don't want to curse it yet.
No, I think they've got it. Stark's got this down, and Smirker's got it down as well. Has not had any issue with spacing whatsoever. And Stark misses
Stark
the
does
last
not,
node.
Stark does not have it down.
Oh, so close.
Regardless, there are 2 miss, or basically an FC above 1 million. 1 miss from Tameen and an FC from Smirker on the Hard Rock will secure their 3rd point. Looking very, very good for Chile right now. New Zealand will have to find a solution very soon with this pick.
Yeah, and I'm predicting that we're probably gonna go see another hidden pick out of New Zealand. Is my assumption. I think if they take it to no mod, they might take it to no mod 2, maybe even no mod 3. But I think they'll probably just pick hidden 1. They probably won't pick no mod 4. I think converts would very much benefit Chile.
Yeah, I would have said the convert is an option, especially at an earlier level, but it's purely based off who they're playing and their qualifier score. Not mod 4, not in the picture at all. Hidden 1. You are in fact correct. Hidden is what they're going to be staying with, but against a Chile team with such skilled hidden players, you really have to be in your top game to even think about securing this point here.
Yeah, it's not really easy for New Zealand, no matter what way they go, with such a strong opponent. Very top seed team. It's all they can do is trial and error.
Yeah, there it is, as you'd expect. Leshu back in with Stark and Tameen, I believe, their first hidden roster, and Sibs as well, making it back in the hidden player for New Zealand. And we will also ignore the fact that the pick order is wrong. This is New Zealand's pick, not Chile's pick, but
Yeah.
in your head, imagine this would.
Yeah. It's alright. It's
There you go, command in, and in a few seconds, New Zealand will have to try to show and give it all they've got to get at least 1 point on the board. Hopefully build up something here, but Chile, being the powerhouse they are, not going to let that happen.
and just syncing up, and we are started. And Starwide with the
Ready.
first miss. And Yeah, right now we just have the 5 FCs. So I suppose New Zealand just working on just building some consistent combos is what I'd focus on right now. And Sip's gonna find a miss, so this is very advantageous for Chile with the 3 SSs. Oh, 2 SSs. The 3 full combos.
Yeah, the only one holding it down now, Wedham here, still on that SS as well. Oh, and as I say that, drops there, it's over.
Yeah, no
on the side
combos
of
for
New
New
Zealand.
Zealand right now. Very unfortunate as Chile is looking very strong on this pick.
Yeah, and as time goes and as Chile continue to hold their cripple FCs, that score is going to continue to grow. A 6-digit lead very early on in the map. It's a story we've seen before in this game and something they will be looking to continue as they're not even going to find a miss or a droplet miss at all entering the second half of the map.
Yeah, Chile in very fine form. Wedham gonna find a miss there, but at this stage, it's one of those things where it's like, even halfway in, like, it's just, Chile's just performing so strong on this right now that even if Chile runs into some trouble, I think they can clutch out the point at this point, just with the 3-way full combo still. I wonder if they will actually 3-way full combo this.
Oh, we don't talk about it until it happens, mate.
Yeah, we gotta wait and see. Gotta wait and see. Anything can happen. Maybe someone ate popcorn before playing.
Speaking of which, New Zealand building back up. Oh, I'll hold on a bit before doing it next time.
break
Skywide
as
fighting a
well.
miss there, yeah. And they can
One
see
thing
now. They
that-
can see.
Yeah, one thing that probably not a lot of players are excited to see the leaderboard, but yeah, I mean, all you can really do is try and ignore it.
Yeah, with that long break, looking at the time left, not looking too good for New Zealand as they find themselves in a very dangerous position
Yeah,
going forward. Chile looking like they're going to set a very good score. And I do not dare say FC yet until it happens.
nah, Triple FC. No, we'll see it. Either that or like a last note miss or something. So it's still gonna probably be like 999s or over a mil scores rather. And there it is, 3-way FC out of Chile, and yeah, there's just like 2.7 mil is still a pretty good score out of New Zealand. Everyone under 10 miss and some decent combos as well. Sips with the 795, but to 3 full combos, it's just, yeah, that's just a bit rough, unfortunately. And we are going to see Hard Rock 1 Ironical Parade,
Going
the Yoshi
into-
map.
That's Connor. And
Yeah,
Yoshi. But map
yeah,
Connor
yeah.
and Yoshi. Man.
I just-
Anyways, Hard Rock.
I just saw Yoshi and I was like, oh. And the
Hard
Connor
Rock being
map,
picked
yeah.
here. Every mod being pushed out here as we may potentially see the last map of the game. Chile on match point of New Zealand yet to claim their first point, and on Hard Rock becomes a question of whether or not they will deny the sweep.
And this map as well, this map in particular, this is one of those 3-way FC maps. So we'll also see if Chile can 3-way FC this. And Chile did not pick twice in a row, it just, for New Zealand's pick, it came up as red. So this one is Chile's pick, the hidden one was New Zealand's pick.
Yeah, Command in, Lectu, Taemin, and Smirker. The 3 hoping to secure Chile this win in 5. On the other side, Nashiro back in, hopefully dare to deny the sweep.
and we'll see how they go with the Hard Rock mod. This is probably one of the trickier mods for them to take back, this and DT. So I think this is probably a bit of a calculated pick out of Chile. Everyone, it looks like there was a first note miss out of Nashiro there, so not really consequential, only a couple thousand points behind New Zealand are right now. Everyone's still holding combos, so... Oh, Kasumizawa is going to be the first to miss, and that is really bad for New Zealand right now, especially if Chile are going to follow up the last map with the same, this map with the same trend as the last map.
Yeah, it's looking pretty likely now, as Chile still hold their triple FC going past the first quarter of the map, building up and taking advantage of that miss from earlier.
And yeah, everyone teaming with a little lack drop, but aside from that, three-way FC still, and everyone back to combo. Just the one miss out of Kasumizawa and the very start miss out of Nashiro, and another miss out of Kasumizawa there. And that is not good for New Zealand, as Kasumizawa going to find another miss there as well, and Chile still holding on to that three-way.
Kasumizawa finding quite a few misses there as we even reach halfway point. Not going to be long before Starlight and Nashiro begin to fall. Hopefully they will hold on and hope for the worst out of Chile. But as it stands right now, consistency showing it once again in this map.
It's still recoverable, but I think New Zealand really have to hold on and not miss anymore, and they probably need at least 2 of those FCs to fall from Chile. That's probably the only thing that's going to do it at this point. And Kasumizawa going to miss a whole stream there. Maybe just not dashing quite as well. And Nashiro going to find a miss, and it is pretty much over at this point as we're last quarter and there's a 100k point difference. And three-way FC still out of Chile. Couple of back drops, but Smirker maintaining the double S.
Yeah, you'd hope for an absolute breakdown from Chile right now if you're a New Zealand fan, but knowing this Chile team, absolutely not going to happen as they enter the final few seconds of the map, still holding on to that glorious triple FC.
Yeah, and yeah, it looks like it's pretty much going to be it. Chile just holding on to that FC right now. And yeah, that's going to be it. Smirker maintaining the double S and the three-way FC out of Chile to close it out. So back-to-back triple FCs on Hidden 1 and now Hard Rock 1 to take the win 5-0. So, I mean, it's one of those things that just happens in CWSA, especially in the early rounds. So you do see a fair few clean sweeps, especially from those very high-seeding teams. Chile with a strong performance. New Zealand did quite well, but just not enough to knock off the powerhouse. So that will be Chile going on to next week in the winners bracket, and New Zealand dropping down to the losers bracket, but they're still not out of it yet. They still have another match next week. So Chile going to face the winner of Belgium and the Philippines, and New Zealand will face the loser of that match as well. So yeah, there'll be matches to keep your eye out for.
Yeah, but the next one coming in quite a bit.
Yeah,
hours from now, Sweden takes on Australia.
What?
Australia.
That's
Not Austria. Australia.
That's a very interesting flag, but yes, Sweden versus Australia in 7 hours from now, so 10 UTC or 8 PM if you are Australian. So we're going to take a short 7-hour break, but yeah, we'll be back soon. So yeah, don't go too far, and we'll see you all shortly.
See you then.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Osketch World Cup 2024. I am Sekre and today I'm going to be joined by a new commentator, new face to the catch scene. But if you follow the other World Cups, you might know him around from those other ones. So welcome Toph Daddy to the commentary crew.
Hello,
How you
thank you. I'm doing good. It's good to expand my horizons. Join the CWC casting team for 2024. We got a match coming up: France versus Turkey. This is a high seed versus a lower seed, number 6 versus number 27. It's gonna be. I'm very interested to see the approach that these teams take, because their strengths and weaknesses seem to line up a little bit with each other. Both teams a little bit weaker comparatively to everything else in their skill set on Hidden. But it really, when it comes to these like really high seeds versus the lower seeds matches in round of 32, it comes down to strategy and what the teams feel most comfortable with, and I don't know exactly where that's going to play with these teams.
Yeah, the thing that I personally would expect is I expect France to kind of come strong right out the gate with one of the harder maps in the pool. Maybe go along with one of the double time picks just to try to, skill gap Turkey a bit, coming in as the lower seed. Definitely could be something that you could do. I think maybe we see a Nomad 1 ban from France, because, Nomad 1 is the long consistency pick, where a lot of the higher seed teams don't really want to play it. But then again, France is also, that's pretty much what they're good at, is the Nomad 1 type of thing. So they could do something else. I'll have to see. We do see Turkey banning the Nomad 3 though. Not really too surprising on that one.
Yeah,
More
France
technical
having
map.
Yeah, a little technical, has a little bit of that reading requirement with the lower AR compared to the other Nomad selections. So potentially getting rid of that. And looks like you were right. France does get rid of Nomad 1, the consistency, maybe one of the probably the easiest map in the pool to get good scores on. But at the same time, because it's so straightforward like that and so consistency based, I could absolutely see some higher seeded players, just having a random miss or a random mistake that gives the lead over to a team like Turkey, who should have no problem keeping up with it.
It's definitely possible, but again, as well, nobody really likes to play 4-minute long maps, because that's the thing with a lot of these higher seed teams. You just want to kind of get in there and get it over with. For the most part, in 4-minute long maps, is like, I know a lot of people just think of them as like, ugh, that's a bit of a drag to play. We do see Mixed Mod 2 as the first pick for France. And this one, I think Turkey might be able to put up a roster on this. It really just depends on the hidden player for Turkey, who it's going to be.
Yeah, it is curious to see how these teams are going to be putting out. Mixed Mod right out the gate is actually kind of interesting to me. Just just off of the fact that I think France feels most comfortable with like specific mods, like no mod, or I could see them doing well at Hard Rock in that scenario. But like we said, there is a little bit of that weakness comparatively on Hidden. So maybe France just feels like they have one or two players that are really good at Hidden and can put up that the roster for a mixed mod pick, whereas they might not be as strong on a pure Hidden pick.
Yeah, and looking at the qualifier sheet, Shimu is actually pretty decent at the Hidden. He was doing a lot better than his other two teammates on the Hiddens for the qualifier, so I'm pretty sure Shimu's going to be the one playing Hidden on the side of Turkey. I think they'll be able to put up a pretty decent score overall, at least, which will be a good sign for Turkey. I don't think they're completely doomed on this pick, at least, so I think we'll be able to see a decent fight from both teams on this one. See Noctilium, Dotcore, and Gwillireer on the side of France, Haruki, Shimu, and Lorbsum on the side of Turkey.
Yeah, and you were right. Shimu taking that Hidden for Turkey, Lorem Ipsum taking the Hard Rock side, and it looks like the two teams should be lined up. Same positions for each mod. Dotcore taking the Hidden for France, Gwillireer taking Hard Rock, and then Haruki and Noctilium taking the no mod for both each side. Out of the gate, a little bit of an accuracy drop, missing a couple droplets on that no mod. Actually, both side no mods finding some droplet misses. Dotcore and Lorem Ipsum both finding some, and Shimu and Haruki both finding combo drops early on in this match. Gives France quite a bit of a lead as they start to approach that combo maximum.
Yeah, the good thing is that it wasn't after 200. One from Dotcore was just before hitting 200 combo, so that one's going to hurt a little bit more than the two misses on the side of Turkey. But overall, still a decent advantage for France. Nothing too big. It's going to even out to maybe about 20,000 points, which is just about one miss difference.
Yeah, and in the meantime, despite those misses, it does look like France actually has an accuracy lead. Shimu finding another drop as well. Both of those should help extend the lead in favor of France as Turkey and France both finding one miss. Dotcore and Haruki trading back, one on Hidden, one on no mod, but we still see two FCs on the side of France to one as Shimu finds another break and extends that lead for France.
Yeah, Noctilium missing on the no mod as well as Dotcore finding another miss on Hidden. Gonna bring things pretty close here actually, but Shimu's miss there is gonna kind of stall the advance for Turkey, but Noctilium gets another one on the no mod, which is a bit unexpected. So could see some switcheroos in the last third here of this map. Definitely possible. Lorem Ipsum is still holding strong with the FCC.
Yeah, same thing with Gwillireer on the French side. Both Hard Rock players, maybe not expected, but keeping the FCs intact for both each side. Dotcore back above 200 along with Haruki, Noctilium coming up to it, but traded misses from Shimu and Noctilium. Going to keep combo advantage about the same on both sides, but Dotcore trades with Haruki as well, so still just those two full combos holding strong.
Yeah, a lot of people find this map a lot easier with Hard Rock just because of the reading. I mean, AR 8.9 or 8.6 is pretty low, and we're going to get a few more misses on the side of Turkey, so it's looking like that's going to seal the deal for this one coming into the ending of the map at 130,000 point difference. Lorem Ipsum drops the FC at the end, which is a bit unfortunate, but Gwillireer pulls it through.
Yeah, pulls it through.
One FC on the side of France.
Gets that double S for France. 140,000 points of difference in France with a very strong opening pick, but Turkey will have the pick of the litter to see if they can respond. I don't expect a mixed mod to come out at from that point. I'd almost expect... I actually don't know what I would think is the right pick. Turkey seems strongest when it comes to no mod based on their qualifier performances. So I could absolutely see a no mod 2 coming out here. But
yeah,
mod wise, their next best bet might be to hit France where they're weakest and go for Hidden, even if Turkey's not super strong at that themselves.
I do not see a world where Turkey picks Hidden at all, if I'm being honest. I don't think it's in their interest at all. I'm surprised they didn't ban it, if I'm being honest. I think Hidden ban would have been very good for Turkey. Even though France is definitely weaker on it, it's just so hard to compete. Especially when you even saw there is that their one Hidden player for the mixed mod was kind of struggling already with about a 750k.
That is
not going to
true.
be that good going into Hidden 1 and 2, that's for sure. I think definitely No Mod 2 probably going to be the pick. think that's the thing that makes more sense. I could see going into DT or Hard Rock, but anything else would just be really tough for Turkey at this point.
Yeah, at a certain point, I mean, go with what you're comfortable with. Nomad, like, we're saying Nomad 2 is kind of the choice. Nomad 4 would be kind of risky from Turkey's side because France has a notably stronger convert squad comparatively, but it's just it's so difficult to go up against a team that's as strong as France is when you're in Turkey's position, just because the choices are so limited.
Yeah. We do see they're going to be picking the Hard Rock too. I think this one is a pretty decent pick as long as you put a lot of time practicing in it. So lower density Hard Rock maps, so the reading is going to be pretty much the main challenge here, is being able to read the lower density on AR-10. And Lorem Ipsum did pretty well on the last Hard Rock pick with the mix mod. So I think Lorem Ipsum will definitely be able to do a good performance on this one, but it's all about whether his two teammates can kind of keep up with him and do very well as well.
Yeah, and like you said, this map has a lot of practicing requirements because of the low density, the high precision needed. I could even see a world where we see more misses outside of the main Kiai section because of how low the density gets and the spacing and precision requirements outside of it.
Yeah, it's pretty much the main thing is if you can't really read AR-10 to a very high level, you struggle a lot on the slow sections. Even though the slow sections are pretty intuitive for the most part, they kind of make you second guess whether I should be going there. So you get a lot of really awkward platter movement where if your control isn't on point, then you just end up missing because of it.
Yeah, and I think what will end up, potentially being an advantage for Turkey is that they can, if they deliberately put in the time to practice the low density sections and just this map in general, there's an opportunity that France maybe didn't practice as much as they did and might end up finding more breaks along the line and give Turkey the opportunity to really take advantage out of this.
Definitely, and we're seeing a few roster swaps. We see Teoman coming in for the side of Turkey instead of Harki, and on the side of France we see Electro and Zalfa stepping in, Electro being probably the carrier of France at this point in France's history in the World Cup. So, hoping to see good things out of him going forward.
Early miss coming out from Lorem Ipsum. Unfortunate, but going to be better than a miss later on. Not at the 200 combo, so it's not going to be quite as impactful as a miss would be later, but that is going to give France a slight opening advantage here.
Yeah, the thing is, this map is so sparse in its density that I think it's only about 800 max combo, so just one miss is a lot of score, even just early on. Teoman finding the second miss at about 145, but it is traded quickly by Zalefa.
Yeah, Zalefa gets that trade in. We're hitting the first Kiai, so it'll be a little more comfortable for the players to read compared to the low density sections. 2 FCs survived through the first one. On the side of France, 1 on the side of Turkey, but Lorem Ipsum does find another break. And now that we're past that 200 combo mark across the players, those misses are going to be more important to avoid. And France doing a good job of keeping themselves steady with the 2 full combos and Zalefa nearly approaching that 200 combo mark.
Yeah, I think they're pretty much chilling at this point, up to about 100,000 point lead. It's going to get a little bit bigger, but not too much bigger than that. I mean, that already is about maybe a 2.5 miss difference, and there's one of them right there from Zalefa in the slow part again.
Shimu does trade that back. That is the last FC on the side of Turkey gone. Tiamin does get to the 200 combo, Lorem Ipsum right behind, but that is going to be a huge break from Shimu. Guelweir and Electro both holding on to the double S's right now for the side of France, keeping that score lead above 100,000 now.
Shimu sadly getting caught on the spinner, but they didn't have that much of a combo, so it doesn't really hurt them too much, but it's also just a bit of a painful thing where it's like, you think you're fine, but then the note at the end of the spinner is just right on the other side of the screen, so you just don't have a good time on that.
Yeah, a little bit of that spinner trap. We do see an accuracy drop, a drop of miss from Electro, but holding on to that combo. Zalefa coming up to the 200 combo. Shimu approaching that as well. all 6 players trying to get that combo advantage for them, but that's only going to support France's lead at the moment as we're approaching the very end of the chart. There's not much that can happen to swing this lead back. It looks like France will be able to take the first break point of the match.
Yeah, honestly, all-around convincing performance from France. They had the double FCs from Electro and Guillory, and Zalefa wasn't lagging that far behind with only about a 2 miss right there, so overall solid scores. And then you see Turkey, they all had pretty much the same score, 2 to 3 misses. So pretty decent from them, but sadly it just wasn't enough to overcome the double FCs.
Yeah, France showing their dominance right now. It is back to their selection. Kind of curious. I mean, they have basically whatever they want to pick here. I think steering clear of Nomad. Okay, they actually
Hidden
go with
too,
their hidden
yeah.
pick. Going with
I
the
mean, they
low
see
AR
the
hidden
weakness.
pick.
Yeah. It's kind of the thing is, like, your worst enemy is my best friend for France.
Yeah,
Even though France not that great on the hidden, I think they'll be able to at least pull out a better score is what they think, at least on this map.
Yeah, that's a risk you kind of got to take. I mean, we mentioned it's 6 seed versus 27 seed, so the overall strength of France is generally going to be able to eclipse Turkey. But hidden is just one of those skill sets where you can have a bad day and go from an 800k score to a 500k. Now, in round of 32, with a team like France, likely not going to happen there. But the opportunity for just not having the right reading available on a given day is always there.
Yeah, it's always potential to just do something and you never know what's going to happen with hidden. It's always tough, but you even see on the side of the France Dakor saying fun time with a smiley face. I'm pretty sure he's sarcastic about that one, so people don't really like playing hidden that much. Fun fact.
Especially
surprise.
Especially in tournament, having to handle nerves at the same time as keeping yourself patient for lower AR hidden picks can be an extremely difficult task.
Yeah, we do see a new member on the side of Turkey. We're going to be seeing Reha joining in, as well as Yasiksen. So, 2 new members hopping in just to play the hidden. We'll have to see if the swaps will work out for them.
Early drop of misses from Reha there, just a 4,000 point lead. But Electro with the first break in the lobby, traded right back by Reha. Yasin finds one as well. So that's 2 drops to 1, favors France before we hit the 200 combo mark. But that is already. Oh wait, I just noticed all 3 Turkey players
Turkey's
missed.
already full broke.
2 full combos staying. Oh, I can't talk.
Only 1 full combo now. It's gonna be gone any second too. We already know it's gonna disappear on us.
The moment I say the name Dakor, they're missing, right? That's how that works. It seems to be the curse of the commentators, but doing a good job of keeping that combo. Only full combo remaining there, as Turkey is pretty consistently finding drops across the board. Zalefa trading a few of those back, but Electro and Dakor, yeah, that tracks.
Yeah, there it is. It was gonna come, but I mean, hey, they're still winning by like 500,000 points on this hidden team. We're only halfway in, so I mean, they found the weakness. It was to be expected. I mean, at this point, hidden, especially low AR, is just one of those skill sets where you usually try to find people who play it in your country and just add them on the team so they can play 1 or 2 maps. But even then, it's just so hard to actually find players.
That definitely feels like a kind of specialist role for low AR hidden when it comes to so many of these World Cup teams. And even like the top few seeds still need to have those specialists around, unless they have just very good all-around players, period, which you're only going to see from, top 1, top 2 seeded teams.
Yeah. I mean, even I think the only team this year that really fills that role is Poland, where their 2 best players are the 2 hidden players on the team. Actually having a very good combo after the 1 early miss. Getting a 1 miss on the map. Doesn't get caught out by that last no right before the spinner. So, well played to him.
Yeah, and leads the team to a 700,000 point victory. France continuing to show their dominance here. It is back to Turkey's pick. I have to expect Nomad 2. I don't really think Turkey has much of an option outside of that right now. I could see maybe DT coming out, but Nomad 2 feels like the obvious pick in my eyes.
I mean, it's not like they were so far behind on the Hard Rock either, to be honest. Like, they didn't do that bad on the Hard Rock. It's just the hidden, definitely not the angle for Turkey. Maybe we could see Hard Rock 1 if they feel confident on running it back on the Hard Rock. Maybe the DTs might be too hard for them to feel confident on. We'll have to see. Like you said, though, I do think Nomad 2 probably the best pick they could go for. But France is also just so consistent on the Nomads as a team. So it's really tough.
At a certain point, when you're against a team like France, you're just picking whatever you think gives you the best chance. And sometimes that's just the map you're most comfortable with in the pool.
Pretty much. I mean, you have to feel confident in the map you're picking as well. So as long as you have confidence, anything can really happen.
And there
you
it
see
is.
the Nomad too, yeah.
Finally seeing a no-mod pick. 4 different mod pools selected this match so far. Haven't dipped into one of them more than once so far. But at this point, Turkey needs to start getting their own points, at the very least, if they're going to want to get back into this match.
Yeah, if they lose this one, it's going to be really, really hard for them to make the comeback. Because, I mean, we do still have that hidden one on the board, which that's just kind of staring Turkey in the face as like a, haha, I exist, you know? It's like, I'm going to be here. You can't really avoid hidden one. Based on the performances on that last hidden pick, you can almost be assured that hidden one is going to come out at some point in this match. If not, you know, something else. But Nomad 2, definitely their best chance to actually pull out a map win on, in my opinion.
Yeah, and ultimately, right now, from like just a back and forth position, Turkey is just 1 break point behind. They just need to win one of France's points and then win all of their own to bring it to tiebreaker. And if they're already thinking that France has a guaranteed win on Hidden 1, then they're going to have to win whatever the other pick is from France in order to keep that up. So if they don't win this, they're just in a position where Hidden 1 might just be a free win for France in this overall match.
Yeah, that's always just not the best thing to go into. Is if you're going into one of your weaker skill sets and you're like, you need to win this, it's like, it's not a fun time. But hopefully they'll be able to pull out this one. They definitely can. I mean, we saw their good scores on the Hard Rock 2. This map's not that much different than the Hard Rock 2, except for just the AR. Overall, it's about the same difficulty, I'd say. They can definitely play this one to a very high level, I'd say.
Yeah, there definitely are a couple patterns, I think, throughout this. Like, there's a few quick bursts that can be a little awkward to keep consistent on. But outside of this is a very consistent tech-ish map that I don't think players are going to have problems with outside of those few, like, specific bursty patterns.
We are getting into the map right away. Gonna be seeing Noctilium step in for Electro on the side of France. And then the other Turkish players coming back in, getting no more hidden squad, pretty much going back to the same players who were playing the Hard Rock before, I believe.
Early miss from Gwilawir gives Turkey an early advantage here. Good looking out for Turkey so far. 3 double S's. Teoman does find the first break on the Turkish side. Lorem Ipsum following up as well. So that brings it to 2 full combos on France to 1 on Turkey. And that gives France the lead after that opening start from Turkey.
Yeah, and the unfortunate thing is for Turkey is that miss from Gwilawir was just before 200 combo. So the misses on Turkey are much more punishing than those singular France misses. Timu, their only full combo, is now fallen. So gonna have to see some misses from France. See the break here. France knows that they're ahead by about 2 misses, just over 2 misses actually.
Yeah, we're still seeing the 2 full combos from Zalefa and Noctalium. Gwilawir at the combo, at the max combo mark. Teoman and Lorem Ipsum as well. Shima just needs to catch up in order to stem the bleeding a little bit. but they're going to need to see some misses from France if Turkey wants to take this back. And we have only one Kiai left, which France looked very comfortable with the first time. A few different patterns here, but it's going to take some falling apart a little bit from France in this ending for Turkey to come back. But that's another miss from Shimu, and it's looking like it's getting further and further away from Turkey's grasp.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate. I mean, you just can't really compete when your opponent is only doing a singular miss. It's so hard to actually be able to match that in these earlier rounds, especially. So, gonna have to see what the next pick is from France to see if they can close this match out for them. Gonna be going into a 4-0 as we end the map. Zalefa does break at the end, so they don't get the FC, but Noctilium does pull out the FC in the end for France.
Zalefa is still hitting that 1 million mark, so not too big of an issue.
Yeah.
But that is going to be a second breakpoint for France, 4-0 match point on France's pick, and there still is a hidden map open that France could certainly feel very comfortable picking into.
I want them to pick Hard Rock 1. That's my favorite map in the whole pool. They better pick it.
I think it'd be funny if they
telling
picked a
them
DT and just made it one of each.
That'd be pretty cool.
One of each mod pool to start the match. Not to mention that DT3 is not the easiest. Could be used as, it's a little bit on the speedier side. Could definitely be a point of attack for a strong team that wants to take advantage of a potentially weaker physical team.
Definitely a possibility. I mean, pretty much anything could go here for France. Yeah, they do pick that DT3, like you said. So we get to see at least one map of every pool in this match.
Yeah. Last mod pool to be taken a look at. France coming in with DT3. This, I believe, the fastest pick in the pool. It certainly felt that way when I was going through the map pool.
I think so, yeah.
And Electro comes back in. Lormipson and Teoman staying in. Yasin replacing that third slot for Turkey. It looks like these are going to be the 6 players for this map.
This map a lot denser than pretty much every other pick in the pool. It's pretty much just consistent 220-ish streams, where you're not actually streaming 220. Thank God. If it was actually streaming 220 in round of 32, we'd have a problem.
Yeah. That'd be
we'd have a bit of a
rough.
problem. But catch being the way it is just very dense with a lot of the movements. So gonna be a bit of a reading test because of the lower AR. I mean, it gets to the point where the density is so high that being able to make out what you're seeing on the screen is actually the hard part of these maps for some players, especially the higher seeded players. Is sometimes these kind of maps are just too dense, where it's AR 8.2 and you're trying to read it, but you see way too many notes on the screen where you'd be like, this would be easier on AR 9. But it seems like they're not having any problems so far. But on the side of Turkey, some problems so far. Already seeing multitudes of misses from both Teoman and Yasin.
Yeah, it looks like the faster platter movement on DT is kind of catching Teoman off guard. Doesn't look like they're having an issue reading it. Is just seemingly the precision causing some issues right now. There is a miss on France's side of Welawir, but that is still 2 full combos to 1 in favor of France, as the lead stretches to just about 200,000 very early on in this map.
Yeah. I mean, this song is not that long at all, only just under 2 minutes, and that's with DT applied, so it's very, very short compared to some of the other picks even. I think it might be the shortest pick in the whole pool. You see Welawir and Teoman trade another miss, but at this point, it's already looking pretty doomed for the side of Turkey. You're already got 300,000 point gap halfway in.
Yeah, and we're still seeing 2 full combos on the side of France. Lormipson doing a good job of at least staving off one of those full combos, but with Yasin and Teoman finding some pretty consistent misses, it's looking rough for the comeback ability on Turkey's side.
Yeah, and their pillar Lormipson does fall, sadly, for them, so it is looking like it is going to be a clean 5-0 sweep for the side of France, all things considered in this match. I mean, Turkey did perform very well on the Hard Rock 2, so it wasn't super dominating. I would say it is pretty dominating, but it wasn't like Turkey had no chance on some maps. They definitely did perform on the Hard Rock 2. And the Nomad 2 wasn't so far off either.
Yeah, and regardless of that, even with France taking the sweep to its endpoint, Turkey is not eliminated from the tournament out of round of 32. They will just move down into the losers bracket. But with that, congratulations to France for winning the match and moving on to the winner's side round of 16.
Yeah, France coming in with, a bit of a different roster than prior years. This is kind of the, comeback arc for France as a country in the World Cup, considering last year their team wasn't the best, and they used to have a lot of prior success with T-Tobus on the roster, but now, given this new roster, they're doing pretty well for themselves.
Indeed. It's going to be an exciting time watching the French team move on in the tournament, see what they're able to do. And I'm also excited to see how Turkey is able to handle the losers bracket. They'll still have a chance at life moving on in round of 16. But for now, they'll just be moving down in the bracket now on their last legs of the tournament. But that is going to be it for this match. I believe our next match is in a half an hour. And that's going to be Latvia versus Canada, another high seed versus lower seed, similar to this. But another match that I'm excited to see. The strategies involved in round of 32, kind of just going around with the lower difficulty maps that many lower seeded teams have more opportunities to, really challenge their opponents.
For sure. And also, a good thing to note is if you want to support your teams, you can go and get yourself a nice fancy banner on the site. Those are up now, so please make sure to go support whichever team you're feeling like supporting. You can support multiple if you want. So go get those banners. Somebody will link it in the chat, I'm pretty sure, at some point. So
yeah, they'll get it in there. But
somewhere.
Good to support your teams, good to support this tournament, good to support the players. And we'll hope that you continue to support with banners and to continue watching the streams. You got anything else to say?
No, I think that'll be it. So thank you guys for watching. We'll see you guys in just about 30 minutes. Have a good day.
All right, welcome back everyone to the Osu Catch World Cup 2024. I'm still Elskefe, but this time around I'm joined by Sekre, and two of us will be casting Indonesia versus Team Norway on Osu Live 1. We also have China going on against Team Netherlands on Osu Live 2, so two matches at the same time, which does happen quite often in the round of 32, because, well, I mean, there's still 16 matches to be played this weekend. Then again, Sekre, welcome on the podium. Your first time this year, except for the Bapple Showcase, I guess, from last week.
Yeah, you could say that.
Yeah, both of us looking forward to this match between the 13th and the 20th seeds. We're getting quite close to each other already. Indonesia on the one hand, with kind of a new team or some new names in the team. On the other, Norway, which is, well, pretty much the same team as a couple of years, quite veteran as well. T13 versus T20. What are your thoughts on this matchup, Sekre?
Honestly, this is probably one of the matchups I can go either way in the round of 32, in my opinion. You got Indonesia with one of the newer rosters, with a lot of their not core members. You have Celestia, for example, joining in this year, not really playing in previous years. And then on the other hand, Norway have the people who've been playing for years, like you said. So it's kind of a new meets old situation with Indonesia and Norway here.
Yeah, exactly. I think it was one of the two new Indonesian players. They made their account like late 2023, by the way. So
Yeah.
they didn't have an Osu account last year, but I think it's the it's not Cerestia, but the other one, Renesti or something. Renes, I'm not entirely sure.
Look at the team names. Be
Yeah.
exact on that.
Yeah, so he made his account, or they made their account late 2023, so they're already playing CBC after 6 months, which is crazy. But Indonesian players do tend to be absolutely insane at the game. As we can see, Team Norway opting to pick first, ban second, which is, I think, what most teams do prefer, which means we'll be seeing Indonesia's ban first. I think one of the mob pools that we'll be seeing no bans coming out from Team Indonesia is definitely Hidden. Definitely something they're very strong on, which they've been notably very strong on. And which European teams in general have been quite weak on, with the exception of Poland, I would say. So definitely no bans coming out from them on that mob break. But then again, I'm not sure where they want to ban here. I think most of the maps should be quite comfortable for them, so
I can
curious
see a
to see where they
potential
want to
Nomad
take this.
1 ban if they feel like they're just better than the other team. Because Nomad 1 is usually the kind of map where it's just so much easier than the rest of the pool, where you're just trying to fight for triple FC on the kind of map. So maybe Nomad 1 could be a potential. They want to just get that out of the way.
A little bit like Team Russia in the last
Yeah,
match, and they do
there
go
it
for
is.
Nomad 1. Yeah, you're right. We're gonna see that quite often getting banned by the top teams, I do assume.
Yeah.
Should have 2 already in this too, and then Hidden 2 immediately getting taken away by Sisum. That took absolutely no time.
Yeah,
I mean-
I know what I'm doing.
Yeah, he knows what's up. I mean, if you're playing Team Indonesia, I think Hidden 2 is a great ban. I don't think there's anything else in the pool you should be banning. But
Oh.
we're picking Hidden 1, yo!
Okay.
Never mind.
That's a bit
never mind.
surprising.
I was going to go into like, yo, you don't pick Hidden, you let them pick Hidden, you go for something else, something speedy, but let's throw it out of the table, and we're going to go into Hidden 1. So, okay. Met by
And
Polizatos.
yeah, he's also Indonesian too.
He's also Indonesian, right? So it's their home territory, so
Yeah.
interesting. But the song is an absolute banger. The map is quite lengthy, 3 minutes 37 in length. An hour ago I said Hard to Coin is the longest map in the pool except for Nomad 1, but that's obviously false. It's Hidden 1. That's a little bit longer. Then again,
That's a little bit.
on both sides, I mean, I think Team Indonesia has a couple of players that can step in here. Zwanex, Frestia, Ipan Pan, but also Korneko can also definitely step in here for this Air 9. On Team Norway, I'm looking at Benita. I'm looking at, I think, Sisef. But then at third slot, I'm a
Yeah.
little bit uncertain. Oh, never mind. Camera God, of
Oh,
course.
Camera God, yeah.
Camera God. Yeah.
Yeah, that guy's been around for, I think he has the longest
10 years,
streak
yeah.
at this point with 10 years, yeah.
Yeah, it's his 10th year playing CWC, which is absolutely insane.
And honestly, really strong rosters from both teams on the Hidden. I mean, I think Norway is pretty decent at the Hidden too. It's just when you compare it to Indonesia, it's kind of a lost cause, you know. Indonesia, the team that could very easily go into the Hidden too and just triple FC it with no problem at all.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why I don't really like this pick coming from Norway. Obviously, we don't know what they know, right? They might just triple FC it every single time. But if you're going against a team like Indonesia, I personally prefer, even if you're really good at Hidden 1, to let them pick it. Or keep it for a
Yeah,
later
they're probably
time in
going
the
to pick
match,
it anyways.
Exactly.
Yeah,
So
especially if you ban the Hidden too. I mean, it just kind of says, okay, I'm weak at Hidden. maybe they'll pick the hidden one after. You know, that's kind of the basic logic that would go behind that. But I mean, on the flip side, if you do end up winning the hidden one after you ban hidden 2, you kind of, it's a bit of a mental boom kind of moment where you just destroy their mentals when they think that they're actually good at the hidden one, but you end up winning as Norway versus Indonesia, and you're like, wow, okay.
Yeah,
And have to rethink your whole strategy.
Yeah, there's also the flip side, right? Indonesia's like, yo, this could have been our pick. They pick it now, we win it, and then we get our own pick, like as a bonus already. So it's kind of double-edged sword here. Either way, we see Benita, Vicky, and Camera Gods for Vicky playing instead of Saisev, and then Celestia, Kroneko, and Ipampan for Team Indonesia. On hidden 1, getting into this round of 32 matchup between Indonesia and Team Norway.
Yeah, and it's actually a pretty noticeable spin difference for the side of Norway. That's 3.3 thousand points almost on just the first spinner, which is honestly pretty huge. I mean, that's already guaranteed a spin win, but Vicky does find the first miss, so it's not gonna matter likely unless we see like the 3,000 point margin, which if we do, then hey, you gotta learn your spins, man.
Yeah, exactly. See an early drop coming out from Vicky, but the map's quite lengthy, so it doesn't really matter all that much. But the second drop is going to matter more. Benita also dropping. Not a great start here from Team Norway. Looking at a triple FC coming out from Team Indonesia. A couple droplet misses, but as we all know, accuracy doesn't really matter for catch the beat, or at least, well, it does in very rare occasions, but this isn't one of them. Anyhow, still triple FC, and they're running away with it. Camera got also dropping here on the bottom right, which is going to be a turret miss coming out from Team Norway, and that's 100,000 points in difference. It's going to increase even because they have no commas on Team Norway either. And then you're here right now with your hidden 1 pick trying to kind of like mental boom Team Indonesia, but it's kind of looking like the other way around, even though we're not even halfway yet though.
There's the first Indonesian miss from Celestia though, which, I mean, at this point you're already up 100,000 points. It doesn't matter if you miss once or twice. Vicky does trade that miss right again, so I mean, we're still at a 150,000 point gap. Gonna get a little bit smaller now with the second miss from Indonesia on Celestia, but at this point you just kind of wonder, is like, why did we pick hidden 1 for Norway?
Exactly, because
you don't feel you're not getting FCs, so
yeah, if we're looking at
a
team score, I think Team Norway's team score is already capped at like 2.7 million, which is way too low for a round of 32 map. I mean, Celestia is missing quite often here. He's already trailing behind 60,000 points on his 2 teammates, but even if he keeps on dropping left and right, Ipampan and Connector are probably going to be guaranteeing a 2 million score, right? So if you add that up, it's at least 2.8, 2.9 million even. And if you're not getting that as a team score, then I'm not sure why you're picking hidden 1. But then again, it's your first map of this entire CBC. It might just be completely down to nerves, but it's a weird performance though.
Yeah, I mean, nerves do definitely play a role for this, but you maybe even expect it on the other side more so, like Celestia first time in the World Cup. Maybe that's why he's getting some of his misses right here, or they're getting some of their misses. So, you never know.
Yeah, then again, 400,000 points might be one of the biggest score differences of the entire weekend. Okay, that might not be true, given how there's still a match between Seed 1 and Seed 32 and Seed 2 and Seed 31. But this is still a surprising result, I would say. Yeah, not too sure what happened there. Team Norway are going to be getting broken immediately by Team Indonesia here, and they are going to be going back to the drawing table and figure something else out, because this hidden 1 pick definitely was not it.
The thing that I kind of have to just wonder here is, if you're Indonesia, what do you even go for after this? Is how do you find the map that'll best, you know, punish this kind of situation? We're already up 1 breakpoint over Norway. 502,000 point differential, by the way, on round of 16 versus 2 pretty close Cs, which is a bit shocking anyways. But I think the next pick for Indonesia, maybe even go for a mixed mod, because none of the Norwegian players really performed that well on the hidden. Maybe they feel they could take a mixed mod just purely based off of the hidden would be the way to go for me.
The closest score difference between Celestia and Cameron, that's still 50,000 points, so there's definitely a clear discrepancy in hidden capacity here. Vicky only getting 711,000. I'm not sure what went wrong here for Team Norway, but what's done is done. And we're going to be starting the Nomad 3, and I like this as well. I like the Nomad 3 because it's just such a gimmick pick. And if you feel like you're the better team on this pool, the Nomad 3 just kind of should suit you more. It's by far the hardest pick in the pool, so I do like this.
I do agree. I think this one's probably a pretty good pick. I'm curious to see what the rosters will be for both teams. I think Cameragod's definitely going to be staying in. We do see Sysef coming in for Benita in that top right slot.
Yeah, I think Azadit is also going to be coming in for over Vicky for this one. At least that would be my guess. On the Indonesian side, Ivan Pan and Kroneko are just going to be staying in pretty much permanently, I would say. The two of them are definitely the more experienced veteran players. Third slot could be Surestiak, could also be Svenex, but probably going to be Surestiak. Yeah, this
thing
one
is as well with this map.
Yes,
yeah, it's not that long for one, like you were saying, and it's also very similar AR and kind of reading style to the previous Hidden 1 map, right? You have an AR9 from Hidden 1 map going to AR 8.9 Nomad 3 map. You're kind of going to be looking at pretty much the same places on the screen for the reading. So if you're going from one map to the next, it's going to be pretty easy to transition, in my opinion, between the two play styles, which is also maybe why Indonesia went with this as their next pick.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why I really like this one. Yeah, they need something similar because, well, they just won by 500,000 points. So if they get something similar in this pick, then that's great for them. Sysef being one of the newer not newer players on Team Norway per se, but one of the more rising players, that's what I was trying to get at, has been getting into the top 100 for the first time in the solo leaderboards as well. Has improved a ton as a player, and it's great for him to support Cameragot, because Cameragot has been that lone wolf in that regard a little bit. He has been the best player on Team Norway, right? There's still Groex, but he just doesn't play CVC. So he's been the team star for a couple of years now, so it's good for Sysef to be there. I'm curious to see how he's going to be playing on this one, but I do assume that he's going to be pulling out a very decent score.
Actually, do get a quick timeout from Indonesia. This is their pick, so even though they already did pick the map, they can get a quick 2-minute timeout, one per match. So, seems like Kroneko is a bit busy right now, according to the chat. So,
yeah, it could be
ready to
as
go
well.
in just a few minutes. Yeah,
exactly. This is also an Indonesian mapper, by the way. I just noticed. I'm quite sure this is an Indonesian mapper. So that's a back-to-back Indonesian mappers. You're kind of like an Indonesian bias in the map pool. I'm just saying. I'm still waiting for a Belgian map in the map pools, but I don't think that's ever going to happen, sadly. So no
you
home.
have to make it yourself.
Yeah, probably, but then I can't play anymore, so it's kind of like unfortunate.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate. I can't get any of my maps in the World Cup anymore either.
Oh,
so
man.
it is a bit unfortunate, but oh well.
It is what it is. But there's also no other American map. Okay, never mind this. Gigas, and there's also... Never mind. You guys
Yeah,
have
this
plenty of
Gigas.
mappers. You have plenty of mappers.
This Gigas, Ascendant, Swan J, we got them all.
I was about to say, like, give us smaller countries some maps, please. Either way,
No.
we're ready now. Kroneko has readied up. Let's get
Returned.
it. Ipan Pan, Kroneko, and Celestia, same roster as last time. We only see Sysef coming from Benita, so Vicky going to be staying in for the Nomad 3. Did have the worst performance on the Hidden 1, so hoping for a better performance here for the Nomad 3. But then again, Hidden and Nomad does make a difference.
You see two very early misses on the side in order from both Vicky and Sysef on that about 20 combo mark. There is a very far jump right there, so you gotta be wary if you're still playing your match a bit later today or tomorrow about that one.
Yeah, exactly. And there's a couple of spots where a similar jump does happen. As we see Vicky struggling very hard here on the Nomad 3. Not even holding on to 96% accuracy. Celestia also dropped, but look at that score diffs already. It's about 90,000 points and increasing because Vicky's now able to combo. Cameragot as well. Sysef
Yeah,
took
all
all
of
this camera for
Norway's
Team
gone.
Norway. And it's just Quedeco and Ipanpan again, right? Like similar story as last map, and the two of them are just kind of running away with it already here.
Yeah, I mean, this point differential already into the map is only 2 minutes long, by the way, so you don't really have much time to make a comeback on this map. We're already going to be approaching 300,000 points, which is just insurmountable at this point.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it's just really weird how it kind of feels similar story as Hidden One, right? We do see double miss coming out from Team Indonesia, but I mean, kind of need a entire collapse. Cameron and Size have recovered quite nicely here, but still, it just kind of feels like we're watching Hidden One all over again.
Yeah.
And it just kind of, yeah, I'm not sure what's going wrong for Team Norway here. It does feel like they're just kind of out of depth in the lower AR, so they have to figure out something new here. Maybe go for a hardcore double time, a little bit higher AR, a little bit more comfortable.
I mean, they definitely have to change something up. That's for sure.
Yeah, because this is just, they've been getting kind of decimated on the gimmick lower AR picks here.
That's going to bring it to a 2-0 so far for Indonesia. Best of 9, so first one to 5 points. We'll take this home. No FCs on this one, though. Bit different story from last time.
Yeah, overall, I think the team score from Team Indonesia isn't also... Well, it's definitely beatable by a lot of teams here, but Team Norway not able to get 2.5 million. It's just hurting them quite a lot here. So if you're Team Norway, go for a timeout, figure something out, go back to the drawing table. It's only 2-0 down, right? It's only 1 breakpoint. It's not the end of the world, but the way how they've been losing these points is significant in my opinion. And I'll go for the Hardrock 2, so they're listening to us. Hardrock 2 is, well, the harder Hardrock map in my opinion, or at least less conventional. So I'm not sure if I personally think I would have went for the Hardrock 1 as Team Norway, but I still like how they're changing things up here.
I mean, yeah, if you do want to go for a change-up, this one's probably going to change it up as much as you really can. So, in that sense, it's pretty good, in my opinion.
Yeah, exactly. The map itself, map by Nosri, Momo X previously known, it's just so low density. It makes it really awkward to play. And also Renetsia coming into the lobby, which is the newest, well, I don't know how to say it, newest player, I guess.
The youngest OS age player, you could say, I guess.
Exactly.
I just created that terminology up, but it works, you know.
It works out. But it's crazy, right? They didn't have an account when we were playing CBC last year, which is mental how they're now on the biggest stage here. Playing the Hardrock 2. Also, a Zadit coming in, which is also a very good player for Team Norway. I like this roster a lot. Size for Zadit and Camera God, those are the main 3 in my opinion for Team Norway. So if there are 3 players that have to win a map, it's definitely these 3 here.
Yeah, the main story for me is going to be seeing how Ipanpan, Quedeco, Sisef, and Camera God kind of transition into the AR10 compared to the lower AR that we've had so far in the match at AR9 and 8.9. It's not easy to transition, especially on a map like this where it's just turbo low density.
Yeah, exactly. The beginning is so scary. When we get into like a more of a chorus type of situation where there's a little bit more notes, it gets more comfortable. That's only in a bit, but we see an early break coming out from Ipanpan here in the slow section. 2 breaks for 1 from Camera God. That's going to give Norway an advantage they desperately need here to turn the tide in this round of 32 matchup. So very nice to see from them. The Zadit and Sisef getting above 200 combo. Still 2 double assists on Quedeco and Sisef. So because this map has some weird dropless placements as well. So holding on to an assist is also an incredible feat, I would say.
Yeah, for sure. Again, like we also said, this one is going to be a low density map, and coming in at only 236, that means every miss is going to matter so much more than pretty much every other map. There's just not a lot of fruits in this map. You already see we're halfway in, we only have 400 max combo so far. So one miss is pretty much you're capping a score for a fourth of the map, and we're going to see Ipanpan with the second miss from Team Indonesia.
Yeah, it's giving Norway quite a buffer here. Exactly.
Yeah.
the only issue is now we have the break, right? And now Norway know they're in the lead, and they know they kind of desperately need this point. I'm kind of getting kind of nervous for their nerves, if that makes sense. We have Spinner here. If we're on the complete left side, you do miss a node on the right, so I'm hoping no one's on the left. So it doesn't seem like that's the case, so it's perfect. Might just be a skill issue on my part. Either way, 70,000 points separating these two teams. That's 2 misses, and there's only 1 quarter left. So if Zaydet and Size pull up to their Cs, and a turret is coming out from Ipan Pan, so it's looking very nicely here for Team Norway.
Yeah, it's not much map left at all. We're gonna have to see a triple miss, and even then, that miss from Koneko pretty much seals the deal. So we're gonna be having Norway probably getting their first point of the match. You don't want to be too certain. You can always see something happen, but I mean, at this point, yeah, it's very unlikely we're gonna see a drop to the full. Actually, no, they didn't have a full combo. They just had a 1 miss, I think, at that point. So you do see 2 full combos on this side of Norway, though.
Yeah, exactly. No full combos on Team Indonesia, and then again, this is a very confident victory from Team Norway, right? They strike back.
Yeah.
We had 2 very confident victories from Team Indonesia, and now 2 from Norway. 1 from Norway, rather. 2 FCs from Norway, 2.95 million as well as a team score. Very, very solid here, and this is perfect from Team Norway. First point on the board, Team Indonesia to pick next, but then again, these gimmick lower AR picks are kind of gone, except for the Mixed Mod 2, but that's not really that gimmicky, in my opinion. And plus, it's a Mixed Mod map, so it's looking brighter and brighter for Team Norway here.
For sure, for sure. They definitely have not as hard of a battle as you would expect coming from a 2-0. I mean, I think the first 2 maps were probably the 2 worst maps for Norway compared to Indonesia that you could have had. Probably Indonesia's first 2 picks, being honest. Like you said, they're going back to the Mixed Mod 2, the other lower AR kind of map in this pool, which definitely makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, but then again, in this scenario, you have a, like, if I were Norway, you kind of put Decisive or Zaydet on the Nomad and the Hard respectively, and Cameron on the Hidden, and it kind of suffices, right? It's way, you don't need 3 people playing the lower AR, you only need 1 on the Nomad, 1 on the Hidden, so it's a different scenario, and that's why I don't think this pick is as bad. There's still a clear advantage for Team Indonesia here, right? Koneko probably going to be on the Nomad, Ipan Pan, the Hard, and then Ceresia, I assume, on the Hidden. And it looks as a very solid roster as well. The map mapped by Mr. Binking, top 10 player from Venezuela. I think it's their very first map in CWC history as well, so it's positive. A very nice song and also a very nice map.
At this point...
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
At this point, everybody knows the song, you know.
True.
It's been around in the community for quite a while. Like I said, AR 8.6, so it's going to be a bit lower AR for the Nomad and Hidden players than we've gotten to see so far in the match. But the Hard Rock player is just going to have just as much fun as they did on the last map, pretty much.
Yeah, the Hard Rock player is probably the most comfortable one on this one. It plays quite nicely with Hard Rock. Mostly looking down on the bottom, Size of Camera God, Ceresia, and Koneko with the Nomad and Hidden. Those are probably the ones that are going to be struggling a little bit more. Knock on wood, you never know. Then again, this one comes in at 2 minutes 30, average length. Not sure much more to say about it. The patterns itself are relatively comfortable as well. 4 Hard Rock, 4 double time, even for double time, but for Nomad and Hidden as well. As you see, an early drop coming out from the Hard Rock player from Team Norway is Zaydet. But it's before 2-minute combos, so not a full miss. It doesn't hurt as badly for the team score.
Yeah, 1 miss from Team Indonesia will pretty much swing it back into the Norwegians' favor at this point, but this is also a map that we've seen some really good team scores on earlier today and yesterday and last night if you're in the, you know, good old American time zones. And we do see that 1 miss coming from Norway again, which is just going to make the gap even larger.
Yeah, and the Indonesian team still wants 2 FCs, 2 double S's and 1 additional FC as well, so 2 FC coming out from them. Ceresia and Ipan Pan looking very comfortable. Koneko only missing a single droplet. On the other hand, Size will also still want to do double S, so doing anything he needs as a Nomad player. And Ipan Pan's going to be dropping, so only 1 miss separating these 2 teams, right? The only difference is Cameron got did miss and Ceresia didn't. That's going to close things down just a little bit, going right over the halfway mark here in the Mixed Mod 2.
Yes, still completely doable at this point. We only get one miss gap between these two teams, which can happen at any point, and there it is, right from Kroneko on the gnome on the bottom left. So
Yeah,
gonna
that
see that
should be
score
enough.
straight. Yeah, it's gonna be enough for sure. It's gotta
Should
be.
be flipping here, yeah. It's gotta be flipping 5,000 points and decreasing. Kroneka building up to 200 combo here. Going into the last quarter, Zayden also got quite nicely. There we go. Norway in the lead here on the pick from Indonesia. We have to keep that in mind as well. The mixed mod too. The three of them have to hold on here, and they just countered that break point again, and they're tying the score up to 2-2. Zaitsev holding on to the FC here on the bottom. Sureski as well still on to the double S as well. Running out of time for Team Indonesia. It's only 3,000 points. I'm not sure if there's a spinner at the end. I can't remember for some reason, but then again, I'm at the edge of my seat here for the mixed mod too. Coming down straight to the wire, 2,000. No!
Oh! Zaitsev missed!
There's
No.
no way. There's no way.
He missed the last pattern.
I was gonna say it's done, but it's not done. Team Indonesia win by 1,800 points.
That is so
Actually-
unfortunate. He missed 4 notes away from the ending, which is just enough to put Indonesia over the finish line on that one.
Yeah, they
A
won
bit of
by
a
3,000
heartbreak
points.
there.
3,000 points for Team Indonesia, so it streams a little bit. Then again, Celestia only has seen the lobby, and that FC proved to be crucial here. And this is the turning point in these types of matches, Secret. Like, the issue here is that if this pick would have turned out, if the coin would have flipped to the other side, you're looking at a 2-2. Now you're looking at a 3-1. It's just such a huge difference if we're talking best of 9s.
Oh yeah.
Celestia pulling their weight here in their first World Cup, the rookie for Team Indonesia, and seeing a mixed mod 2. And there we go, 3-1. And if you're Zaitsev, you kind of, well, you're not blaming yourself. You gotta kind of kicking yourself like, could have seen this. I know I can. Kind of slipped right at the end there. But then again,
Yeah.
what's done is done. We're going into the Hardhook 1. I like this a lot from Team Norway. They confidently won Hardhook 2. So by logic, you kind of assume you can also win the Hardhook 1. As long as you keep a Zaydid, Cameron aside from the lobby, I think you're good to go. Those three have proven how well they can play on the past 2 maps. Keep those three playing, and you have a success recipe, I do feel like.
Yeah, and I also really like this pick from the side of Norway too. Not just because it's a good pick, but also because it is the best song in the pool, let's be honest. It is a banger song. I gotta love Yoshi and Connor finding the best songs to map at this point, so thank you again for this one.
The map is also really well. I like the map, it plays really nicely.
Yeah, very comfortable Hard Rock 1 for the stage, which is mostly reading test at this level. You know, even still nowadays, you're still trying to get a reading test for the AR-10, because not everybody can still play AR-10 in the World Cup. We're getting to the point where you can add a little bit more funky patterns on some of these, which this map does show a bit, but still mostly a relatively normal Hard Rock 1 at this point.
Mostly consistency, exactly. We see Shiak making their first appearance of the year as well, replacing Celestia for the Hard Rock 1. Putting on Hidden, same as Camera got. For those that do not know catch scoring systems, Hidden's multiplier is just 1, so you do not get any additional score bonus like in Standard, for example. But there are some lunatics in the world that do prefer it for reading. I don't know why seeing only half your screen improves your reading, but then again, I'm not a Hidden player, so it might just be me. Either way, getting to the hard, less clutter, I guess, but still, I'm not a fan personally. We see an early drop coming out from Kroneko, so very tiny advantage for Team Norway here. But this one is 3 minutes and 20 in length, over 1,000 camo, so plenty of room to find drops on either side.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, if we see Norway get a triple FC at this point in this map, that's just pretty much another mental killer for the side of Indonesia, where you go into this, you don't expect Team's triple FC, and there, we're going to be feeling first miss on the side and away from Camera God, so it's going to be swinging things back into the Indonesia's favor any moment now. There it is.
Yeah, exactly. The break from Kroneko is only at 40 comma, so that's a huge difference. Camera got a bit of a weird break in a bit of a slower section there, which is also quite unfortunate, right? The biggest enemy of a catch player are the slower sections, especially when you're playing Hard Rock, as we could see there. But then again, everyone else is just doing very well here. We see 2 double S on the side of Norway. The Indonesian FCs have dropped some accuracy, but actually doesn't matter, as we already mentioned. And well, yeah, only 10,000 points separating these two teams, going over 1/3 here in the heart of one. This one is a marathon, not a sprint. As we said, plenty of room to miss.
Yeah, like I said, third longest map of the pool, I believe.
Yeah, we banned the
Still
Nomad
got
1, right?
a lot of ways to go. Yeah,
Yeah, and the hidden one's already played, so this one's the longest.
longest one
span.
remaining.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, still 3 near FCs, I would say, for Team Indonesia, right? Connected with a very early slip up there. On the pick of Team Norway, I also have to keep it in mind, right? This is Norway's pick, not Indonesia's pick, so they're looking very, very comfortable. Way better than the Hard Rock 2. The Hard Rock 2 narrative was kind of like Norway just being the lead from start to finish, and Indonesia falling further and further behind. This is a case for the Hard Rock 1 here.
Yeah, Hard Rock 1 definitely a lot more simpler of a map. And I think a big thing, or big reason for that is because Ipanpan is doing a lot better on this one compared to the Hard Rock 2. You know, he had, I think, a few misses on the Hard Rock 2, which was mainly the reason why they ended up losing that Hard Rock 2, but here he's still got an FC. Only one drop in this round so far.
Yeah, exactly. We see 4 people above 1,000 combo here. Koneko going to be joining them. 5 people above 1,000 combo, and this is getting kind of nerve-wracking here. It's only 10,000 points, but that's not spins winnable, I think. I don't think there's a spinner there.
No,
I can't
definitely
remember.
not.
So, oh, there's a spinner in the middle actually, but still, then again, the spinners are too short for Norway to do any damage, and Zayn is going to be missing there. That's going to be, it's going to be so crucial here. Team Indonesia kind of has 2 in this lead now, right? They need to miss twice, and we're in the ending section. They might even need to miss 3 times here, and Sides going to be stealing the fuel here. That's unfortunate for Team Norway here. They held on for very, very long here, but they kind of succumbed to the pressure, sadly.
Yeah, but even then, I mean, they would have needed a pretty much perfect performance. Koneko only missing right in the intro, so you pretty much need to triple FC, which is just a really tall task for any team.
Yeah,
on this round of 32 pool.
The Indonesia from Hard Rock 2 and the Indonesia from Hard Rock 1 are
A little different.
complete opposites. That's insane. But then again, we are on match 1 already for Team Indonesia, and if we look back at the Mixed Mod 2, if Norway would have won that one, they had some more leeway. Now they're looking at 3 match points for Team Indonesia, and Indonesia still has 2 picks left as well within those 3 match points. So dire situation for Team Norway, not impossible. We've seen crazy things on the stage. Let me remind you of Team Finland reverse sweeping Team Netherlands. Always like to do that as a Belgian myself. Either way, it's not easy for Team Norway here. And
also, a bit of a shout out to Chia as well. First map of the World Cup and the FC. It's always a good feeling to get in your first map, pull out an FC. So well played to them. Compound also FC'd that one too. Everybody else got a 1 miss. So, I mean, still really good scores all around.
yeah, very solid from everyone around. I was going to comment on the fact that there's nothing lower AR-ish left in the pool, and we are going to see the Nomad 2. This map is, well, I mean, it's probably the most comfortable map for everyone in the lobby or for everyone playing in round of 32. It is tech, but it's not the type of tech that I think anyone struggles with from a higher level, right?
Yeah.
So this one is going to be more of a nerf tester, if anything, in my opinion.
Yeah, a bit higher approach rate than the other types of maps that we've seen so far. So shouldn't be that hard on the reading.
Yeah, exactly. We see Vicky coming in over Camera God. I'm not sure if that's the way to go. Camera God, Sides have been, yeah, it's surprise for me as well. Vicky did struggle a little bit on the Nomad 3 on the hidden one, so not entirely sure if that's the way to go. But either way, Norway probably knows best. We see Ipanpan, Koneko, and Cerestia making their appearance again as well for the Nomad 2. So basically, Shia was like, yo guys, I have Hard Rock 1, comes in, FCs, leaves lobby, doesn't talk about it anymore.
Doesn't elaborate anymore, just FCs, leaves.
That's beautiful.
Gotta feel amazing, honestly.
Definitely, we can't relate, but anyhow, going to Nomad 2. This one is relatively short, 2 minutes 15 in length. There's one break in the middle, if I'm not mistaken. or one spinner at least. That's about it. The rest of the map is consistently hard. There's a drop in the first half and drop in the second half, and those are just very, very similar. You see an early break coming out from Vicky right after 200 combo. That's full miss for Team Norway, while the entire New Zealand team seems to be hitting the entire first drop, I would say. Still holding on to 3 double S's as well.
Yeah, the good thing I guess you could say is that even though this map is a bit shorter, is on the denser side, so one miss won't hurt nearly as much as some of the other picks like the Hard Rock 2, which is completely just very sparse in its mapping overall. And we do see that break, so Indonesia knows they have, I think at this point, a 2 miss gap. I think Vicky missed again right before the spinner, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. We saw second drop coming out from Vicky. Which is going to give Indonesia a clear 2 miss advantage here going into the latter half of this map. And given how, well, it's quite comfortable for most players, so backs against the wall for Team Norway. It's not over yet. Sizefan and Zayt still holding on to FCs. Zayt dropped a little bit of accuracy. But they need to hold on to combo here, and they need to hope for breaks from Kaneko, Srestia, or Ipapan, and preferably multiple.
Oh,
there's one though. There's one.
There's one. I mean, they can start clawing their way back, but that miss was traded again by Vicky, so it's not really gonna do much in the grand scheme of things. They need pretty much a full team wipe at this point in the map. There's not much map left to go. There's only maybe 20, 30 seconds at most. It just isn't enough to mount a comeback at this point in the map.
Yeah, exactly. Ipapan and Kaneko, the 2 veterans on Team Indonesia, looking so incredibly comfortable on this Nomad 2. Kaneko has played really well in this matchup. Ipapan as well, if we kind of forget about Hard Rock 2 incident, but that's going to be Indonesia taking home a 5th point here, 5-1, in a quite comfortable fashion, I would say, against Team Norway. Norway also bring home double FC, but Vicky just struggling a little bit more than Surestia. And it's going to be Indonesia taking this one, 5-1. I think most people have expected this one to be a little closer than it eventually was. But either way,
Yeah.
the winners on the screen
I mean-
here: Indonesia, Svenex, Koneko, Fia, Ipapan, Srestia, and Renesia. All 6 played. Actually, never mind. Svenex didn't play a map, but all 5 of them played a map here in a 5-1 victory against Norway. Sorry, go ahead, Sekiro.
Yeah. To be fair to Indonesia, I think a lot of the reason why people thought it would be closer than it was is also because last year they did end up losing in the round of 32, the biggest upset of last year to the Netherlands. And
Yeah,
you
exactly.
gotta think that they're feeling good that they didn't lose in the round of 32 this year. So,
Exactly. Talking about
props
the
to them.
Netherlands,
Yeah, there you
the
go.
Netherlands are playing China on Oostlife 2, so we'll be going right over to them. We'd like to thank you guys for watching Indonesia vs Norway. We'll be rating Oostlife 2 for a banger matchup, 3-3 right now between Netherlands and China, so that might go TB. Who knows? Anyhow, Sekri, thank you for commentating this one with me. I was Ilskeffi, that was Sekri, and we'll see you guys another time. All right, welcome back everyone to the Oostcatch World Cup 2024. We are in the round of 32 still. Third match of the weekend, Team Russian Federation facing off against Team Vietnam. I am Ilskeffi, I'm joined by Kwijibo, and both of us will be guiding you through this match between the 9th seed and the 24th seed. Kwijibo, welcome on the stage again. We just saw you in that match against Sweden. Beautiful victory. Now you're casting it with me. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, thanks for that. So with Russia versus Vietnam, I think it should be a fairly straightforward match for Russia. I think Vietnam could get 1 or 2 points maybe, but I wasn't 100% sure coming into the tournament, but after qualifiers, I think Russia actually has a pretty strong roster. I know they are missing a few players like Memriola, Tinida, and Vafara, but with their core 3, with their core players of like Kitsune Ivy and Kamita Kari, formerly known as Nelly, like they've got a strong team. And who else do they have? I believe they got Liquid Boba, Neris, and a couple others.
Yeah,
Who
exactly.
all have tourney experience. So I think this should be a fairly straightforward match for them.
Yeah, there's 4 new players on the team. I think there were some doubts, but they definitely destroyed them during the qualifiers, qualifying 9th, which is their best qualification ever since the new system has been introduced as well. New players such as Segmentum and Artur Etovic making their first appearance and definitely being able to pull their weight here. But as you said, with Hikari and Kitsunavi, the two of those are just like the Russian stakeholders. They have been the best Russian players in all Sketch tournaments for a long time now, and they're still popping up every single time. So, yeah, I mean, Team Vietnam on their hands, very veteran roster. Started Prism, for example, I think it's like his 6th or 5th World Cup already. Lingman Lily also. So there's a lot of experience on that roster that kind of makes it scary, especially in round of 32, in my opinion.
Same with Nams Pro as well, I believe. They've played a fair few as well. And yeah, my mistake with, I believe Littleberger was last year for Russia.
Yeah, it was last
so
year.
their core three, Arthur Edikovic, and then you've got Neris and Rama. The one that sort of got me a little bit was I saw that Raikiti had signed up as well, and Raikiti is around the top 100, I believe, still, and he was a fairly good player. I saw him on all sorts of leaderboards, so I was a little bit surprised to see that he wasn't on the Russian team, because I think he would have been a very strong player for them.
Yeah, he was.
They're doing quite well anyway.
Too busy in real life. I think he had exams going or something, so that's why he decided to opt out to give the spot to someone else on the Russian team. But as you said, 9th seed, I mean, winning today guarantees a matchup against the 8th seed, which is then, the winner of that match between Japan and Thailand, right? The 8th seed and the 25th seed. But, I mean, the way to winners quarterfinals already opened for Team Russia Federation in that regard, if they were able to convert this one today. We see them winning the roll as well, rather, and they decide to pick first and ban second, so we're now waiting for the ban on Team Vietnam. I think if we're looking at the full maps that we're going to be seeing bans quite often are maps like Nomad 3, in my opinion. Hidden 2, obviously, Loyar hit or miss most of the time.
Definitely, yeah.
Maybe the Hard Rock 2 as well, kind of awkward, in my opinion. Double Time 2, potentially, but I think Nomad 3 and Hidden 2 are most of the times go-to bans, but we're going to see Nomad 4 getting banned. Convert's taking away, so we have a non-convert matchup already here. So the convert taken away by Team Vietnam. Now we're waiting the pick and ban from Team Russia.
I think that's a pretty smart ban for Vietnam, because I mean, like you were saying, they both do have some veteran players, but I think the veteran players of Russia are much better suited to converts and whatnot, especially Kitsunavi and Kamitakari. Kitsunavi played a few CWCs when we were still doing like a lot of the mixed pools where you had converts everywhere, and I believe he played a lot of converts as well. Same with Kamitakari. He's been in the game for as long as I can remember since playing, so like a lot of convert experience on the team of Russia.
Yeah, exactly.
And ban for Russia is going to be Nomad 1, so a very fair ban is that sort of AR 9.4, I believe it is, just consistency Nomad. Like, it's not a hard map, but like it's very easy to just move off of Nomad 9.4.
Yeah,
especially if you play current meta a lot as well, because most of current meta is like 9.8 to 10, tons of 9.9.
Yeah, the Nomad 1 is also something we're going to see banned by many top teams as well. It's probably the easiest map in the pool, maybe Nomad 2. But it's quite long as well, and it's easy to trip up left or right, so that's why we do see teams that are very all-rounded, like Team Russia, just opt to ban that one. As a first pick, we see Ironical Parade coming in, mapped by www, and Yoshi Green's range, so I think that's a guess difficulty. Either way, Heart of 1, AR10, obviously. One of the lengthiest picks in the pool as well, right? 3 minutes and 20. I think only Nomad 1 is a little bit longer, and the tiebreaker, so aside from that, it is the lengthiest pick in the pool. And it's also, I mean, we're already seeing Reigns in the Hard Rock pool in the round of 32 stage, which is definitely a step up in comparison to the last couple of years where we used to see platters here. So that's definitely also... I mean, Platters might be 3 years ago, actually.
I think it was...
Still.
I think we sort of abandoned the platters for like your Hard Rock at least. I think we abandoned that once we sort of lost group stage, because that's like the skill ceiling's been going up since. So I think the last actual group stage would have been back in 2021.
Yes, this is
Is-
the third
yeah,
year of
it's-
qualifiers. Yeah,
Yeah, Australia got through on the very last year of group stage after like so many years of not getting through. So
we see Kimitakari and Kitsunaiva. I mean, I think we're going to be seeing them on every single map here.
Yeah.
And then Rama being the third here is a little bit surprising to me. I would have expected Segmentum or Artur Edikovic. On the Vietnamese side, we see Shu, Starter Prism, and Ling and Lily. I think those three are the main three for Team Vietnam. Probably might see one of them or two of them swap out for a lower AR map from the hidden pool or the Nomad pool. But that is, very expected here from Team Vietnam.
honestly, I think Rama's probably a decent pick to have on the Hard Rock. I mean, from the looks of things, they seem to be a very Hard Rock centered player anyway. Aside from like the odd few plays, most of their plays are Hard Rock plays, so they are more of that Hard Rock focused player. Not sure how they go on DT, but sometimes your speed mods go hand in hand. So
Yeah, exactly.
And-
Double time harder players most of the times are. Yeah, exactly.
I'd imagine we're going to see Stardust and Shu on pretty much all the maps, as well as Kimitakari and definitely Kits and Ivy, because Kits and Ivy definitely has that that all-rounder kit.
Exactly. And we're stepping into the Arctic 1 here. Arctic 1, the first map of this match between Russian Federation and Vietnam, picked by Team Russian Federation. And as you said, Kitsun Ivy is just, I think, the most well-rounded player for Team Russian Federation. Might lack a little bit if we go deeper and deeper into the tourney pool, so like a finals pool might start losing a bit of grip there. But until then, he's just so well-rounded, right? His hidden is amazing, one of the best hidden players in the world, I would say. But he can definitely manage on the hard or double-time Nomad as well. So he's definitely like the main guy for Team Russian Federation here.
Yeah, he's one of those players, I'd say, sort of similar to like Lexi and whatnot, whereas they're players that, from what I noticed, would start off on like hidden and whatnot, and then they sort of branch out from there and improve on like all their mods.
Exactly. Kind of a Fob as well. I think Fob's also in that category.
Yeah,
Those three,
Fob
definitely.
certainly, yeah. And right now, Lingland Lily, the only player going with Hidden Hard Rock for those reading purposes. There's one thing I'll never get, but then again, like, Hidden just does not like me very much.
Hidden players are different breeds, that's all I can tell about that. Either way, the Hidden does not
100%.
give any score bonus for those that are unaware how catch scoring works. So Hidden is just purely for reading purposes, which we already mentioned. We see all 6 players holding on to an FC. We do see a couple of droplets being dropped on Team Vietnam, which is giving Team Russia a little bit of a lead there. I think there's also a bit of a spinner difference. But we see Stardust Prism though. Exactly. Finding the first drop here is going to give Team Russian Federation a clear 1 miss advantage here.
Yeah, Stardust Prism missing twice there, but missing in very quick succession, so if he can hold on for the rest of the map, I'm actually a little bit surprised he missed, because I believe he's like very skilled player on most things. Linglam Lily gonna find a miss as well, so this is really good opening pick for Russia right now, as they have the 3-way doublet. Never mind, Rama's gonna find a miss as well.
That's your first Costa Curse of the season already. Let's go.
Yeah,
the first map
because they just
of the year.
maybe over dashing a little bit there.
Exactly. But Lingland had a couple of drops there. So I think that just cancels out Rama's drop quite nicely. But still, Starter Prism's drop is making a difference here. It's Knive and Kim Takari, both of them still holding on to the FC. It's still holding on to the double S. Even Shu as well for Team Vietnam. 8 on the combo. We're over halfway here, but he needs to keep holding on for Team Vietnam for them to get away back into this pick here.
Yeah, don't know in terms of like pool and whatnot. I don't know if I'd say this is really all that harder than last year's pool, but what I have noticed, at least in the first couple games, we've still got, I believe, 13 games after this one to have played. Oh, Kimitakari gonna find a miss, but it's still Kits and Ivy. The scoreline is gonna get a bit closer now, only about 30k. That's...
Yeah,
they
it's
might still be able to
though.
close it out. I believe Russia should still have the advantage when Nelly gets back to 200, especially with that miss from Lingwei and Lily. And yeah, this map pool, I was going to say, seems a bit less like last year, where it's like 1 miss difference, and now it's more like 2 FCs to 1, I'd almost say.
Yeah, we still see 2 FCs on the board actually. Kitsune still wants to double S, even Shu as well. But we're nearing the end here, Lily finding another drop, and that's going to kind of seal the deal here for Team Vietnam. Team Russian Federation going to be taking home their first pick with a beautiful... Well, I'm not going to curse it just yet, but I think it's going to be an SS coming out from Kitsune Ivy. And he does end up getting the SS.
That would be the one.
2.96 million from Team Russian Federation. Maybe getting 2.97 actually. It's a very solid team score. Team Vietnam also almost 2.9 million with the 3 of them. But just a couple of drops from Ling Ling Li kind of making a difference here. But still, very solid performance on their side as well. And we have to keep in mind, it's Russia's pick. This is probably their best map. If they're that close on their best map, who knows what can happen on their worst map, right? So there's still definitely a lot of potential here. Shu as well, bring home the FC. But Kitsune Ivy as well with a very nice spinner. 1 million, 12,600 is a very, very solid score. I don't think there's many people going to be beating that this weekend.
Yeah, if he didn't get max spin, he wasn't far off, because that was... I was looking at that last spinner, and yeah, he was going for it, 100%.
Exactly.
Yeah, very good.
Curious to see where Vietnam wants to take this, though. I would kind of assume they go for the hidden, because they left it open. But Team Russian Federation also left it open, so it's kind of like a confidence test here. But I would assume Team Vietnam's go for the hidden.
If I'm being honest, I almost say they'd be looking towards mixed mod a little bit. Like, they could go hidden, but like... I feel like for some of your teams like Vietnam and some of your teams in the lower seed, they might be looking a bit towards the mixed mod. Just because, yeah, they don't... Like, a lot of your lower seed teams aren't going to have that 3-way specialist to be able to do, like, let's say your hard rocks and double times and whatnot, but they will have players who are individually skilled on certain mods, whereas a mixed mod would maybe benefit them a little bit. But we're going to see no mod 2, so they're going to go for that bit of mod that everyone can play.
A bit of the tag as well. I think it's the closest to tag mapping we have in this pool.
Yeah.
I would say Nomad 3 is more of a gimmick map, right? So Nomad 2 is a tech map here, but it's quite comfortable still. I think most of the players in this lobby on both sides should be able to pull out an SC on this one. But it's probably going to be a nurse test to this one to see, are you able to hold on to the nurse, knowing that if you miss, there is still the potential that the other team is going to triple FC this. Also, the AR is a little bit on the lower side. As you said, most people nowadays play above 9.8, and it's only 9.3, so it's a bit of a... And we come down from an AR10 as well, so it's kind of a AR adjustment as well here.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, like, players are really going to need to be on to make sure they FC it. You know, they're going to have to lock in a little bit. It's like, in practice, I'd say there were, like, a lot of FCs coming, but, like, when you weren't on, you'd, like, miss the silliest stuff.
Yeah, that's like classic tournament experience.
Slider ticks or what have you that, like, you should never miss. That's just really make you pause for a moment.
We see Artur Idikovic making his very first appearance in CWC history, given it's his first year, so that's also a bit of a plus for him. Also, Fubiki making their first appearance in the CWC ever, and then Namespor as well, who's a bit of a more veteran player. So we see Ling Ling Lily, Shu, and Rama being subbed out here.
Yeah, and very, very solid lineup for Russian Federation. I'd imagine we will see at least 2 FCs out of them, but don't quote me on this. They definitely have the potential to 3-way FC with Artur Idikovic, Kitsune Ivy, and Kamidakari. So,
I mean, same goes
Vietnam
to
could
Vietnam.
still take.
Yeah.
Ooh, hold on.
The
Yeah, I
names
was
are a
gonna say
little less big, but yeah, sorry, I'm just keep interrupting you. But I think the
No,
names
you're
are a
all
little
good.
less known, but there is definitely the potential for them to triple FC this as well, I think.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, I was gonna say Vietnam can definitely triple FC it, but the issue is that Russia does have a very strong roster here, so they do have the work cut out for them, but they can definitely do it.
Definitely.
Well, Fubiki with the early miss though, and Arthur gonna tie that up. So 1 miss apiece, 2 miss apiece. Hold on, 2 miss. Ooh, Fubiki having a little bit of trouble there, but it's not going to be heavily consequential. But now they just need to focus on comboing.
Yeah, it's a 2 rookies trading misses here, and that's kind of to be expected, right? In your very first CBC map, the nerfs were just absolutely insane. I think it's just a matter of nerfs right now, but both have been recovering, but it's still a slight advantage for Team Russia because Fubiki had quite a few drops in the beginning there. Star Prism and Namespor still on to double S. The entire bottom row holding on to double S's. but it's 35,000 points in favor of Team Russia. And we're already halfway. It's also a very short map, only 2 minutes and 15 in length.
Yeah, and we're about to go into the second drop, so we'll see how these players go. Everyone's stable right now, so the second drop will probably determine where this is going. 36k isn't a lot, but those misses from Fubuki did add up a little bit, I'd say.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's 1 drop, maybe 2, if they're unlucky. But we'll have to see here. Second drop for me. That's
Arthur.
from Arthur going to be dropping here, and that is going to...
Nams Pro is going to trade Kimi Dakari too. Kitsune Ivy and Stardust Prison, the lone FCs for both their sides. Kitsune Ivy putting in the work. Will we see it? Will we see 2 double S plays? The back-to-back maybe.
It's flipping towards Vietnam though. 15k points in favor of them. If Stardust Prison and Fubuki just hold on, but he Fubuki misses. Oh my goodness, no! It's going to change back to Team Rush Federation. 3 of them are holding on. Kitsune Ivy still on to double S even, and that's going to be sealing the deal. That's so unfortunate. So unfortunate.
That is so unlucky. Only 15k point difference, very close. And yeah, I think if there was just a little, if Fubuki held on a little bit more at the start of the map, I think that last miss at the end would have equalized it. And we may have still seen Vietnam score that point. Yeah, just a bit of a rough open, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's the thing as well, right? The experience here is those more veteran players are just able to hold on to the combos at the times that it's needed better than newer players, right? Just really unfortunate miss there from Fubuki. There were opportunities here for them to take this point, but Team Russian Federation is going to break them 2-0 scoreline, and they're to pick next as well. We might see a repeat of what happened in your match between Australia and Team Sweden, right? If you concede too many breakpoints in the beginning and you come down to like a 3-0 or 4-0, it's very hard to just come back, and we saw Sweden struggling on it, and it could very well happen for Vietnam as well. As we see Russian Federation going for the hard work too, so we're just going to straight into hard work again. But this one is completely different though than the previous one.
Yeah, because there were a lot of breakpoints in our match as well. Like, I know Sweden's point was a breakpoint on DT2, and then they went to DT3, which is, yeah, probably a bit of a tricky pick because we did have a lot of versatility on DT3. Where I think Sweden could have still maybe taken the point, but I think we just had the better run in that instance, and yeah, that was the breakpoint that ended it. This one, players will just want to make sure they hit the memory jumps on Hard Rock 2. There are quite a few of them, particularly one towards the midpoint, and that's the one that they're going to want to watch out for.
Yeah, exactly. This map is just really tricky because it's so, I don't know what the words for not dense, but it's like, there's so little amount of nodes, it's absolutely insane. And you're constantly just eagerly waiting where is the next node going to be dropping, and that just makes it so uncomfortable to play. The patterns itself are not that hard, it's just the fact that it's slow whilst it's AR10 that makes it very hard. We see roster-wise, Vietnam having the same roster as Hard Rock 1 for Team Russian Federation. Actually, Arthur going to be staying in for Kimi Dakari, so Kimi Dakari not going to be playing here on the Hard Rock 2.
Yeah, and this one just being that low density memory style rain, yeah.
Yeah, map by Nozuri, also known as Momo X. A couple of years ago. We see first drop come from Arthur again.
Yeah, Lingland Lily as well, gonna find the early miss. And yeah, here's the thing, like, you might remember these, but if you are a bit nervous, there's a very good chance you walk off of it. Yeah, massive thing.
Exactly.
And Stardust is gonna miss as well. And you can see, it, there's a lot of just nervous, forgetful movements.
Yeah, but when it comes all together, we see Team Russian Federation with quite a huge breakaway already. 35,000 points. We see another trade coming from Ling Li and Arthur, but That's only going to favor Team Russian Federation, but they still have 2 FCs, right? Star Prism isn't above 200 Karma. Only Shu is matching the 2 FCs from Kitchen Ivy and Rama. And that's just giving Team Russian Federation quite a huge lead already, actually. It's at least 1 miss, I think 1.5 miss separating these 2 teams right now. As we enter the halfway mark here. Kitchen Ivy still hasn't missed a single time in the entire match. We have to keep that in mind as well. It's only the 3rd pick, but if he keeps going on this way, we might just see a bunch of FCs coming out for him.
Oh yeah, 3 in a row, and Rama also holding the double S as well. So
Exactly.
solid start out of Russia.
Okay, no one forgot about the spinner trap. If you're completely on the left in the spinner, then you miss the note on the right, but no one does, so that's a good thing. But Team Vietnam needs more breaks from Team Russian Federation. They need a way back into this. Even if they hold on to combo, the damage has been done in the first part here, so Shu holding on to the AFC as well, doing everything he can. But the few breaks from Lily and Starter Prism did create that gap between the 2 teams, and it feels like everyone has just kind of settled into the Hard Rock 2, right?
Yeah,
Hard
problem with this map as well is in the back end of Hard Rock 2, there's not really anything you can miss on. There's nothing. It's just all like flowy, just flowy stream pattern. Not stream pattern, flowy slider patterns.
Yeah, there we go already. Ends relatively quickly as well. And we see a double FC coming out from Team Russian Federation. Kitchen Ivy again with an insane spinner. Shu as well FCing, but started presumably finding a couple of drops. Lowest score in the lobby is Arthur, but because of the 2 players that dropped on Team Vietnam, it's going to be a 3-0 scoreline. And again, Team Vietnam's team scores aren't bad whatsoever. There's a lot of teams that would beat with these scores, but the Russian Federation just currently isn't one of them, sadly. And that's going to give them a 3-0. Then again, Vietnam is to pick next, right? We have to keep it in mind. They went for the Nomad 2, it was very close, there was a lot of potential there, but they kind of threw it away at the end. Maybe they go for the Nomad 3, maybe they go towards Mixed Mod, maybe go towards Hidden. We'll have to see. Hardrock being completely depleted already, no Hardrock left, so curious to see where they want to take this.
Yeah. Only thing with No More 3 is it is a very reading heavy map, so I think that's the sort of map that players like Kitchen Ivy are very likely to FC. So like I'd say No More 3 is one of those maps that has more benefit to some of the Russian players, so I'd imagine I don't know if we'd see a DT pick, I doubt it, but I think yep, there it is, Mixed Mod 2. I was going to say, I think we'll probably see a Mixed Mod pick, and there it is. Definitely the easier of the 2 if you're the Hard Rock player.
Yep.
I'd want to say. Not by much, but only by a bit.
This one is more on the reading for the Nomad and the Hidden player, exactly, because we also are in the AR 8.6, whilst Mixed Mod 1 is AR 9, I believe. Not entirely sure.
Yes. It is AR 9, and yeah, in terms of your Hard Rock anyway, this one is just spacing, really.
It's comfortable.
Like
it's quite comfortable.
Yeah, just make sure you hit the spacing. It's very FCable, whereas Mixed Mod 1, you do have to just... I'd say it's more of a stability pick. There's not a whole heap of memory in it, but you need to make sure that you're reading it properly and not putting in too many movements.
My guess would be that we see Kitchen Ivy on the Hidden, Kimitakari. I'm not sure. Maybe the Nomad and Art at the Hardrock, or the 2 of them switched around. On Team Vietnam, Shu is definitely going to be taking the Hardrock. I think Stardust Prism is going to be taking the Hidden, and then Fubuki is going to be going with the Nomad. Yeah, very expected.
I know they had it formatted in one of the previous matches, but it looks like they're doing it differently this time. So top slot is now Hard Rock, whereas it was the right slot before. So Hard Rock, Arthur Edikovic, Hidden Kitchen Ivy, and No Mod Kimitakari is a very expected roster, I'd say. I'd say probably the same thing for Vietnam. I'd say Stardust Prism could go either, but it doesn't surprise me to see Shu on the Hard Rock, and it is going to find an early miss there, but early misses aren't too big of an issue. And this one, Fubuki is going to find an early miss as well. I was going to say, for the Hard Rock play, we might see some low AC FCs come out.
Yeah, Fubuki is definitely struggling. Only 94% in the accuracy. He had a couple of moments where he just stood still. I'm not sure if, well, what's happening there, but that's going to give Team Russia already such a massive advantage, right? We're only one quarter into this pick and we're already over 80,000 points, or close to 80,000 points here. Star Prism on the FC is true as well. We covered quite nicely, but he's looking at 3 FCs from Team Russian Federation. And it's just giving him a huge advantage here in the beginning sections of this mixed mod too.
Yeah, 80k lead so far as the 3-way FC is being held by Russia right now. Only ACK droppers from Arthur. But like I said, we might see some low ACK FCs on this. In practice, I know I was just walking off of the sliders for some reason, and Arthur's going to miss! But traded with Fubuki, so Russia is still safe right now.
Yeah, Star Prism matching Kim Takari quite nice in the Nomad, but there's a huge difference in Hidden right now, which is making difference. But then again, you're playing against Kitson Ivy, right? The person that has MVP the last 3 picks hasn't missed a single node in this entire match. It's not an easy feat. And Kitson Ivy just stepping up once again here on the Hidden, which is arguably the hardest mod for this pick, I would say. I would argue for most players, obviously. Yeah, 3/4 into this, 1 quarter left of this pick. And Fubuki dropping once again there on the bottom right. Barely rolling onto an S rank here, but it's 100,000 points in favor of Team Russian Federation. And they're on the brink of bringing this to a match point already. Even though there were very close points, this one kind of isn't one of them, with huge differences in the Hidden most specifically. The question is, are you going to be seeing the 3 FCs on the bottom here? Stardust Prism also still onto the double S. I mean, 3 triple double S even.
Yeah, and Shu almost FCing as well, but just with that early miss, like 10 combo in, and yeah, 2 FCs to the 1 is always going to benefit the other team, unfortunately, for Vietnam. Russia will take this point. Very strong performance out of Kitson Ivy. What's that, 4 FCs in a row?
4 out of 4. Hasn't missed a single note. I think he's missed like 3 droplets.
Definitely a very strong performance. Yeah, I think it reminded me of a bit of CWC trivia, I'd say. I want to say back in 2020 when Alostus was playing for France, when we still had group stages, I believe he FC'd 13 out of 15 of the maps he played. Which is, I mean, they're easy maps, but like still very impressive.
Yeah, it's definitely impressive. Reminds me of Titobas in 2022, I think. Who FC'd the first, was it the first 18 maps he played or something? He FC'd everything in round of 32, FC'd 11 maps in round of 16, and then in the quarterfinals he still FC'd the first 2 picks and then had his first drop or something. So
yeah, that makes sense.
Like
Titobas, insanely consistent player as well. And in the meantime, while we are waiting for the pick to come in for Russia, DT3 it will be, but this is the perfect time to plug banners. The banners are back, so if you want to style out your Osu profile and support your favorite Osu Catch World Cup team at the same time, definitely check out our banners. I have my Australia banner and it looks quite stylish.
yeah, the double type free getting picked here. Bit of this higher CS, AR 8.2. Most players should be comfortable on this. It's 2 minutes, a little less than 2 minutes in length. Made by Yuan, which I believe is a Russian mapper, but I'm not 100% sure. I'm 99% sure. So it's kind of like home territory here for Team Russian Federation, which is, I mean, a good way to finish things out. And they are, well, that's at least what they're looking to do here with 4 match points. We see Segmentum coming into the lobby, probably going to making his first appearance here. Also his very first map in CBC history as well. The fact that Team Russian Federation has 4 rookies means that we'll be seeing a couple of those first-timers now and then. So, third one here for Team Russian Federation. On the Vietnamese side, I'm curious to see if Ling Lily is going to be the third player here. We haven't seen one player from them. To quickly check who that is. Brew Baby.
Yeah,
Brew Baby. Haven't seen him play. Might come in as well here on the double time 3. Not entirely sure. It's gonna be Ling and Lily, which is probably expected. The 3 of them had some really good showings on Hard Rock. We're able to contest for most of those. So I do expect a similar story on the double time 3 here. So Team Russian Federation doesn't have it clear cut for them just yet.
Yeah, we have seen this map end one matchup so far. I think they played it early in the Chile-New Zealand match.
You guys played it, by the way.
Yeah, that was how we ended it. Yeah, we were trying to figure out who was going to play it for a moment, but yeah, that's how we ended ours. Yep. So we'll see if this ends another match, or if Vietnam can keep it going. And Yuin is indeed a Russian mapper. So, yep, we are
Yeah.
home turf 100%, and we are getting into it. The 5th pick of the match, the Russian home advantage.
Yes,
and
no
one
coming out from Lingling Lily actually.
Yeah,
in trouble adjusting to the double time, but it doesn't really matter that much. It's only 10,000 points. Any miss from Team Russian Federation does completely counteract that, if they do miss though. But let's assume they do.
Yeah, there are a few places that are fairly easy to miss. The start being one of them, because it is one of those maps that for some reason just the start of the map sort of sneaks up on you. I'd say the next spot where I'd say is somewhat missable. Lingling really going to find another miss there, unfortunately. Next missable spot I'd say is some of the sliders. Some of the slider ticks are a bit easy to not pay attention to.
Yeah, I fully agree. But we already see an 80,000 point difference. Team Russian Federation holding on to the Triple FC. They might as well just Triple FC it. And I completely jinxed that in the beginning. Either way, Segmentum on his debut here in the CWC is just performing very well, actually.
Yeah, that's a triple break as well for Vietnam. So, yeah, it's pretty much over at this point. 170k at this stage in the match is just too much to make back, unfortunately.
We never say never, but it does look quite unlikely. But another drop coming out from Shu does end up struggling a little bit. A bit of a slower section here, and still Triple FC coming out from Russian Federation. They want to end it in style here. Kitson Ivy once again. I mean, is he going to go for 5 out of 5? It does seem very, very likely. Segmentum going to be dropping though, so no Triple FC for Team Russian Federation to end it all. But as we have the ending sliders here, do want to say a huge congratulations to the Russian Federation for taking this one home 5-0. Team Vietnam put up a very decent fight on most of the maps, but towards the end of the match, they started letting go just a little bit more. And Kitson Ivy is going to go for 5 out of 5. That is
he did drop a little bit back, but that is indeed the Penta.
Might be one of the best performances in the entire weekend. We can't say that for just yet because there's still 13 matches left.
Yeah.
Then again, very solid coming out from Kitson Ivy, 5-0 for Russian Federation, and they're through to the next round where they'll be facing the winner of Japan versus Thailand. So that might be the 8 versus 9 seeds matchup there. Once again, your winners here on the screen: Kevin Takari, Kitson Ivy, Neres, Segmentum, Rama, Arthur Edigovic. Huge congratulations to them. Team Vietnam dropping out to the loser bracket, but they get a second chance, right? Second life. I think Team Vietnam has been qualifying around the 20 to 25 range every single year, so they've kind of used to losing the round of 32. Don't think they've won a round of 32 match in the new system with the qualifiers, so I don't think it's anything new for them here. But they're definitely looking to win something in the lower bracket. Sorry, go ahead, Bill.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say I believe they've always had rough teams to go up against, because I think we actually versed them in the first ever round of 32 bracket, first ever qualifier year. I believe they were the first team we versed, if I'm not mistaken. And I don't remember who they versed last year, but they versed a pretty hard opponent last year as well. Sorry.
They've been getting a lot of rough matchups, but that's the issue as well, where you're qualifying a little bit further down the list, and you're always fighting an uphill battle in the round of 32. But then again, dropping down to the loser bracket, given how they're seed 24, they're playing either seed 8 or seed 25, so presumably playing to seed 25, they do a small advantage, but that's also a banger matchup in the lower bracket as well. But that's something for next week, right? It's round of 16. So once again, a huge congratulations to the Russian Federation, and we'll be coming back in about 24 minutes from now for Indonesia versus Norway and China versus Netherlands, both of them playing at the very same time. Quitbo, was an honor casting with you. I think it's the first time we've cast together, actually.
In years of casting, I think this is our first time casting together, yeah. So.
We've been on team for like 4 years together, and we haven't casted once, which is crazy, but either way.
Never gave them much. Yeah, you too. Thanks.
All right, everyone. Be sure to come back in about 25 minutes from now. Grab yourself a snack. Enjoy yourself, and well, we'll see you soon. Take care, everyone.
Yeah, see you soon.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the 2024 Oscatch World Cup, where the world's greatest stage has presented us with one of the most anticipated matches of the round between two very strong teams in Sweden and Australia. My name is Maito and I am joined by my other half in Australian casting, Mr. Ewald. How are you doing today and what do you think of this matchup?
Oh, it's a good one. It's a really good one. Sweden and Australia, a rematch of round of 32 from last year. Actually, this time Australia in the slightly less advantaged position. Chicken Nando, captain of the Australian team, not making it to qualifiers, and that slipped up to the 19th seed, and they will be facing off against Sweden again, this time with Asion, Darakada, Satomi, Epps, NC Enjoyer, and Shamimaru. Very similar squad to last year compared to Australia's Chicken Nando, Kujima Beerus, Takes Top Talacrons, and Crimson Please, another very similar squad, but this time the changes that have been made on both sides kind of equate to each other, so we're going to be seeing a really tight matchup here despite what the seedings say, and with the rolls in already, 57-34, Australia taking their first advantage with the choice of the pick first.
They're getting into that one really quickly, and it's going to be a Hard Rock 1 ban from Sweden. I think that makes sense. Australia has a good Hard Rock roster this year. They have that kind of big three of the Hard Rock players. Actually, even big four. All of those kind of really strong top tier players in their roster. And Nando, Crimson, Beerus, and Kujibo can all play really well. So I can see that ban coming in. And actually, it's going to be a hidden 2 ban from Australia, which is a little bit surprising. I wasn't exactly expecting that, but actually, it does make sense because Sweden is a really strong hidden team as well, so I can understand that for sure.
And strategically, very wise pick from Australia to have banned that map. They know they can play the map, but Sweden's got some hidden powerhouses this year, and it's going to be safe and go with what they know they can play, which is going to be Nomad 3 to start things off. The first point for this matchup will be really important.
Yep, Nomad 3, the gimmick Nomad of the pool. Definitely the most difficult Nomad, at least in my opinion, I think, in terms of the skill cap. I don't really think it's going to affect these teams as much as maybe some more lower seeded teams. But there's some really tough, wiggly, and uncomfortably spaced patterns, and some strange sliders as well, as you would expect in a gimmick pick. AR9, relatively higher CS in 4.5 there. And this is a really good song too. It's a jazz banger that I really like, with a groovy bass line, which is always welcome. So excited to see how this very first point goes on Australia's pick, Nomad 3. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Who will be taking their first point on the board?
Yeah, quick to get things started in 3 minutes, and this is so instant for both teams. Both teams very much ready. Satomi, Asion, and Shamimaru. Very class starting through from Sweden as Chicken Nando takes top, and Beerus started off for Australia, takes the rookie of this team coming in as sort of their gimmick player on the hiddens, and Nomads like this where can really prove to shine. Nando and Beerus, 2 reliable names on the Australian sheet here.
Yep, and it's going to be an early miss from Asion, but it's quickly followed up by Tix. But Shamimaru finds another one, so that's 2 misses already down for Sweden, and Australia still holding those 2 FCs with Beerus and Chicken Nando. And there's another miss from Asion coming down, and already a healthy lead now for Australia. This is a good start. Quarter of the map has surpassed us, and we are already out to a nice advantage in Australia here.
Look at that, some reliability from Nando and Beerus to match. No FCs, only slightly high combo and 440 from Satomi here, and that's going to let them grow even more. And Tix Top's back into reliability now. growing their score above 200, but so is the rest of Sweden. So now it is tied up again as Satomi finds one there.
That is a really unfortunate drop then. Last FC, Sweden is now gone. Shamemaru finds another miss. The score lead has grown out past the 6 digits now. Australia are on a roll. Tix does find that drop there, which gives Sweden a little bit of hope, but Beerus and Nando are just having no mercy on this map whatsoever right now. Nando still holding a double S. Beerus has only dropped a single bit of AC, and it's almost over. There's not much time left to go. This is pretty safe to say it's going to be Australia's first point.
Yeah, with a 6-digit lead, only a 2-minute map, and having that sort of lead by the point they got it, just undoubtedly the first point to Australia. Very wise pick here, and as we reach the end, it's a bit of a flashback, a bit of the reliability we were once missing from Chicken Nando and Beerus. Now back again with a first point to get things kicked off, but now Sweden will have their pick and their time to make things switch over, their time to make the score even again. What do you think they're going to go with?
I mean, surely we're both thinking it, right? Surely it's hidden one, surely.
You'd hope.
I am like, I would put all my money on it. Actually, I shouldn't say that, but it's a pretty likely choice here for Sweden. They're a really strong hidden team, and hidden one isn't your normal kind of consistency hidden where Australia might have some more leverage. It's a bit of a more mechanical control test, and it's going to be nothing. Actually, I thought there was a pick, but nope. Just switching to the map full screen.
Wait a second, bro. Hold up. They are going to think this one through, and yeah, you are very much correct. Hidden one is a pick.
Who would have thought? Who would have thought?
This is the one for Sweden. I think you are quite confident in saying that this is their best choice here. NC and Joya straight in as well. They no doubt in the pick here. Beerus steps out for the hidden, hoping to come in is probably going to be Crimson.
Yeah, I would definitely say so. Oh, well, there he is. Crimson pleases in for his first point for Australia. Shamemaru and Satomi staying in, and Asion coming out for Nightcore and Joya. And so yeah, what can I say about this? It's a very wiggly map for hidden. It's not your usual hidden one consistency slot. There's a lot of kind of strange wiggly 1-4 streams. Got to make sure your platter movement is really accurate. Not a lot of room for error, I would say, especially with the low BPM. It's really easy to move off a note, especially if you're less comfortable on hidden. And the map also does get a bit trickier as well, especially after the second Ki. So going to be interesting to see how the players fare as the map keeps on going. But here we go. We are into this next pick now.
Yeah, here we are. As you said, just a map that really isn't your consistency, isn't your tech. It is wholly movement based with the hidden as well. Going to make it hard, and it'll show who can read the hidden here. Two pretty solid rosters. Ooh, Shamemaru, a bit of a slip up early on, but hopefully with the length of 3 minutes and 37, nothing too much to worry about.
Yeah, it's an unorthodox miss from Shamemaru. Wouldn't really expect that to come down there, but going to give Australia a nice little early lead, although it's not going to mean too much in the grand scheme of this. I think we will see a few more misses, honestly, from these players, especially, as I said before, the map keeps on going and the intensity keeps increasing. Oh, and Satomi finds another miss as well. So a lead for Australia going to increase even more.
Yeah, Pigstop trades that, but still similar story. 2 FCs on the side of Australia. But that will match NC and Joya and Shamemaru, who will keep things pretty level out. Only the 1 miss difference right now. But I believe that does shrink as Satomi reaches the 200 and gives a bit of leeway to close the gap a little bit. As said earlier, quite a long map, one of the longest in the pool, excluding tiebreaker. So there is still a lot of opportunity left, but with the first third mark out of the way, Australia looking pretty stable still. So is Sweden with the 2 pretty high combos.
Yep, and now as all the players are above that max score combo, we're just waiting to see who will be the next one to miss as we pass the halfway mark of this map. Crimson Please and Chicken Nando still holding onto their combos. The very reliable hidden players for Australia showing their full strength right now. Tix, despite that miss earlier on, has now built up some good combo yet again, and really all of the players are holding well. Just more and more pressure is going to keep building as those combos get higher and higher. Who will be the next player to miss? Sweden really need to miss out of Australia here. Oh, and it is going to be one. Crimson Please! That is huge.
One thing to expect from the Swedish side now is their score to skyrocket now as Nando falls, and that is a collapse from Australia that Sweden has been begging for. They can even see now nothing but confidence flowing through that team, and Australia in a bit of shambles right now. Tix the only combo left, and he's fully aware of that one.
Yep, there's a lot of pressure on Tix right now to hold on to this combo. Can he do it? This last part of the map is pretty damaging if you don't get your catcher right. Oh, Niger Enjoyer does find a miss, though. That gives Australia some hope as the map winds down, but Crimson Please trades it away. Satomi also finds a miss. Oh, Crimson.
Another miss, but does appear to be climbing slowly back to Australia. Satomi finds one. Nando and Tix a hero of this one as another miss comes out of Sweden. It could be it for Australia.
Oh my god, is it going to be enough time? There's barely any time in the map left, and it's switched back over to Australia. In the dying seconds, they've taken the lead back, and the map is coming to a close. I think they're going to hold on here. What a turnaround. Wow, what a win for Australia. A break point against all the odds there. We really both thought that it was over almost, didn't it? I mean, like, it just looked like Sweden were going to hold on.
Yeah, it did not look like that break played really well into the favor of Sweden. They kind of just fell apart after, and of all people, Tix stopped the one to hold on through it all. The 4-digit, the rookie here, being the savior of Australia, and Hard Rock 2 straight away, playing into the ban of Hard Rock 1 from Sweden. Going to be seeing Beerus come back in, and possibly an appearance from Fujibo, their resident Hard Rock player, and with that NC Enjoyer stepping out, Aesion possibly going to be the one back in. Or Dadapada, Sweden's resident Hard Rock player.
It doesn't look like there's going to be a switch yet, actually. Looks like Crimson Please. Oh, nope. Nando's going out. Kujibo's going to come in.
As expected. And settings is in, timer will start soon. Both rosters fully set up for the higher CS map here.
Yep. Your very standard precision hard rock pick, that high CS, as you mentioned, with low BPM as well. It's just a bit of a reading challenge too, especially a lot of practice needed for this one. On the slow sections of the map, we might see a few misses if there hasn't been enough practice coming down. So I guess we'll see that very shortly as the map gets underway here. And yeah, cool song by a featured artist, it admits, and I'm sorry about that. I don't know if you heard that or not.
What, the AFL buzzer?
It was a motorcycle. Anyway, this slow section right now, no players are being called out. Never mind.
Oh, Dada. Answer to me. Whoa, what's going on there?
Man, I called it too early.
Entry nerves out of the way for Dadapada, but with a map length of 236 and density that looks like this on a high CS map, really can't afford misses like those, and that as well from Satomi. Oh my! They're gonna never have to be praying for some miracle now from the Australian side if they want any chance now to come back. But still, 3 quarters left, anything could happen.
Yep, all the Aussies getting up above that 200 combo mark. They're going to be hurting Sweden as much as they can right now. Dadapada finally gets to that max combo mark as well. Satomi not far behind, so Sweden just need to hold on to those combos because right now that lead for Australia is very, very significant. above 90,000 score. It's just waiting there, sitting. Who will be the next one to miss now? Halfway point of the map is here, and Australia have a commanding lead. 3 FCs on the board, and SS from Crimson as well. The slow section, no one's being caught out by it yet.
This one is that slow section. It looks pretty dangerous, and with the break here, all 3 players see that FCs, and the Swedish side looking at that advantage that Australia has. And with the 3 FCs, I think going into the spinner here, Beerus, Crimson, and Quicksilver can be pretty confident entering this final third of the map.
Oh! Data Parter though finds another drop there, and the lead has passed the 6-digit for Australia. Shamemaru drops as well. Oh, it is all falling apart for Sweden on Australia's pick here. They are completely running away with it yet again. So much confidence in these players right now. Satomi, the only good combo left for Sweden, and Australia just going to bring it home with no issues at all. They might finish it off with a triple FC. I don't want to call it too early right now, but they all look super confident, and there's not many places to miss at the end of this map. It's all very flowy, and yeah, there we go. What a win for Australia. Such a huge confidence booster.
Yeah,
All the momentum is for them.
3 points in a row as well for this side is going to be huge for them. And going into Sweden's pick now, who don't have that hidden left and really have to play into a few of the less likely maps. I mean, you can rely on the qualifier scores, but at the same time, Nando's missing, and Nando has played very big role in winning some of these points. 3-0, a lot of it to him, and now Sweden have to make a very big decision here. Last pick before it goes back to Australia, potentially sending it to match point for Australia, but they could flip things right now and take their first point. It's just down to what Captain Asion decides is the best choice here. DT untouched as of now, same as Mixmod.
Yeah, I'm not sure. They don't really have a lot of strong options, I feel like, especially with that hidden 2 ban, which was, I would say, their absolute kind of trump card of a map. A really good ban from Australia, I think, just eliminating that possibility, and it's really put Sweden on the back foot now. They're really having to think about what is the best choice to move forward under a lot of pressure from Australia's strong performance so far. What can they pick? I feel like it might be mixed mod, maybe, like, because they have strong plays that can go on each mod, but I'm honestly not sure.
You gotta consider as well, Australia, whatever they pick, Australia has that as well. And Double Time 1 will be the choice. It took a while to make that pick, but with this one in, hopefully they're looking for some tactical switch up here.
You know what time it is?
No.
It's K-pop time.
Oh, this is K-pop. Yeah!
Woo!
Anyways, the core 3 for Australia are going to be into this on Beerus, Chicken Nanda, and Crimson Please. As for Sweden, Asion making his way back in, and Satomi and Shamemaru, I believe, still staying in this one.
This is they have a strong DT roster, and I think this is still a smart pick from Sweden. This is, yeah, I guess I would say this might be their best bet. At least they think it is. So let's see. The MP starters in, the players are ready to go. Can Sweden, against all the momentum Australia has built up, finally get themselves on the board? That is the question.
Definitely so. And if they do win this, there are 2 more double time maps left. So it is a good direction to go on, but if they do lose this map, it is nothing but terror for them. 2 players on the hidden, on the Swedish side, and 2 players who have stayed in this whole game, Shamemaru and Satomi, as once again an early miss is found from Satomi.
Yeah, just out of the gates, the Swedish players have just lacked a little bit of confidence, I feel, and a few misses have really cost them later into the map when it's been close. And right now, that could be the case again. All of the players, despite Satomi having a good start, however, this is a pretty normal DT consistency map. Oh, Nando finds a miss, but it's traded by Asion, so Australia's still going to hold on to that lead.
Easily traded. Oh, that is not a miss that plays out evenly though, as Australia looks to build their lead up from that miss. Crimson and Beerus spearheading that one. Nando not too far behind.
Oh, just as you say that though, Crimson does find a miss, and Asion's building up. Satomi kind of seeming like the weak link in the Swedish side right now. Shamemaru really carrying this point through for Sweden right now, still holding that FC. The only FC on that side, and on the other side it's Beerus. Beerus for Shamemaru, but Shamemaru finds a miss. Aided by Crimson, and half of the map has surpassed us now, and Australia's still in that lead.
This is a lot tighter than expected. 17k to lead, but now Beerus finds a miss. It is the chance for Sweden to come back, and that score is going to grow rapidly in the favor of Sweden as Shamemaru misses there, swings it back over.
Just as it was about to flip, he finds the most unfortunate miss. And now Australia have it in their hands yet again. A quarter of the map left to go. Shamemaru finds another miss. The lead is growing now for Australia. Chicken Nano, Crimson Please, and Beerus, they're all holding on to their combos, as are Asion and Satomi, but Shamemaru keeps on dropping exactly what Sweden doesn't need and exactly what Australia does need. It's almost looking insurmountable now. Crimson does find a miss though.
Yeah, it's such a short amount of time left though, and this can only be flipped over with the help of few more misses, but with only a few seconds left, it looks like it is sealed in favor of Australia, with their score lead slowly going towards Sweden, but not enough in time to take it back. There it is, the dagger. Shamemaru's missed there, and nothing but combo from Beerus and Chicken Nando to take it to match point.
What a performance we're seeing from Australia right now. They just looked so in control and confident, even against their opponents' picks. Really showing up well, and not really too bad from Sweden either. I mean, they had matching combos on either side, but just those couple more misses from Shamemaru really sealed the deal there. Would have been down to the wire if Shame just was able to hold on a bit more and just got a feel for him on those misses. Was doing so well at the start, but just couldn't hold it to the end. And you can see he's not pleased with himself in the chat.
Yeah, and this is definitely a knock on Sweden. They've gone in being the higher seed with a lot of confidence, but I think Australia just knew what to expect. They knew what they could do, and they've come in now 4-0 as it stands. With the pick in their favor, they want double time. They can go to 2 maps there. Even then, all of mixed mod available, and the rest of no mod as well. It is down to Nando's wise decision making, which he has shown already, only 4 points into the campaign, and already showing some very wise and advantageous decisions here. What will be the next pick?
I honestly have no idea. Like, I can't predict this one. I'm just gonna go out in the whim and say, okay, never mind. He picked it before I could even predict. It's gonna be DT2, following up that strong DT performance with yet another one. The Hatsune Miku map, everyone's favorite Vocaloid, and this is the double time control map. This is just pure DT control, honestly. Really swingy patterns, which are honestly very fun to play, but it's also really easy to overshoot or just not get your catcher under the notes correctly. So it's going to be interesting to see how both of these teams, which honestly have fielded really strong DT players, go on this control map.
Yeah, the focus for this one coming in after a while. First map of the game. Hopefully looking to make an impact here, and takes back in as well. Such a reliable roster on both ends. Hopefully Sweden finds a lifeline, but Australia on the opposite end of things, looking to close it out very quickly here with the control double time here. MP start 5 is in. You know what that means. 5 seconds until that starts.
This is Ep's first point, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So a pretty critical time to come into the squad now for Eps, really needing to hold their nerve on, well, pretty much the worst position you can possibly be in a match. I mean, four match points down is really not where you want to be. And it all sits on this double time 2 pick here for Australia. Can Sweden, against literally the most momentum that they could possibly face against themselves, bring it back? Well, there's a miss from Tix, so going to be starting that comeback just a little bit.
You look at that, still 3 SCs in all ends, and with 1 quarter in, no miss yet. Oh, don't worry, Epps has found a miss there, but still Satomi and AC on the 2 pillars of the Swedish side. Not having found misses yet gives a lot of confidence to that team.
Oh,
what happened there?
jumps.
AC on.
Right before the break on the jumps, just I don't even know where he missed, just not quite catching it the least. That is one of the most unexpected misses that I could imagine from Aseon, to be honest, and it's brought that lead that Australia can just reach out and grasp right now. It's going to flip back over to them. Satomi still holding strong with a monstrous combo. Along with Nando, they are the only 2 FCs left in the lobby, but no! I've missed Nando and Beerus both drop, and Satomi holds on.
Yeah, look what happens when Satomi doesn't find an early miss. It is nothing but FCs and momentum for the Swedish veteran here. Beerus another one, Satomi trades finally, but at this point, 57k, quite the lead to go into this final quarter with it.
We're not going to see a sweep. I think Sweden might be able to hold on to this one right now. Epps and Aseon are just going super strong. Nando does have a good combo, as well as Tix, who is really holding on well later into this map. But it's just too much for Sweden. I think this is going to be their point against the momentum. They finally dragged one back for themselves and got their team on the board with a great performance from the 3 players here. Only 1 miss from Epps and Aseon and 2 from Satomi.
And that is a step up from the Swedish side. 3 absolutely wonderful scores, and Epps definitely making an impact there with the 1 miss. Now it is in their favor. They do have the pick and they can go any direction of this, but no mod pretty risky. Mixed mod also, in my opinion, a 50-50, and leaving that last double time left.
Oh wow.
And that will be the choice that Sweden makes. Lose 1, win 1, and go straight into the final one, hoping that the momentum of double time carries through. Australia are going to have to put themselves into game mode, having to focus up this time, hopefully not losing another double time pick. Beerus gonna move off in. Tix and yeah, Nanda staying in. They couldn't close it out at last point. Now it'll be now for them, and they know that for sure. Ep staying in, hopefully continuing to make an impact for this game. And Satomi and Aseon undoubtedly staying in, looking to replicate their scores from the last map.
Yep. Can Australia take a double time breakpoint of their own here to seal the match? And wait, is Nando subbing out? I think maybe for Quijibo here, possibly, or Crimson. It's going to be Crimson coming in actually for this double time 3 point at the last moment here. An interesting decision for sure, but I guess maybe Nando not feeling as confident on this map as the previous one. This is a very different map. It's much denser than Double Time 2 or Double Time 1. It honestly flows really well with a lot of stream patterns. It's easy to build up combo, but also lose it really quickly. So we might see a really seesawing lead between these 2 teams on this pick here. Yeah, just one wrong movement on this map, honestly, and it can be game over. So it's also the shortest map of the pool. Only a minute 54 seconds.
Is terror length for a map with such density. Here we go.
And you can immediately see it. No early misses out of any of the players so far. This is life or death for Sweden.
Man, Crimson man.
Gonna give that early lead to Sweden. All of their players still holding to the FCs. Australia definitely feeling the pressure. I mean, despite being 4-love down, I guess they really have nothing to lose. They just have to play their heart out, and exactly what Sweden is doing right now. Australia definitely feeling the pressure to close this one out, but Epps is going to find a miss.
That's going to be a much more damaging miss at Kumi as well. With the density that this map has, Australia will skyrocket immediately, but Crimson matches it with a miss of his own. Epps back over. Back and forth, as you said. Another one from Epps. Crimson matches again.
Oh, man.
Oh, my.
Yeah, just back and forth, misses all over the place. Asian, Beerus, and Tix, the only SCs left in the lobby. Epps and Crimson just trading a whole bunch of notes in that middle section there, but it's finally stabilized, and Australia has come out of that exchange with a 30,000 score lead, which is going to increase even more now as Epps finds yet another miss, and Asian falls. The FC is gone. Australia, suddenly that lead has bloomed out massively past 80,000 score, and there's really not much left in this map now. Only a quarter left to go, and Australia almost looking so poised to take this.
Yeah, look at that. Beerus and Tix. Tix back in and showing his reliability once again. Beerus as well. Not doing too on the last map, but comes in this time and goes, look, we're going to close it out here with a slow section left. Definitely shown that with the SS. And Sweden just crumbling in the last few seconds of that really dense section. And there it is. 93k, 94k almost. Sealing the deal for Australia. And leaving it at 5-1. The upset they wanted, the upset they expected, and the upset they got. Good game, well played to both teams.
Yep. Superb match for Australia to start their Catch World Cup journey off here. There are your winners. Team Australia moving on against the highest seed, Sweden, into the winners bracket. Sweden dropping down into the losers. But it is not over for them, of course. Yeah, fantastic match. Honestly, a lot of really close points that I don't think the score quite reflected. And a lot that could have gone differently, honestly, if just a few more misses might have occurred from certain players. But in the end, Australia still walk away with a nice win for themselves. And that's going to be it for that match. We are going to take a little bit of a break now and come back for Russia versus Vietnam.
Yeah, that one's gonna be very soon. 2 hours, or not 2 hours, 1 hour from now at 12 UTC. So make sure you stick around for that one, because after that there's quite a few more games. Indonesia, Norway, China, Netherlands, just to name a few in that big block there. But for now, I'm Ewong. I've been joined by Maito, and we will see you in a bit.
Yes, thanks for watching. See you later.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the 2024 Oscatch World Cup. We got another match for you. It's going to be the 16th seed United Kingdom taking on the 17th seeded Mexico. I'm Doland, and I'll be joined in the booth by Snow Leopard.
Hey, how's it going?
Good as always. Back in the Catch World Cup here, and we've got the closest seed matchup of the weekend to wrap up day one of the round of 32 here, according to the UTC time. This will be the last match for Saturday, and it should be quite a good one, Snow Leopard.
Yeah, definitely. I'm really excited to see this one. Like you mentioned, seed 16 versus seed 17. This, on paper, should be the closest match, and we already got the rolls out of the way. Mexico winning, going for first ban with double time 3.
Yeah, and these bans should be very interesting because, you know, typically when the seed gap is wide, you see the lower seeded team go for like the no mod 1 ban, and then, you know, the lower seed team will just ban what they're bad at. But here, when the seeds get really close to each other, is when the bans get interesting because you have to study your opponent now. You have to ban for their weakness.
Yeah, and it's extra interesting that Mexico went with first ban, second pick. I sometimes see teams do that when they're the stronger team and they just want to steal a breakpoint right off the bat to get things rolling. But with seeds being so close, interesting to get that first pick over to the UK.
It is an interesting choice, you know, but I think it also shows that they're quite comfortable and maybe they're just kind of wanting to see how the UK will play things. Make a reactionary pick here. And it is going to be No Mod 4, banned by the United Kingdom. AFB map. And a popular pick to start us off here. I know this is one of your favorite mappers, Snow Leopard.
Oh yeah, we love Crowley. I love to see Crowley maps in tournaments. If you ever play any of mine, you're going to see Crowley maps. Glad to see we got him in CWC as well.
Yeah, definitely has a good taste in music. Whether you like the mapping style or not, Crowley selects bangers.
That is true, yeah. Got a very unique mapping style, but bangers always. Interesting that the only convert in the pool getting banned, that No Mod 4, is an AFB set, but little guessed difficulty for a convert map. Zealous? I think hopefully I'm pronouncing that right.
Close enough. But Double Time has been quite the popular mod pool here. From what we've seen so far, out of just the handful of matches we've had, teams have been gravitating towards that Double Time pool. And kind of following suit here to open this one up, the United Kingdom are going to have Withered Lotus, Matt H, and Darned Urchin in the lobby. For Mexico, it's going to be Xgunt, Firu, and Astrea.
Yeah, and those familiar with Mexico's plays previously, Xgunt is Gunter. Definitely seen him around the tournament scene quite a bit.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a really good name change. But anyway, here we go. First map of the match. The opening pick from the UK, Double Time 1.
Yeah, so far just a very slight advantage to the UK from some accuracy drops from Australia and Xgunt.
Yeah, so far that's it. The only difference maker. About 3,000 points of accuracy as the UK still rocking the triple double S. Building into that first key eye, we'll see how that fares. Darned Urchin is going to be the first miss for the United Kingdom, traded by Xgunt and Astrea. So advantage United Kingdom.
Another miss from Xgunt, going to be coming out. Extend that lead a little bit further, reaching towards 40,000.
But that trade from Matt H is going to slow things down here, and now it's actually going back towards Mexico. Another miss from Xgunt. That's not going to be too detrimental because Astrea has just recovered to that 200 combo mark. So that lead is going to stabilize at right about 50,000 points for the UK. Oh, Darned Urchin is going to drop, traded by Astrea, so it's going to park right at 50k once again and hold.
Another miss from Xgunt, halfway through the map now. Starting to get a bit of a lead built for the UK, but still plenty of time for Mexico to make a comeback.
Fear and Withered Lotus holding things down with the full combos. But aside from that, Matt H, Darned Urchin, the only ones with 200 combo. The Mexican players are now approaching that threshold. The damage now up to 80k in favor of the United Kingdom. Mexico are going to need to see a little bit of a meltdown here. They're going to need 2, maybe 3 misses perhaps to flip this. And there's one.
There's one.
All but traded by Firu. And yep, after those misses, both players who were holding the full combos dropping, and that is not what Mexico needed, as that lead is now 100k in favor of the United Kingdom, and it looks as if they're going to take this opening DT pick.
Yeah, so handing over that first pick, probably not going quite as Mexico hoped. But at least they have an idea now how these mods will play out, how they want to play around that.
Yeah, an interesting choice there for Mexico to defer after winning the roll, but I mean, it's not a detriment. They will get their first pick now here. Maybe just wanted to see how the UK would play things, and electing to go for DT and showing their skill set here quite nicely. Matt H, 973,000 points, just barely edging out Firu for the MVP in the lobby. Withered Lotus not too far behind. And now it is going to be Mexico's pick. So we'll get a look at the map pool and we'll see where they might want to go here. Probably not going to be double time 2 if I had to guess.
Yeah, I imagine they'll probably avoid double time. We already saw they banned double time 3.
From what I do know, Mexico typically, at least historically in the past, has been decent on Hard Rock. Might go for that or a mixed mod. And it is going to be mixed mod 1 here. A pretty safe pick. It's always interesting to see how the teams line up here on mixed mod. But Mexico not wanting to dive headfirst into a mod here.
I like the choice of on mixed mod 1, MX1, Mexico 1.
Yeah.
Already claiming the point. Brilliant strategy.
Sometimes you just have to have the confidence. But it is going to be approach rate 9 here, about 3 minutes in length, 172 BPM. It's a pretty standard overdose here in the mixed mod 1 slot, so it's going to test kind of your overall consistency here on Hard Rock and Hidden respectively. The question is, where will the mods line up? We see StatsKoon checking in. Capable Hidden player.
I think mixed mod 1 been a bit more popular than mixed mod 2 recently. It is the approach rate 9 instead of the 8.6 for mixed mod 2, so a little bit easier on those hidden players.
It looks like just one substitution here. StatsKoon checking in for Withered Lotus. And we'll see how these mods line up. It is going to be StatsKoon on Hidden with Firu. On Hard Rock, it'll be Darned Urchin against Xgunt, who is also taking Hidden with the Hard Rock. And Matt H and Astrea going for the no mods here. You know, my favorite part about mixed mods is they always display the mods on the screen in a different way every single match. This is the first time I've seen the hidden players on top, though. I love our priorities are straight here, but StatsKoon will be finding an opening miss here.
Spotlight on him, shining a bit too brightly, but has recovered nicely.
And Xgunt is going to find a miss here for the United Kingdom, as well as Astrea. That's 2 misses down now. Fear the lone FC for Mexico. And that lead with the United Kingdom now going to start growing quite rapidly.
You get another miss from Darned Urchin. A couple there. Wasn't quite getting those jumps. That will help Mexico a little bit, but just had some catch up to play. Xgunt still not at 200 combo yet, or Astrea for that matter.
Yeah, that will keep Mexico from running away with it. That gap's going to stabilize at about 40,000. It's Statskun and Matt H holding things down for the United Kingdom. Fear doing some solid work. XGunt now looking nice, recovering to 200. That'll start to turn things around. And Mexico will recover a little bit of that lead back, but XGunt is going to go down again right as Darned Urchin hits 200. That's devastating, Snow Leopard.
Yeah, Astrea as well. And now we can see that score lead just rising rapidly over to the UK. Approaching 90,000. I believe should hit 100 by the time Mexico's fully recovered. And yeah, there we are.
Yeah, things are looking pretty good for the United Kingdom halfway through. 100,000 points is definitely a comfortable lead, but can be overturned. Darn Urchin is going to drop. Mexico will still need far more help than that to retake this lead.
Yeah, we're doing really well. Unfortunately, XGunt and Astrea struggling a little bit on this one. XGunt with that couple misses there. A little below 98% into that A rank category.
Yeah, Matt H and Statskun absolutely locked in for the United Kingdom, as well as Firu doing some good work for Mexico, but as you pointed out, his teammates just struggling. We are running out of map, and that score lead is quite wide.
I was surprised we didn't see Lucha coming in for this one. Hopefully Lucha is available for later on. Mexico's star players.
Yeah, it is going to make you wonder about the potential availability of the roster here for Mexico. But it is going to be an opening break point here for the United Kingdom. They'll start strong with the 2-0 lead, and they'll have the next pick.
Yeah, wonderful start for the UK. Exactly what they were hoping for there. Another pretty one-sided victory, at least towards the end. It was fairly close earlier on.
Matt H picking up the double S as well as the MVP in the lobby. Fear was so close, unfortunately just found one droplet miss. And the UK will instantly be picking Hard Rock 1.
Yeah, it definitely makes sense. They're seeing the Hard Rock struggle for Mexico on that last one.
Mapped by the one and only WWWWW.
Yeah, we got Yoshi Gween helping out with the guest difficulty as well.
Yep.
Very
You gotta love these
Canadian map.
difficulty names. Well, as I've learned, Snow Leopard, not as Canadian as you might think, as we learned moments ago. But that is a story for another time.
Absolutely, yeah. Got to keep some mystery behind the scenes. But,
Right. You can't spill all the tea. There's nothing left. But anyway, we'll digress into this AR9. 200 BPM, just over 3 minutes in length. Hard Rock is going to take that AR up to 10. Make things a little bit trickier. But these teams have some decent Hard Rock players here. And Mexico going to be making their first substitution.
I don't know, though, because we can see chat. XGunt is going to be restarting, so perhaps having some client issues. I imagine going to be coming back, which does point to perhaps Lucha not being available for the match, which is really unfortunate for Mexico if that's true.
Yeah, that definitely would be unfortunate if they're not available, but we will get to see Eliminate checking in for the United Kingdom. Their first map of the match, Wither Lotus checking back in. Matt H, the pillar for the United Kingdom, remains. It looks like we'll be trying to get XGunt back in the lobby for Mexico.
Every time we say XGunt, I keep thinking I hear XCon.
I know, it's such a good name change. Gunter hit us with a great name change, but there he is, back in the lobby. They're all ready now for this Hard Rock 1 pick. Our referee, K, sends them on their way. And we're into round number 3, Snow Leopard.
Absolutely. Some more hard rock. We'll have to see. Can Xgunt do a bit better now with that restart? Hopefully cleared up any issues. We already know Firu doing well, but he wasn't on hard rock, so let's see how hard rock goes.
And we'll also have to keep our eyes on Eliminate. But you got to feel like Eliminate's had this map scouted and been practicing if they're coming in for hard rock.
Yeah, that is one benefit having the whole roster there. You got to pick them up. You can have
it
your
looks
teammate
like
practice.
Eliminate may have eliminated the client.
Yeah.
Oh, never
there
mind.
we are.
Never mind. Just waiting for a caster curse. I see it. I see it. So finally, into Hard Rock 1.
Starting out pretty well. Really even slight advantage to Mexico. Ever so slight though. That has to be spinner advantage because Xgunt dropped a little accuracy. Everyone else with the double S.
That will be a slight spinner advantage to the Mexican side. See how things go for Xgunt, still taking hidden with the Hard Rock. So far so good for all of our players. Now we're going to be building into that first big Ki. We'll see how the players fare.
Yeah, quarter way into the map. There's a bit of a longer one, 3 minutes, 19 seconds.
Oh,
Astrea gonna be
Astrea.
the first to miss.
Yep, just got caught out there on that quick dash back to the center. That is advantage United Kingdom. Another miss for Astrea.
Left a
And
bit early on
Xgunt
that
follows.
hyper. And not what Mexico was hoping for here. Gonna build back up, but now a healthy 65, probably approaching 70,000 score advantage to the UK.
It's a devastating miss just because the UK looks so comfortable, all three of their players. Really good accuracies. Halfway through the map, they have a little cushion now.
Yeah, Mexico has recovered though, so if UK has a same unfortunate event like Mexico did, could swing things back to the center.
We'll see how that consistency is on the British side as Mexico have done a good job recovering the combos above that threshold necessary to capitalize off a miss. But now they have to wait, see if the British provide one.
Approaching that last quarter of the map, and Xgunt gonna find a miss.
Yep, and now Mexico's approaching disaster point here. They're going to need essentially a double or triple miss from the United Kingdom, and it's just with those accuracies and the platter control that I'm seeing right now on the left-hand side of the screen, it does not look like that's going to be the case. And it looks like it's going to be an emphatic statement made by the British on this Hard Rock 1 pick.
Yeah, they're looking real comfortable. Oh no, eliminate, no!
No, welcome to the World Cup Eliminate. Ay, ay, ay. I know the
Hate
pain
to see
all
it.
too well, my friend.
Still a wonderful, I can't speak, a wonderful performance from the UK.
Eliminated my brain cells for a second there.
Yeah.
But it is going to be a healthy margin for the United Kingdom, about 105,000 points, the final margin. It'll be a double FC. Eliminate will come in with 985,000 points, which is one of the better scores in the lobby. Is still good for fourth place in the lobby. Not bad on a one miss. And now Mexico down 3-0, facing potentially their last pick if they can't convert this point.
Yeah, things looking a bit rough for Mexico, but again, I think Lucha's not available for this match, which is a huge loss to Mexico. Firu and Lucha are very well known, very experienced in the tournament scene. Bit of a dynamic duo for Mexico.
Yeah, and that's actually tragic if that is the case for Mexico, and it's looking like it's likely because we would have probably seen Lucha in at least one of those three maps by now. And it is going to be Nomad 2 picked for Mexico. It's boss time, dude.
Get a little My Lab map coming out. Love to see it. I think a lesser known mapper, but met him at COE a few times. Really cool dude.
Well, sounds like he's pretty known then.
Yeah, he's known to me. I don't see his maps in tournaments as much, although I don't know how much mapping he does. I'll look into it. Either way, though, it's going to be the map picked, and I think it's had a couple picks this weekend, so it's been working out well.
We've seen it a few times. Definitely quite the dynamic Nomad 2 pick here. The techie, just kind of super technical, specific map. A very unique skill set indeed. And we're going to see Statskun back in for the United Kingdom. And for Mexico, it is going to be just the same 3 players. And you have to wonder how many of their players are just not available.
Yeah, well, we know Lucho most certainly can't be available. He would have been in by now, so yeah. There are some questions about the rest of the roster. Don't know. I'm not as familiar with their strengths and weaknesses, though, so it's hard to say whether or not they would be subbed in. Imagine at least one sub by now, though, so they might be missing multiple players.
All right, we're going to see Darned Urchin back in for the United Kingdom. Got a little baited there with Statskun.
Could just come to say hey.
Round number 4, Mexico looking to get on the board here so they can at least guarantee themselves one more pick in this match. Say what you want, I'm the motherfucker. Relatively tame intro here, but it rapidly changes into the first key going. You can already see some of those technical sliders there. Eliminate is going to be the first player caught out. Advantage to Mexico.
Yeah, good start for Mexico, and it is a short map. 2 minutes, 15 seconds.
Yeah, and these 3 players are very much capable. Just without their star players, they're going to have to play maps that they wouldn't normally have planned on playing. Why losing players is so unfortunate. But you see here, they're looking good on this one. Fear is going to finally drop, and that'll be the first miss from Mexico. Eliminate has recovered, so this should level out that margin, but Mexico will see that they have a slight advantage, and as long as they recover, they have a chance to take this point halfway through. And it might come down to spinners if nobody else drops.
It really could, yeah. Both drops were above 200 combos, so it should even out, but X-Gun.
That's going to change things now. Advantage for the United Kingdom. A 1-miss lead.
UK find a miss soon. I think it'll tie it back up, and it could come down to spinner. There we go, eliminate.
That was the player that had already missed. I don't know if that's going to change things, but that will halt the UK from running away with the score advantage. Mexico now pulling it back slowly. Astrea goes down, misses a lot there, and that might be enough. 30,000 points with that much map. They're going to need a double or triple miss coming out now, and it's not. I think the United Kingdom will be able to hold on as Astrea completely falls apart here.
Disaster for Mexico at the end.
It looked so good until it wasn't.
It was just about to flip over. I think that miss from Eliminate was enough to tie it up again. All the misses were above 200 combo. That should have tied it up, but yeah, just unfortunate stumble at the end. Now UK match point and their pick.
And Darned Urchin with the double S coming away with the MVP slot, edging out Matt H. And a solid 2-map debut here for Eliminate. A 3 miss and a
Immediately
1
Hard Rock
miss.
2 been picked.
Gotta go for the Hard Rock Convert to try to close things out.
I wish that was true. Fortunately, it is a specific. There's only a single convert in the pool, no mod 4, and I'm still gonna yell at Connor for that.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I forgot they changed things. You can't just go by the numbers anymore.
I think there'll be maybe additional ones later on. Might be like 2 no mods instead of 1, but don't quote me on that. Yeah, just no mod 4 for this round.
The man wants his converts.
Absolutely. They stole my warm-ups. I gave that up. I can't take my converts too. Come on.
Gonna have to rise up as the players getting set now. Looks like there's gonna be no substitutions here as we get right into Hard Rock 2. As the client syncs up, it's going to be the same 6 players we just saw going right back at it.
Yeah, everyone will be nicely warmed up, ready to go. But X-Gun, can find that miss.
Going for the early miss strat.
It is an advantage if UK misses later on.
Yeah, that is true because it's way before 200 in the first 20 combo. So it could pan out, but for now it's going to be a slight advantage. And that's another miss from X-Gun, around 100 combo.
Yeah,
It'll be
that's
about a
going to
30K
start adding
lead.
up.
And yeah, you have to wonder
Yeah.
if it's a roster issue. It looks like it is a roster issue here for Mexico, with just no Lucha. And Darned Urchin will finally trade one of those misses back.
Yeah, 1 or 2, maybe even 3 of those early misses from X-Gun would have been fine. A little pause there, a little interesting, but enough now, though, that even that miss from Darned Urchin not going to make a difference. Eliminate now finding his first miss.
Yeah, the problem is they're 100K in the hole, even though those misses finally did come out. And from X-Gun there, sometimes, you know, if you're caught in a really bad miss and catch, sometimes it is better to just stop, not move, and reset, and catch the next fruit that you can get to. Because sometimes you'll try to go for a fruit that you actually can't get to, and it will further worsen the situation. So taking that pause, getting his bearings about him, back up to 200 combo. But unfortunately for Mexico, that's a big score gap.
Yeah, like you mentioned, seemed to work. X-Gun all the way up to 216 combo now, so nice recovery. Shows good nerves.
Now they're going to see that they're pretty far behind here with a third of the map left. It's not impossible, but oh, there is a miss from Matt right in the slow section. They're going to need a couple more. There's Darned Urchin going down.
All right.
Eliminate the only player above 200 combo for the United Kingdom. But they're
get a
going to
miss
need
from
some consistent
Eliminate.
misses. Oh, Matt H, wait a minute. The Mexican players are finding some late form here. Astria will trade that miss for Matt H. Not what they needed, but half of that lead is gone. From 150K down to 75K. But the Mexicans are running out of time. The British will find some form here at the end. Viru and Matt H will trade, and that will be it. 5-0 to the United Kingdom.
Yeah, it was a nice attempt at the end there from Mexico. Like you said, really kind of caught their bearings, got some stuff going, but fortunately, a little too much damage dealt. That will be a clean sweep 5-0 to the UK. Kind of surprising given the seeding difference, but I believe, like you said, it's mostly that roster issue. Hopefully, in the following matches, we'll get that sorted out. It won't be as big of an issue.
Yeah, definitely deprived us, though, of something that could have been just a great match. You know, those two teams would have just gone potentially the distance had we had full-powered rosters. But the United Kingdom The better team today asserted their dominance and take a convincing 5-0 victory. They will advance to face the winner of the United States and Estonia, which will happen tomorrow. Mexico will face the loser of that match. But that is going to wrap up day 1 of the first weekend of the 2024 Oshkatch World Cup. We'll be back tomorrow in approximately 12 to 13 hours, 9 UTC. Belgium, Philippines. Now that, Snow Leopard, that's a match.
That's a banger match for sure. I'm really excited for that one. So definitely make sure you guys do not miss that. 9 UTC, about 13 hours. But till then, that's it for us today. I've been Snow Leopard here with Dolan. Thank you guys all for watching. And we hope you'll be back tomorrow to see some more awesome matches.
Okay, I think we are live. Welcome back, everybody, to the Oshkatch World Cup 2024. We are over here on the second Osu Live channel for a matchup between China and the Netherlands in the round of 32. I am Maito, and I am joined here by a debut caster, Hypnospira. How are you going?
Hello, Maito. I am doing very well. Super excited to be casting the Catch World Cup. This is a massive moment for me.
Great to have you on board. Can't wait to get into this one with you. Going to be hopefully a good matchup here. China did see quite a bit higher than Netherlands, but Netherlands have a few really strong players like Bads and Dutchman, so I'm excited to see how they go in this one, to be honest. What do you think of this matchup?
No, I think it should be a very exciting matchup, considering that, just like you mentioned, Dutchman and Bads, just two of the players on the Netherlands who are very, very strong. So in an early round especially is probably where I would have liked to see this matchup the most, as I really believe there could be some really close points in this one.
Absolutely, especially in round of 32. We've already seen a few matches that, despite their scoreline, I guess you could say it's a bit deceiving in how close they've been, but I think the roles have already come down, and it's going to be a hidden 2 ban from the Netherlands, I'm pretty sure, and Hard Rock 2 from China here.
Yeah, and I think both of them make quite a bit of sense here, especially the Netherlands ban. I believe they consider themselves a bit weaker on Hidden this time around, so trying to get rid of the map that I know some people consider more of a random map. It's easy to randomly miss on this one.
Yeah, definitely, for sure.
And the first pick is going to be Hidden 1. Coming out from China here.
Yep, this is, I think I mentioned on the last stream, it's definitely not your not your standard Hidden 1 slot here. It's a, yeah, it's a very different kind of map compared to what you'd usually expect in this mod slot. It's a really wiggly kind of mechanics control test. Tons of wheels all over the place, and yeah, not a lot of room for error in this one, but I think both teams can field some pretty strong hidden teams here. It's good to see Sartan in as well. One of our fellow casters too.
Yeah, for sure, completely agree. And that was actually exactly what I thought when watching the showcase as well, that this is not your typical Hidden 1, as it is, as you say, very catching control and wiggle heavy. But we're not going to waste any time. We're getting straight into this.
Yep, here we go. China, Nene Sakura, Yui, and Eta Uma, and Bads, CLO, and Sartan for the Netherlands. Getting underway with the very first point of this match.
Yes, indeed. And the start of this match shouldn't be that much of a problem for most players. But should not take out anything in advance, for sure.
Yep, absolutely. And not much to differentiate the teams so far. Only a little bit of an act drop from Eta. But so far, so good.
Yeah, Cello as well, but not quite as well. Cello's going to find an early miss there, actually.
That's going to be a much bigger miss now. China's going to take this early lead here. Cello finds yet another drop. Sartan and Bads do get up to that 200 combo, but still 3 FCs going strong for China here.
Yeah, absolutely, and those early misses are definitely going to be appreciated by China. As we saw in the Sweden-Australia match, the early misses, they can really punish you at the end.
Yep, absolutely. And there's a miss finally from Yui. Does drop, and that's going to start taking the lead down towards the side of the Netherlands. Still Nene Sakura and Eta holding strong with FCs. Sartan and Bads doing the same, actually, and not really too much separating these teams, honestly. Those couple misses from Yui have brought the lead back to a very, very close margin here.
Yeah, and Cello's gotten back to the 200 combo margin, so gonna have to see. It's gonna be very close once Yui also gets there, but everyone is holding on. Since I say that, the Cello misses right then.
Yep, that is a super unfortunate miss, and going to propel China's score lead yet again out here. These two players right now, Yui and Cello, are the ones that are being a bit more of a liability to their teams right now. But just as I say that, of course. Oh no!
And that's what's going to follow it up.
This is a complete meltdown for the Netherlands right now. Sartan finds another miss, so does Cello. They're all falling apart. Finally, Nene Sakura drops the FC, but wow, look at that score lead. It has suddenly jumped out dramatically past the 6-digit in score.
Yeah, and Eta Uma, the only FC still on the board. I believe it's an FC, unless it was a very early miss, but yeah, they're going to see at the break here. It's very big score lead, and going to be tough to catch up right at the end here.
Yeah, this is almost insurmountable for the Netherlands. They have to make up a ton of ground with not much map left to go, and sorry to say, but it might be over.
Yeah, Cello with the misses here. It's probably going to be the dagger. Sartan and Yui trading.
As the map winds down. No FCs for any player, but still a really strong showing here from China.
Yeah, Eta Uma losing that full combo, but yeah, very strong showing, as you say. Very solid pick from them to start off the match.
And there we go, China taking their very first point. Actually, yeah, I didn't realize Eta Uma was still FCing right as I said that. Oh boy.
Yeah, missing right at the 1,000 combo.
That was an unfortunate miss for sure, but in the end, it really doesn't make too much of a difference to the overall outcome. China taking their first point in absolute stride and getting some early momentum going. It's nice to win your first point and just get some stability. Hopefully, the Netherlands hoping to do the same thing here with Hard Rock 1.
Yeah, of course, and they don't waste any time. The pick came out almost instantly. So there might be some confidence in the Hard Rock here from them, and I wouldn't be surprised if there is. They have very solid Hard Rock players, and especially Bads and Dutchman. Curious if Cello stays in for as the third player. But that is also a very solid Hard Rock player, so that also wouldn't surprise me.
And I think, yeah, Dutchman coming in here for Sartan on this Hard Rock pick. Sartan definitely more of a hidden player than Hard Rock. Not too surprising to see that switch out. And on the Chinese side, it's going to be N2O for Yui.
Yeah, and N2O, not a player I am very familiar with, so know much about, so it's going to be interesting to see how they do on this. But Nene Sakura and Eta Uma, two players that also make sense to keep in. Nene Sakura feeling like a staple in this Chinese side.
Yeah, absolutely. Coming off the back of an Australian Open tournament win. Looking to show off in this Catch World Cup. And this rejuvenated China side faced a bit of a dark period the last Catch World Cup, so it's good to see them back with a reputable squad.
Yeah, it's really great to see them back, just like you say. Last year was kind of rough to watch after, the great years of having the Dust, Kovir, Crystal squads, but
yes,
they're back and ready to play, and no misses so far early on.
Yep, still just nothing coming down from any of these players right now. Everyone holding on super strong. Triple FC, only act drops from CeeLo and Etta. The rest of the players holding double S's. I mean, when you have really strong Hard Rock players able to step up, a map like this really shouldn't trouble them too much. It's really just going to be a freak miss that is going to separate these two teams right now. There really aren't any significant patterns that can specifically catch them out that I can really think of. It's going to be a true consistency test between the Hard Rock players right now, and it is playing out to perfection.
Yeah, I was thinking the exact same thing, that this map is just pure Hard Rock consistency, and everyone...
no!
N2O! Gonna find that first miss.
Just as we're saying it as well.
Yeah, classic.
Curse comes back yet again, and that's going to give Netherlands their very first lead of the match here. Can they take this win on their Hard Rock 1 pick?
Only time will tell as we've just passed the halfway point. There's still time for things to turn around, but Netherlands are looking awfully confident on this.
Yep, still 3 FCs going, only a single droplet miss from CeeLo, and I mean, still that these teams are only being separated by a single miss from N2O. If one of the players from the Dutch side drops, it could spell disaster for them. That 27k lead is honestly pretty unstable. It could really flip over. There's definitely enough time to go with the quarter of the map left, but look how confident they all look, hitting these patterns. No nerves showing whatsoever.
Yeah, no, they're showing incredible confidence here, but it's just like you say, one miss can shake up a lot of things. And there's still time for it.
They're just still holding on right up until the end of this map. It's going to take a miracle now for China. Any of these Dutch players just have to miss right now, otherwise it is safely over. The map is winding down, and N2O finds a miss. That is the dagger.
Yeah, that's going to be the dagger. And yeah, a great pick from Netherlands. Really proving their Hard Rock comfortability here.
Yeah, and a good ban, honestly, for China getting that Hard Rock 2 off the board. I'm pretty sure that's what happened, unless I'm mistaken.
Yeah, and I do want to
no,
point
that
out
is it. That is it.
I do want to point out the double S from Nene Sakura and also the full combo from Etauma. 2 great plays from them as well, but wasn't quite enough. I mean, what are you going to do against a 3-way FC?
FC 3 times yourselves is really the only way that you can do it, and N2O just wasn't quite able to match up to that. Definitely going to be a bit of a confidence killer coming into the side for the first time in this match. I mean, there's only been 2 points in saying that, of course, so it's not too far in yet. There's still lots of drama ahead here, and it's going to be DT2 right off the bat from Nene Sakura. Not much thought here.
Yeah, no, they did not waste much time picking this, and it's going to be interesting to see what squads are going to be playing this, or the lineups are going to be.
Hatsune Miku.
Yeah. Hatsune Miku
DT3. Oh, DT2. Sorry, isn't this? Yes. Yeah, it's DT2. I don't know why I said 3. The control map, fun swingy patterns that, as you expect from control, are really, really easy to overshoot. So I think we may see a couple of misses coming out from players like that. But Yui coming back in from N2O after a bit of an unfortunate performance from them. Back to the squads that actually, yeah, the Netherlands staying the exact same, just Yui coming back in.
Yes, indeed, and Yui, a very solid DT player, was going to find that first early miss, but it is very early, so we're going to see how much difference that one actually makes.
As DT tends to be, this map isn't too long, so there's a bit less room for error here, and it's a nice early lead for the Netherlands. Up a miss here to start this map off, and all of them looking super confident so far. Yui finds another miss, and that's going to extend the Netherlands' lead even further out. Oh, it's traded by CeeLo, though.
Yeah, CeeLo's going to trade it, which isn't going to be enough to swing it back, but it's definitely going to be helpful for China. CeeLo finds another miss, actually.
Oh, that was going to be enough until Adauma just found a miss right before the break. Now keeping the Netherlands' lead stabilized.
Yes, indeed, but the lead isn't massive, so the Netherlands, the Dutch players are still going to have to stay focused on the rest of this map. A Dutchman's gonna find a miss there. He's gonna swing it back a little bit. All the way, no?
I think it might be, but oh, Nene Sakura drops, and despite that miss from Dutchman, which almost looks certain to turn it back towards a lead for China, the lead for the Netherlands survives yet again after a trade, and Yui just keeps on finding more and more misses. Eda Uma, China's falling apart now. The Netherlands is something of an upset brewing here right now. They are looking really good.
They really are. Dutchman finding a miss, but that's not going to be enough as it is right now. Also, Bad still holding on to a double S. Very impressive performance here. As Nene finds another miss.
Yep, that is it. The first breakpoint of the match goes to the Netherlands. We have a good match in our hands.
Yeah, you guys are not going to want to turn away from this one. This is brewing to be something really special, I think.
Yeah, Bad's with that SS, by the way. What a performance.
Very impressive performance. From a player that we know is capable of crazy things. It's still always impressive to see it in match when it matters most. It's going to be interesting to see what Netherlands decides to pick here. If their DT confidence is going to stay up, or what they're going to go into.
Yeah, can they consolidate this break point here right now? Would be absolutely huge for them if they can.
Yes, indeed. Of course, they can't go to Hard Rock 2, as that was a very sensible ban from China, seemingly.
Absolutely, yeah. Not having that Hard Rock. Oh, well, they're going to be able to put Hard Rock on, however, with Mixmod 2 here now. Oh, wait. Oh no, they said MM2 instead of MX.
Yes.
Or something. I honestly don't know. That has happened twice now.
Yeah, it's gonna be Mixmod 2.
A recurring theme.
Yeah, not the first time it has happened.
Won't be the last.
Probably not, no. And don't be confused by the red border. This is indeed Netherlands' pick.
Yes, it is. So they're going to be able to field their Hard Rock player here, which is probably going to be Bads, I would imagine.
I believe so, yeah. We see Woodpam coming in for the Netherlands.
Yeah, first appearance here. And Cello keeping their spot, as does Yui. Nene Sakura probably going to be for Hard Rock as well, I would imagine, and Cello probably going to... Actually, I'm not too sure. Maybe Hidden was there for that first Hidden point that the Netherlands got beaten in pretty handily by China. But was there nonetheless, so maybe Woodpamp just being the solid no-mod player here. This is more of a hidden test than Mixmod 1, I would say. The hidden players need to pull their weight a lot more, especially considering the low AR that you can see there of only 8.6.
Yeah, for sure, but we're going to see Cello on the Hard Rock, actually, and Bads on the Hidden.
Wow, that is unexpected.
Yeah, you were right on the Woodpam no-mod, but I am surprised as well. But that does make sense. Bads who doesn't play anything without the Hidden.
Good point. Good point.
And on the China side, we see Etaum on the no-mod, Yui on the Hidden, and Nene Sakura on the Hard Rock.
Yep, apologies that we don't have the lineup of the mods here right now. You're just going to have to make do with the Hard Rock players and the Hidden players being a bit misaligned. But no misses so far, only a little bit of a drop of accuracy on the Dutch side here from Bads and Woodpamp. all of the Chinese actually still holding double S's right. Never mind. As I say that, Eda Uma does find a droplet miss, but still really close.
It is still very close, and Woodpamp also having, actually the entire Dutch side having accuracy drops. But Woodpamp gonna miss, and Nene gonna trade it right away.
Yep, so going to be an unfortunate miss there from both of those players, but the trade is going to keep that lead completely stable. Never mind, it is not. Woodpamp finds another miss, and now China have a definitive lead right now. Nene Sakura holding that combo after that miss, but no, Yui finds a drop, and now it's actually going to go back down.
Yeah, it is going to go back down, and that's exactly what the Netherlands need here. Hoping they can hold on. Woodpamp about to reach the 200 combo mark. We have about a third left of the map. Anything can still happen. It's only a 6,000 score lead, as Yui also hits the 200 combo.
Yep, such a close point here, neck and neck between these two teams right now. Everyone above that 200, who will be the next player to miss? It could decide if Netherlands consolidates their breakpoint, which would be absolutely huge, or can China even out the board? There's not much time left to go, and Netherlands is holding on right now. Can they hold it to the end is the question. The map is winding down.
There really isn't much time left. Celo's gonna find a miss!
No! No!
Not what the Netherlands needs, and Bad's gonna follow it up. That's gonna be the dagger. And this map was closer than 29,000 says. All came down to the end.
Right in the dying seconds, China steals it from the Netherlands, who had a lead throughout most of the map there.
You see, the
Definitely deserving it.
The only full combo on the board was Eda Uma on the Nomad. They're very impressive showing.
Yep, and right now that gives China some good momentum back. Despite those 2 wins, 2 points in a row from the Netherlands, they've stopped a possible big win streak in terms of points and have even out the board at 2-all. What will be their next pick to advance it to the next stage? It's going to be Nomad 3 down there from Nene Sakura. It's going to be the gimmick Nomad here.
Yes, indeed. The Solalaki map. The Blue Archive OST. And I am trying to... I feel like the pick does make sense. China does have just very solid Nomad players overall. Not sure how they are on a gimmicky map like this, but I feel like it could be a good pick against the Netherlands here.
Yeah, I'm really not too sure, to be honest, in terms of the Netherlands' depth in performing for this map. Clearly, China is ready and willing to get into it. However, Sheena Minatsu is actually going to come in for the first time as well.
Sheena Minatsu makes sense. I see them on a lot of gimmicky leaderboards. So not surprised to see them come in here.
Yep, and of course, Nene Sakura and Bads, the anchors for both teams.
Yeah, not surprised to see both of them staying in. Yeah.
Dutchman, the captain, comes back in as well for this point.
Yes, indeed.
And yeah, I'm excited to see how these teams are going to go right now on this very tough wiggly map that has just a lot of really uncomfortable spacings and long sliders. Just a whole bunch of fun gimmicky stuff that can really catch you out if you haven't practiced or if you're not careful. So yeah, I mean, Nene Soccer, you can see in the chat saying either 1000k or 800k. It's can be a bit of a coin flip for some of these patterns right now, and we're just waiting for Dutchman to load into the map.
For sure, for sure. And yeah, there we go. We're gonna get started very soon here. Dutchman, there we go, it's loaded in, and Sheena Minatsu finding a couple early misses there.
Yep, it's going to give the Netherlands some early lead here, and wow, there's a whole bunch more drops from China. Netherlands have already jumped out to a really big lead here now, already above 60k score and growing even higher up. It's almost in the 6 digits.
Yeah,
N2O really struggling.
Yeah, this is a very commanding lead early.
And wow, I mean, yeah, what a start here on this point for the Netherlands against the Grain, where China looked like after winning that point, they really just wanted to get another one under their belt. It seems like with the players coming in here that they were ready to put on a show, but no, the Netherlands have usurped all hopes of that right now, and halfway point of the map is here. The lead has finally stabilized at, never mind it hasn't, but it's still above those 6 digits. As soon as I say it, of course.
It is still a commanding lead for the Netherlands, but gonna shrink. Actually, Dutchman and Woodpan finding more misses. Hold on. N2O gonna trade it though, but still.
Yeah, this is getting a bit closer here, but still Netherlands have a nice lead for themselves. Sheena Minatsu does finally stabilize their combo. Woodpam actually finds another miss, and this is getting a bit closer now. The score has dropped dramatically. It was all the way out, and oh, Woodpam drops again and again. It's actually almost back over to China's side.
Yeah, this is maybe Dutchman finding a miss there. Now it's actually in China's favor.
I can't believe what we just saw. China has brought it back.
Yeah, they completely turned around after a 6-digit score lead. Not that... Wow. I don't really know what to say. That's just a crazy turnaround.
And the double S from Nene and Bads, both of the anchors yet again holding it down for their teams, but it was those couple of misses from Woodpamp at the wrong time, and it was able to bring China all the way back to winning the point. Going to be kicking himself there for sure.
Yes, indeed.
And Netherlands back to the drawing board.
Yeah, what do you do in this situation as the Netherlands? Of course, they are not gonna know in this moment how close it, or like how big the turnaround actually was, but still losing that point might chuck a little bit on the confidence here.
Yep, China getting 2 points in a row themselves now. The momentum has completely flipped. It's going to be double time 3 from the Netherlands here. A very confident pick, which I think is also very smart considering that they did get that win on DT2 as well. This is a pretty different map to DT2, however. Still double time nonetheless, so this is a smart pick from the Netherlands, hoping to even out that scoreboard yet again.
Yeah, and we see Cello coming in here for Woodpamp and E2O. Gonna be replaced. Yet to see by who? Sarah Nanamori.
Yet another new face to this match. China getting all of their players in for this one, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure now almost all of them have played except for just MLN.
Just MLN is actually N2O. Name changed very recently.
Oh, okay, they've all played. True.
Yes.
I was looking at the rosters. Good point.
Oh,
You are-
very
you are
recently,
correct.
22 days ago.
Ah, damn! I got trolled. But in any case, we are into this next point here. Double time 3, the dense double time pick that is really easy to build up a lot of combo and then just lose it all. And right now, the lead is seesawing as a whole bunch of misses have already come down from CeeLo, Dutchman, and Etauma.
Yeah, Nene Sakura gonna find a miss as well, though. Gonna give the lead to the Netherlands.
And Bads with that classic hidden DT with the only FC on the Dutch side. Sarah Nanamori, the only FC on China's side as well. CeeLo finds another miss. Netherlands, however, still with a lead here, but that is quickly shrinking as CeeLo finds another miss, but it's traded by Etauma.
Yes, and neither Sarah nor Nanamori gonna lose a full combo. And Nene as well gonna miss, increasing the score lead for the Netherlands here.
Oh man, China completely collapsing right now. All of the momentum in this point is on the Netherlands side. Cello, definitely a bit of a weak point. Bads does drop the FC, however. That is huge now for China. Dutchman, the only combo that is really large now for the Netherlands in this slower section. Not a place anyone could afford to miss.
No, and Etauma is gonna find that miss. One that they can't really afford as the end. It's a little bit calmer compared to the rest. Cella's gonna find a miss as well, though, but I don't think that's gonna be enough.
No, I think this one just might be over. There's really not enough map left to go, I don't think. Netherlands going to get that scoreboard back on even terms. It is 3-3. What a match we have in our hands right now. This is shaping up to be one of the matches of the round.
Yeah, this really is such a good matchup. Crazy to see. I mean, you see the 9 miss from Cello, but it was more of a team performance there from the Netherlands, really carrying that 1 miss from Dutchman, 2 from Bads. And we see the Nomad 4.
Really quick pick there from Nene. Not a lot of time to think about that one.
No, not at all. And
It's going to be the only combat of the pool here.
yes, indeed. And I don't know if this has been picked in the other match that is happening right now, Indonesia versus Norway on the main channel. But if not, this is the first time we see this, correct?
I'm pretty sure it is. Actually, I think you're right. Yeah, this might be the first time we've seen Nomad 4. I mean, I'm gonna say take it with a grain of salt. Maybe we could have in Chile, New Zealand. We didn't get to catch that whole match. But in any case,
It's going to be exciting to see how they do on this. And I do think it makes sense for them to pick the Convert. A lot of solid Convert players on that, on the China side.
yeah, but you can't count out the Dutch here either. I mean, Bad's one of the best combat players in the game.
Oh, for sure. And Cello as well. Very, very good Convert player.
Yeah, this is going to be a really even matchup here, I think, between these two teams, as has been the story in this match so far right now. 3-3.
You cannot take anything out in advance between these two teams. No point is guaranteed for either one.
No, we've seen it all so far. Momentum shifts. Unexpected wins at the dying moment. What will Nomad 4 have in store for us now? The only combat of the pool, trying to get out to an early lead due to a really early miss from Cello, but going to be a bit more solid as Dutchman also drops Bad's the only FC really early on for Netherlands.
Yes, indeed. And it seems like Yui also found a very early miss, but nonetheless, lead is going to stay with China, but Nene misses there. Not what they want to see.
No, that is not a miss that China could afford. I actually think Yui found a miss right at the start of the map as well. I think Shina Minatsu and Bads might be the only FCs left in this lobby. And oh, Dutchman and Cello, the double miss there on the same note.
Yeah,
Oh,
under
that is
dashing
so
after the
unfortunate.
hyper. Yui is gonna trade it. That's just one miss to answer two. So it's gonna stay in the favor of China.
Yep, right now this is playing right into their hand in this pick of their own. Have a good lead for themselves, but there's still half of the map left to go. Anything could happen. Bads, the only FC on that Dutch side, along with Shina Minatsu. We've seen these two compete 2 points in a row here. It's been so close between them. Yet again, they are putting on some spectacular performances right now, but Shina Minatsu finds a miss just as I say that. Bads is now the only FC left. Yui drops.
as well.
Suddenly that lead is going all the way down. It's on the Netherlands side.
But Marcelo is gonna respond with a miss, swinging it back to China. It's another close point.
What an incredible point so far. Anything can happen right now. Not much
missing
time left in
again
this
there.
match at all. Cello does find that miss, however, and with another miss from them, it might be too late for the Netherlands to grab this point out from under China. They are going to hold on and consolidate yet another one of their own picks.
And once again, the scoreline at the end almost in the 6 digits, but I mean, we know this was way closer than a 6-digit score differential.
Tiebreaker hype has to be in the chat by now, surely.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. And look at the double S from Bads. Like you said earlier, don't count the Netherlands out. Yes, they lost a point, but look at that score from Bads.
And it's going to be DT1 to save themselves here. Dutchman throwing that down. Can they stop China? China on match point right now, and everyone from Osu Live is over for Osu Live 2. Hello, everybody. Thank you for joining. You have joined at the perfect time because we have one of the matches of the round on our hands currently between China and the Netherlands. One that on paper looked like it might be pretty good for China has shaped out to be a strong showing from both teams. It's been neck and neck.
Yeah, very warm welcome to all of you, and you're joining us just as we're about to get into Netherlands double time 1 pick. Which is a pick that makes a lot of sense considering how DT has been going for them.
100%. They've won DT2 and 3 already. Can they do it on the final double time? They've completely exhausted the mod pool now. Can they
Yes,
do it on
indeed.
K-pop?
Yeah, and I mean, they're gonna have to hope that this goes as well as the other double times. And if it does, I mean, we all know what
It only
happens
means
then.
one thing. Exactly. Can it happen? Sartan is in after taking a extended break from this match. He is in, hoping to get Netherlands to tiebreaker. Will they be able to do it on double time 1? Only time will tell. 2.5 minutes. Dutchman finds an early miss, so China going to be out in that early lead, but we've already seen how much these points have seesawed between these two teams. Nothing is for certain up until it's like 100, even 200, even 100,000 score isn't safe. We've already seen a 100,000 turnaround. So
Yeah,
anything could happen right now.
Yeah, we saw the 160,000 score advantage get lost earlier, and Sarah Nanamori is gonna miss there, swinging it back over to the Netherlands. And it is a, albeit very small lead, but it is a lead for the Netherlands right now.
Such a close point yet again we have between these two teams right now.
Yeah, I'm scared to say anything. This is so close as we reach the halfway point. And the players are holding on.
Only 10,000 score separating these two teams right now. Can the Netherlands hold on? All of them up above 700 combo now. But Sarah Nanamori finds a miss. And that is going to extend Netherlands' lead. Will we be seeing tiebreaker?
We're approaching the last third of the map, and oh, that miss from Sarah is knocking out China, but for the viewers who want to see tiebreaker, it's looking good, but Bats is going to miss.
Will that bring it back to China? I think they're going to need one more lead from the side of the Netherlands, but look, it is the slower section of the map where Bads can just get his combo back up. Cannot afford to find a miss here, the Netherlands. They need to hold on to all of their combos because China are coming strong at them. But Bancho lags at the worst time. Oh, it's back on. But Sultan finds a miss! Oh no! It's going to flip back over to China right at the end. Netherlands need a miss from China right now, otherwise it's over for them. But all the Chinese players are holding. It's over. China are going to take it.
God. Yeah, China does take it right at the end. It's another super close point here. Oh my god.
What a match that was. China winning it out on PH Pop. Correct myself on stream and...
Yes, indeed. And what an incredible match this was. What a match for my casting debut, huh? I could not have answered much better than this. But
especially
good game,
in the
well
round of
played.
32.
Yeah, of course.
When most
Where
matches are blowouts.
Yeah, I mean this is an incredible moment. But man, good game, well played to both China and the Netherlands. So we see the winning team here.
China moving on in that winners bracket, but escaping from a really strong Netherlands side. They're going to be a fourth in the losers bracket. And that is going to be it for the matches right now, however. The next up will be France versus... what is that? Turkey.
Yes, Turkey.
I couldn't see the flag for some reason. France versus Turkey in 2 hours from now, so definitely stay tuned for that. We're going to have another exciting thing from the staff perspective happening, so everyone make sure you tune into that match. It's going to be very, very good. But for now, that is going to be it from us. Thank you all very much for joining in this great match between China and the Netherlands. I have been Maito, joined by Hypno. Thank you so much for coming along in your debut. It's been an honor to be here with you.
And it's been an honor to have you casting with me, or me casting with you rather. Thank you everyone for watching as well today.
Of course, and we will see you all later.
And here we are again. Short break, a very short, minute break here. We have 3 more matches to go for this Osukatsu World Cup 2024 edition, round of 32. We're going to look at Argentina versus Denmark right now. I'm going to be looking at it with Toph Daddy, of all people. Look at him. How are you doing today?
Doing good. Had an exciting exciting weekend of matches. We got Argentina-Denmark, a top seed versus a low seed. Your number 7 versus 26. Denmark, not full team of 6 players, but still held on enough in the qualifiers to move into the bracket stage. Argentina, very, very strong this year, obviously given their performance in those qualifiers. But whenever we have these top seed versus low seed matchups in round of 32, it begs the question for me, like how the lower seeded team is going to strategize to, give themselves as much of an advantage as possible, especially with like such a good team bearing down on you.
In this case, I really doubt we will see a lot of mod variation coming from Denmark. I have a feeling that it's gonna have to come down to no mods after all. I do feel like Argentina has a grip on them. Definitely in the hard rock pools, double time's probably gonna be their forte as well. Maybe they can pull off some random stuff in the hidden pool, but I doubt that be an option as well. So they're just gonna have to hold on for the most part, I do believe, especially with a 4-man roster. You can't really swap around too much, so that's unfortunate.
Yeah, it ultimately, I think their pick selection, I could see Hidden 2 coming out from Denmark. Argentina, as far as their qualifier results, didn't have the strongest run on Hidden 2. So I could see something like that coming out. I could also see in that same kind of vein something like Mixed Mod 2 coming out if Denmark has a player who can handle the hard rock side.
Oh, they do. They really do. So that should be a possibility maybe, especially if we get a lot of bans in the no-mod pool and if that is going to be exhausted. In any case, the latter no-mods, so no-mod 3 and no-mod 4, are both still quite hard. They're actually very akin to a convert. One is a convert, but the other one is also very like a convert. So it plays quite difficult, especially for newer players. Then again, Denmark doesn't really have like a very new player-esque roster, but it's still a weaker team, obviously, when it comes down to the quirky skill sets compared to something like Argentina. As a matter of fact, it does seem that Argentina is going to ban one of those no mods instead of oh, actually, I did not expect that. I actually expect them to either ban no mod 1 or 2, but it does seem that they're not a big fan of the convert instead. And I wonder what Denmark is going to be banning here.
I could see a Hard Rock 2 getting banned, or maybe a DT3 ban. I think it's going to be within those 2 pools is kind of where I'm expecting the ban to come out. And yeah, there goes HR2.
Good guess.
But Denmark will get the first selection in this match. I could see them going off the rip with a no mod 1. Like I said, I could also see a Hidden 2 or a Mixed Mod 2 coming out from them. So they do have a few options they can go for. They're just going to want to steer clear Hard Rock and DT, I think.
Absolutely, for sure. But going for Hidden, that's very stressful as a very first pick, especially when you're trying to beat a team which mostly overshadows you in terms of skill, especially as the very first match of your tournament campaign. It's always a little bit more nervy than any other, and having to perform well on Hidden on that occasion might just be very difficult as your first pick. I do believe, however, indeed, that a no mod 1 or 2 could be quite logical. Denmark actually being upset that no mod 4 got banned, so maybe no mod 3 is also an option. It is a bit more like no mod 4 at least.
Could definitely see that, though. No mod 3 in this pool is quite challenging with some of the with some of the changes in spacing between like the wiggles and the large sliders that require a lot of focus to get the good accuracy on even just a combo. But Mixed Mod 2 does come out, Jitsutronic, so they are going for the lower approach rate Mixed Mod selection.
Yeah, that is peculiar, but there's 2 players that I know somewhat better from Denmark, being Captain and Kare. Both of them are pretty strong players in their own rights. So I'm just gonna have to assume that they will try to carry this home, and then either Nomark or Chukas will have to fill in for the no mod slot. I'm going to assume it's going to be Nomark. Actually, now slotting into the hidden spot, I think. Maybe I got it a bit wrong. Argentina, on the other hand, will be able to just swap out the roster. Pretty much however they want on maps of this caliber, I do believe. Most of them are very apt at Hard Rock, but there's also some hidden potential in some of the plays for sure.
Definitely, we see Nilcat come in for that final slot on Argentina. It looks like this might be our 6th with Nilcat, Velpert, and Gonza taking it for Argentina. Kare, Nomark captain, staying in for Denmark.
Yep, it's looking like they settled. No more moving around for now. And, yeah, pretty quick with the picks and the composition as well, so that's nice to see.
I think we're just waiting for people to decide. Yeah, looks like there's some discussion about what position the players need to be in. I don't think it matters, but...
Well, it would help with my prediction, at least, of who would play what's on the Danish side. So they better move. They better move.
Well, that is true. We also are seeing another swap out for Argentina. Zeus coming in.
Yeah. So I'm guessing they're gonna spare some of the players this map, so they can mostly focus on Hard Rock. The advantage Argentina obviously has is the fact they can just swap out players whenever they really feel like. So jumping from mods, it's going to be really tough for the players playing this map. If you've played Hidden on this AR's 8.6 pick just now, you're going to have a really rough time on a Hard Rock pick after, which Argentina might just opt for. I think that's a very logical thing for them to do, and to be expected even. So,
especially with the ban that came out from Denmark on that Hard Rock 2 selection, could definitely be a good place for Argentina just to immediately start attacking Denmark.
Yep, I do believe so as well. They've gone on their way by now, 100 combo into the map, and now we can see who plays what mod. So this time around, they're not quite synchronous across the board. Gonza actually going for Hard Rock there for Argentina. And then we have Kare doing it for Denmark. That was quite expected. So Gonza too, but obviously the order a bit confusing here.
Yeah, we do see the first drop coming from the Argentinian side on that no mod from Nilcat. The lower AR might have caught them a little bit off guard, but all three players on Denmark still holding on to the full combo. A little bit of accuracy loss on their side. So Argentina has an opportunity to come back with that accuracy, but another miss from Nilcat is going to solidify that lead for Denmark about a third of the way through this map.
Yeah, big surprise to see so many misses come out from Nilcat. A third one over there, and I mean, Nomod is definitely the easier mod here when you compare it to both Hard Rock and Hidden, and quite a surprise to see Denmark still holding on to a triple FC considering the circumstances. This would be a very big surprise to me if Denmark were able to pull through. Oh, double miss there for Zeus and Nilcat. Actually, Nilcat I didn't miss there, but Zeus, another big drop there, solidifying that lead for Denmark. Now up in the 100,000s.
Yeah, Captain does trade that miss back, so both HD players for the two teams trading misses back together. But the other two players on both teams are above that 200 combo, so Argentina is going to be able to pick a little bit of that lead back. But we only have a quarter of this map left, and Nomark and Kare still holding on to the full combos, each holding on to the lead for Denmark as we get into the final few patterns.
Yeah, there's not much left of the map, so either Kare and Nomark would have to drop like right now. That could bring it back to Argentina, but that isn't happening seemingly. So they've practiced really well, I can only assume.
That is a miss from Kare, so one of the misses that they need is there, but it's slowly approaching the end of the chart, and we're running out of time for Argentina to be able to pick this back up, and it looks like Denmark will take an early point in this match.
Quite astonishing, honestly. Wow, I'm pretty sure a lot of people would have expected Argentina to sweep this, but there you go. Denmark actually leading right from the get-go. First pick, very well fought out seemingly, and very nice scores over there, only totaling 3 misses there for the entire team. Nilcat just wasn't able to quite get comfortable in the map, and that was pretty much the only reason Argentina wasn't able to take that one. Well played by Denmark there. Argentina is going to have to come back right immediately.
Yeah, good opening pick from Denmark. Argentina will have their own selection, and like we said, I think we were expecting a Hard Rock 1 selection potentially. I could also see DT coming out from Argentina, though. They, as a team, I think Argentina's not as strong on DT as they'd like, but Mixed Mod 1.
I am quite surprised with this one too, honestly. Any high AR would have sufficed, probably a counter pick here, but going for another mixed mod whilst Denmark is already warmed up with the entire mixed mod concept in mind doesn't seem like a good idea. You're just giving in to the momentum of Denmark now, but I mean, that's their game plan, it seems to be.
Certainly an interesting choice. I definitely don't think it's the best option that was available to Argentina, given, you know, it's only the second pick in the match, and there's still 3 other mod pools fully available for them to go through.
Oh, absolutely.
But they're exhausting this mixed mod pool, so maybe trying to get Denmark out of a place of comfort early on in this match. That could potentially be an angle, or maybe they just feel really confident in their ability to play next mod 1.
Yeah, I assume that's the only thing I can assume, really. They are swapping out quite some of the players. Only Gonza staying in for Argentina, but just getting Denmark out of the rhythm is mostly the better or more used at least tactic for teams like Argentina. We've seen it high. So swapping to high AR or low AR after a high AR pick is mostly the way you want to go, because you're gonna just have to readjust. In Denmark's case, you can't really swap out the players, so that is harder. That is just harder to do in a sequence. I am quite surprised still just here, because Denmark can now opt for a no mod pick without really having to readjust so much. It's just easier to swap from a mod back to no mod than it is to swap between mods. I am surprised, but we will see what Argentina has in the bag here.
Yeah, getting into the map here as we're waiting for everyone to just load in. Second pick of the match out of a possible 9 selections, but starting off, no misses out the gate, but give it a little time. No one having any issues. We're seeing Zeus actually find an early break. Another early lead for Denmark, this time off the hidden player. But everyone else still holding onto their combos.
Another one there for Zeus too, so Argentina, or at least Zeus, once more uncomfortable here. Surprisingly, actually. It is a tough map on hidden. It snaps quite weirdly every so often. The jumps are a bit spacey, but that shouldn't be enough reason to miss so many times right at the get-go. So hopefully they can warm up a little now.
Yeah, 3 misses off the gate for the Argentinian side. They are finding a little bit of footing now, but now that we're above the 200 combo mark, all those misses are going to be even exponentially worse, and Zeus not able to fully find themselves here. 5 full combos outside of that, but that is enough for Denmark to, again, extend this lead almost to 100,000, just like in Mixed Mod 2.
Yeah, they just keep on missing, it seems. They are not getting these jumps like every so often, and not being able to combo. Kare is going to find a drop there for Denmark, but that's not going to be enough for Argentina to come back, as Gonza and Story are trying their very hardest to keep up the scoreline a little bit here. And again, No Mark and Captain also doing this perfectly.
Yeah, this is quite a long map, 3 minutes long, so we're only about halfway through. There's plenty of time for Argentina to make a comeback if Denmark starts to find some mistakes, but Zeus, just before getting to that 200 combo mark, is going to find yet another drop, and having a little bit of trouble finding their footing as Kare actually hits that 200 combo mark and is getting full combo bonus for every single node now.
This has got to be some of the tournament nerfs kicking in for Zeus, I do assume. Maybe a fairly new tournament player. I wouldn't really know whether they've played too many community tournaments before this CWC, but that is often a very nice primer if you want to get into this type of scene. Right now, they are moving on to the 200 combo range, but that's not going to be enough yet. Denmark holding on very neatly to their combos. Captain now, finally finding a miss.
I was able to recover from that miss pretty well, so they're not going to lose too much of that lead. Still around 100,000. as Argentina will be picking up a little bit. Captain continuing to find a few drops. Score lead is shrinking a little bit, but we're approaching the end of the map. We only have about 100,000 points total available for each player. So gonna need a few more mistakes if Argentina wants to not give up this break point, but we're running out of time as Captain does find another break again, but Zeus does trade that back. And last few notes, looks like Denmark will be able to take a break point right out of the gate.
I am thinking that a lot of pick'ems have been ruined by now already, considering this lead from Denmark. A break point against Argentina, the number 7 seed. It was pretty much the last thing I expected to happen in this match. I do wonder, will they then go for Nomad? Or will they maybe try some Hidden, seeing as Zeus is having some issues there?
Yeah, Hidden definitely feels like what I would be thinking about, especially with the performances in the qualifiers where Denmark's Hidden 2 is like low AR Hidden was a little bit better than the rest of their mod pools.
Yeah.
And Argentina's Hidden low AR Hidden on the qualifiers was a bit lower than all their mod pools. So it feels like you could go in that range. I could also see a Nomad 3 or a Nomad 1 coming out from Denmark in this scenario.
And I mean, yeah, the Nomad pick would be logical here, according to what I would expect from a team like them. But this is a different situation than I thought they would be in after 2 maps as well. So I wouldn't.
Yeah, it's also worth noting, like, if we think it's potentially Zeus having some nerves issues, Hidden makes nerves issues way worse. Because when you're nervous and having to be that patient with the notes, with the low AR, it's extremely common to just rush all of the jumps and hypers, but Nomad 1 is going to be the selection. Going for the consistency pick, which I was honestly a little surprised stayed open from Argentina.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay. So according to plan, pretty much. I've been seeing a couple of messages that Velpik might be moved into the lobby soon, which is pretty much the third core player of the Argentinian team. That could also help with the upcoming maps, but so far no sign of them in the lobby at least. And they're gonna have to play in about 2 minutes. You can't delay the game for too long.
I'm not sure if they're going to try to take that time to see if we can get Velpik into the lobby. I assume that's what they want to do, but I don't know if they're going to have enough time. Though there is the swap. Velpik is in the lobby now, so potentially what Argentina needs to start getting some momentum back in their favor here.
Yeah, these 3 people are extremely renowned by now. Strong tourney players, very highly ranked as well with... I think they average around rank 20 if you would combine them together. Story being number 3 in the world, Gonza being number 9 now. Velpik used to be a top 3 player, or top 2 player maybe even. Now at rank 40 global, still active after all these years. Absolutely one of the most solid cores in the CWC. This is not the specialty of these easier maps actually for these very high-end players. These might be a bit too slow, and when you compare that to the roster from Denmark, they would perhaps have a bit of an easier time. This is something that any of these players can still learn, however, so we might expect a couple of full combos. We might even see a full lobby full combo. I'm not entirely sure if we've seen that so far this round, but with this type of Danish ambition and this Argentinian team, we can expect a lot. Let's see it happen.
Absolutely. Well, already a little bit disappointing there. Kari finding an early drop there, so no 6-way FC on the Nomad 1 this time. But this is the first lead that we've seen Argentina hold on to now after that first break from Denmark. But that was before the 200 combo for Kari, so misses coming from here on out are going to be more impactful, which might favor Denmark if Argentina starts to find a break or two now that we've hit that 200 combo.
That's true. We're getting into that PI now, see if there's going to be any more misses. The advantage for Argentina is still quite slim. We'll have to wait and see. If any of the Argentinian players were to miss, the advantage would actually go back to Denmark, considering that Kari missed very early on in the map. So they're gonna have to hold on tight. But so far, they are doing exactly that.
Triple-double S coming out from the Argentinian side so far. That is a miss from Surganza, though that does trade back the one miss that Denmark gave up earlier. And like I said, that's going to be a little more impactful. So I would probably expect Denmark to actually take a lead off of that miss, but not probably just about 5 to 10,000 points.
Yeah, it should be about 10,000 points if nothing were to go wrong with the Danish players now. And, well, Kara did find their footing once again. Nolmark and Captain still pushing through with a full combo. They've dropped a couple of droplets, but that's no worry at all. These streams can be a bit trickier. Everybody hits them.
That is true. Surganza back above 200 combos, so the lead from Denmark staying about the same now. If there's any accuracy drops, Argentina can definitely still take the lead. A miss is not required with the accuracy advantage they have currently. So those droplets going to be extremely important in the back half of the map.
Yeah, hold on to your seats, everyone.
Does this map have
Still
a spinner
swing
at the
either
end?
way. I'm pretty sure there is, yeah. So it could come down to just that. Some tricky jumps in. Nolmark finding that miss together with Surganza. However, 2 misses though for Nolmark, so that's gonna slightly shift it over to Argentina. But the hope isn't quite lost yet. Another drop from Argentina would give it back to Denmark, but no, that's entire both.
2 full combos holding on for Argentina, just the one by Captain on Denmark, and that is going to help solidify a lead now. But Captain dropping the last full combo for Denmark in this chorus. It looks like Argentina is going to be able to skate by off of those final few misses and take their first point of the match. It is a break point as well, as long as nothing goes wrong in this ending, I should say.
Yeah, very unlikely for them to drop it now, especially with the 100,000 score difference. Only a couple seconds left, and Story and Velper have done their duty beautifully here. Both very likely finding that full combo. They do indeed. Captain with the final note still missing that one, unfortunately. And yeah, this time around, it's not going to go to Denmark. This is the Argentina that we've come to expect after all these years.
I mean, Denmark was keeping it close for a while. They just started chaining misses back to back to back in that last quarter, and that's the difference between, I guess, a 1,000 point score difference and then expanding it to 100,000. But Argentina finding some footing. They do have their own pick now to potentially tie it up, and I can't imagine they pick I can't imagine they don't pick like Hard Rock 1 or DT.
We've been surprised throughout the entire match so far, so I'm just not gonna try and call this too much. I mean,
Okay,
yeah,
Hard Rock
you
1.
did it.
We did
Okay.
it. Argentina made a pick that makes more sense.
Yeah, things are finally making sense, indeed. So, Ironical Parade, the other Hard Rock map was banned. I would suggest that is the more difficult one. This is mostly a consistency pick. Once again, something that I do think the Danish players can also very well play on. But then again, the Argentinians, they have all sorts of Hard Rock specialists, so to them this is just a piece of cake.
Yeah, not to mention that Argentina also has more players that can swap in if needed. Denmark, as a 4-man roster, only has that one player sitting on the bench right now, so if they have more than one player right now who's uncomfortable with Hard Rock, they don't really have an option to kind of move them out.
Exactly. And I'm not entirely sure about the performance of Chicas in a map pool of this caliber. They are sitting at around rank 2000, which is still a far way off the players that are playing at the moment. So combined with tournament nerves, I do assume it's very unlikely we'll see a lot of play from Chicas in this round against a behemoth like Argentina. Maybe there's something that he did specialize in, I wouldn't be able to tell. But for now, we are seeing a very solid selection of Kare, Nolmark and Captain over on the Danish side.
And on Argentina, we're waiting for the third player, but Surganza and Velper looking like they're staying in for this, just looking for that last player before we get into Hard Rock 1.
Yeah, who's going to be that player, actually? I did expect the same people to stay in. Story is also a very apt Hard Rock player, but Surprisingly, they might want to take a break. It's going to be Nullcat instead. A very solid player, ranked at about 190 global. Also, very strong on double time mostly. So I'm certain about the fact that Nullcat is not going to at least struggle with the AR10 here. And this should also, well, be a piece of cake to them, I do think. Then again,
it's what we'd expect, but both mixed mods having already gone to Denmark, kind of against what we expected. So anything can still happen, and Denmark clearly making it known that they are able to keep up with Argentina on so many of these maps already. Could absolutely see anything as long as they are comfortable enough with AR10 and the precision required on this Hard Rock pick.
Yeah, this is one of those rare occasions where truly anything goes, and we will see which way the coin will flip this time around. On this fourth map, a couple of misses there for Denmark very early on from Nomark and Captain, so a bit of an early lead for Argentina, but then again, it's just the very start of this 3-minute song. Lots to still go through.
Yeah, though Captain finding another set of drops there, struggling to get above that 100 so far, but it seems like Denmark is starting to find their footing as we approach that 200 combo for the full combos. Nomark does find another drop, Captain as well, not able to really get themselves situated, and looks like Argentina is going to come out with a very strong starting lead.
Yeah, the AR is just a tad bit higher than what we saw from that No-Mod, so you're gonna have to get your eyes adjusted out a little bit. Going from normal to hard rock isn't the toughest thing. I mean, you can also go from hidden to hard rock, which is one of the hardest things you can do right in the middle of a tourney match. But if you're experienced enough, you can manage. If you aren't, that's going to be a bit of an issue. And I think that's exactly what's happening to Nomark and Captain there, as Nomark is going to drop another time. Argentina's lead now, 130,000 points.
Yeah, we're seeing 3 double S's on the side of Argentina. 1 full combo for Denmark from Kare. Captain finding their footing finally. Just about to approach that 400, but Nomark not able to keep that combo strong enough, but Nullcat does trade that back. So it's just 2 full combos to 1. And right now, the combo bonus for both teams is roughly the same, 2 players each above the 200 combo. So the lead isn't going to be growing at this point. But Captain does find a drop, and that's going to help Argentina extend it a little bit more.
Yeah, it's going to have to come down sometime soon, otherwise there won't be enough map left for them to make a comeback. Captain, however, drops again, and it just seems that Denmark consistently misses more across the board than Argentina. Especially considering the fact that Velpiquet and Gonza haven't really decided on dropping quite yet. Still on a full combo. Another miss there for Captain, and it's looking pretty grim by now.
Yeah, hitting the last third of this map, so just about a minute left in this. So there's still opportunities for misses, but with a 200,000 point score cap, that's gonna need maybe like 7 or 8 misses. And given that the performance so far from Argentina and their consistency, I don't really see that happening just in this last quarter of the map.
Nope, no explosions here, I do believe. Nomark with another drop, however, and yeah, Denmark just really can't quite keep up with this hard rock pick. It's unfortunate. Kare is really trying the best to at least keep up with the other Argentinians, but it's a team effort, and there's not enough team points to be distributed here in Denmark for them to win this pick over Argentina. 240,000 points of difference. This is the biggest margin so far, and I don't think that's going to come down at this very last part of the map.
Yeah, in fact, it looks like it's actually going to increase with Kare, unfortunately breaking the full combo right at the end. But still a good score from them, just not enough when you're up against 2 full combos on the side of Argentina and a 1 miss from Nullcat as the only break that we saw from them.
Absolutely, not too shabby at all there from Denmark. This is still a pretty tough map, despite the fact that mostly it's a consistency-based map. Swapping between the lower AR to this is still a step you have to make, and as you can also see in the graphs, most misses were indeed at the very beginning of the map for both Nomark and Captain. But yeah, they found their footing a little bit too late. What will they do now, however? Going back from this to hidden might also be pretty rough, so
yeah,
maybe not the plan they want to go for.
Definitely maybe not the best option, but like as far as making sure that Denmark can, adjust the reading properly. So I could definitely see a Nomad 2 being the pick here. Just going off of what picks I think are strongest for Denmark, definitely Nomad 2, Nomad 3, and Hidden 2. I think are like the 3 areas that I'd stick around. It's just about whether or not you can adjust to the lower ARs of Nomad 3 and Hidden 2. Kind of makes the decision making a little more difficult for Denmark here.
True that. But stabilizing Nomad 2 sounds like a good plan for now. I do believe. Again, Argentina could very well just swap out the players that just play Hard Rock for Hidden. And they might not opt to do that if they were to go for Nomad, because that jump just isn't quite as big. And then again, you could go for Hidden afterwards, considering the fact that Hard Rock, the pool over there, has been fully depleted. No more Hard Rock options there for Argentina. And there you go. Nomad 2 indeed.
Yeah, understandable pick. Won't be too heavy on the reading, going from AR10 to about AR 9.4-ish or 9.2, something along those. 9.3. I picked right around it. But should be good for Denmark to do this. They stayed very close to Argentina on Nomad 1 for a majority of the map, and this is a lot shorter, so that consistency requirement is not quite as heavy as it was on Nomad 1, and I could definitely see Denmark doing a good job in keeping up with Argentina on this.
Yeah, correct. It's definitely going to be a smaller difference than what we just saw in the Hard Rock pick. That is one thing I'm absolutely sure but how big that margin is going to be and which side it's going to go to. We will have to wait and see. I am going to assume that Denmark once again is going to keep in the entire roster they just had. The other hand, Argentina is going to bring back Story into the story. There you go, pun intended.
Love our buzz around here, but yep, just one swap out for Argentina it looks like. Just waiting for the players to ready up now, and we'll get into this. An equalized match, 2-2 right now, so effectively turned it into a best of 5 match going into the rest of this. But Denmark looking to give themselves another advantage. I really don't know what to expect out of Denmark here. I think they did a good job on Nomad 1, but Argentina seems to have really found their momentum and footing, and the expectation is still for Argentina to be able to perform well enough to take this, but Denmark showing a lot of guts so far and putting up some really good scores.
Yeah, let's see just how ambitious these people are. See if they can fend off Argentina. One more point here. I mean, from here on, it's just going to be a matter of surviving whatever is to come, I do believe. I'm not calling the first 2 wins that Denmark took a fluke by any means, but once again, Argentina does seem to have stabilized a bit. Here we go. The 5th pick of the game. Is it boss time, dude?
I think it is.
Oh, yeah.
Opening pretty straightforward patterns, but Nomark is going to find a very early drop. Yeah, they're taking a little bit of a lead, but if you're going to drop, the beginning's the best place to do it.
Correct, yeah. The map is going to get exponentially harder here. A couple of streams incoming, everybody hitting those, but these snaps can be somewhat tricky. There's a couple of very long sliders too. I expect a couple of misses here and there.
And Nomark is going to find another drop. Now that we're above 200 combo, that's going to be more impactful. So the 2 drops from Nomark, the only misses so far. Triple double S on the side of Argentina, 2 FCs for Denmark, along with 1 double S. Just that difference coming from the 1 or the 2 sets of misses that we've seen expands that lead to 50,000 points, so big lead just off those 2. But everyone not having too much trouble with this section as we're going to get into the break section.
Yep, it's not a disaster yet. Nomark will just have to find the footing for a bit, and just any 2 misses on the Argentinian side could still bring it back to Denmark. Once again, this is not the hardest of picks, so I can see both Kare and Captain dropping a full combo on this one. We just have to keep our eyes on Argentina for the time being, as all 3 players over there are still rocking a double S, which is also incredibly impressive. Let's see if they can do it for the entirety of the map.
Got just one more guy left. We got the last third coming up here after this transition. triple double S on lock right now for Argentina. Everyone recovering for Denmark as well. Nomark above 400 combo now, so full combo bonus coming to everyone. It's all about keeping that consistency now, but Nomark is going to find a break there, and that might solidify the lead enough for Argentina to run away with this now.
Yeah, that's a tough one, especially if it's only one player missing on the end of Denmark. That's probably going to demoralize Nomark a bit once they see that everybody else was able to hold on to their full combos, if that's going to be the case at least. Couple more jumps here and there, but it's not enough time for Denmark to make a comeback at all, even if all players were to drop on the Argentinian side. And there you go. Final spinner. Well done by Denmark, but wow, what an incredible play for Argentina to just drop a triple FC right there, a triple SS even.
Yeah.
Okay, they're back.
I don't think you can do much about that. Even with a triple FC on Denmark, the droplet misses, I think, would have still given that to Argentina. So, very impressive scores all around. But yeah, there's not much you can do about a triple double S.
Indeed, there isn't. And Argentina, again, back in the game, and can also pick the next map. So will they slow it down? Will they bring the tempo back in by playing some double time? They can go anywhere with this now. They can swap out as many players as they want and make Denmark feel as uncomfortable as possible. I think that's the goal here.
Yeah, I don't see a world where they stay in Nomad or go into a lower approach rate option. I think DT is kind of what I'd want to see out of Argentina. And DT2 does come out, in my opinion, the trickiest DT map to score well on.
Oh, absolutely. I fully agree with that. There's a couple of people that seem to prefer this over Double Time 3, but I just find the snapping on this map so extremely difficult. Especially if you're a bit nervous, which Denmark might just be now after having lost 3 maps in a row now. Yeah, tough one. Tough one indeed.
Yeah, they are going to actually decide to swap a player out on the side of Denmark. T-Juke is coming in. So finally getting that swap in through. Milkcat also comes back in for Argentina. It looks like these are going to be our primary teams for both sides for DT2. And I mentioned that this is really tricky. The snapping is difficult on this, but I think a big part of that is because of the swing rhythm that causes the timing to kind of be a little bit more awkward to hit properly.
Yeah, it all factors in, definitely. The micro movements you kind of have to make every so often, so you have to tap dash quite often throughout the map. That just requires more control in general. But I am happy to see Chukas over here. Perhaps they were forced to practice this map over and over by the Danish team. I'm not entirely sure. Milkcat also making their comeback, but at least we saw the entire team of Denmark play today. And they're still in it, right? I mean, they could very well just make an upset here. I doubt it, but we'll have to wait and see. Maybe Chukas will pull something incredibly crazy out of the bag.
Yeah, as a general note, DT was one of the skill sets that Denmark, during qualifiers, was weakest at. So, unfortunately, with only a 4-man roster, you're going to have some holes in your team, most likely. And this might just be where Denmark hits that. But this map is even though it is the trickiest of the DT maps to score well on in this pool, it is certainly a lot easier than the qualifiers pool. So, you definitely see them pull out some magic here.
Magic they will need. A bit of magic of friendship going on here too. Just fun to see everybody adding each other. But yeah, they're gonna get started in 5 seconds, so no more adding each other. You can become friends after the game, right? Focus now. Let's see it happen. The 6th map of this match. Denmark now trailing by a single point. We'll have to make a break here.
Here we go. Swing rhythm starting off right away. Nullcat finding the first break of the lobby. Kari and Chukas do trade that out, though. Captain also dropping, so now no full combos on the side of Denmark already. Velvet K and Sirkansen holding on for the time being as they approach that 200 combo mark. So Argentina going to take a little bit of a lead right out the gate.
Yeah, solid lead already at 90,000 points. It is seemingly mostly Kara actually bottlenecking the Danish team. Chukas finding another miss there too. Both of them fairly inconsistent. Nullcat also pretty far ways off from a full combo, but it gets dampened a lot by the performance of Gonza and Velper K, who are once again doing absolutely marvelously here. full comboing thus far. Captain really trying their best, but they missed at the very start too. That score advantage is growing tons by the second half.
Yeah, not even halfway through the map and already at about 200,000 points of difference. As the two full combos hold on, Milkcat now above 200 combo as well. So full combo scoring for the Argentinian side, and Captain does actually find a break. So that was the only big combo for Denmark, as Kari and Dukas do start to find more consistent breaks. But Milkcat trades one of those back, so just the two full combos. But that is still enough to keep extending this lead even further for Argentina.
Yeah, the score is really worlds apart by now. 350,000 points of difference, and it just keeps on growing, and it just keeps on growing. It's unfortunately Chukas that is not fully comfortable on this type of map yet. They're not performing truly bad at all. 97% is still a very neat feature, but it's not quite enough to take the blows from Argentina here, with Gonza and Velpake once again hitting the 1000 combo, moving very close into a full combo.
Yeah, just the ending patterns left in this, and pretty much no opportunities for Denmark to come back in this. That would be another point for Argentina, bringing it to match point, though it is going to be Denmark's pick coming up here. So they'll have an opportunity to go with something that they're more comfortable with, and, you know, an opportunity to keep themselves alive in the winner's bracket.
Correct, indeed. Well tried there by Denmark, but unfortunately just not quite enough to fend the two giants of Argentina off. Milkcat here with a couple of drops, quite consistent as well, at about 845,000 points. But then again, having Milkcat score multiplied by 3 would still be suffice score to beat Denmark there. So double time, really not the mod section Denmark is looking forward to playing to in the latter rounds of this tournament as well, I do believe. And Argentina is very likely going to be primed up for another double time pick, if they were to pick the final pick of their match here. It's still Denmark who can pick. They could still win that pick. I'm guessing they're going to go for no mod 3. I think that's the most sensible option here. But if they were to win, it's going to be another Argentinian pick. And I do believe that's just going to be another double time, seeing as this difference was just absolutely massive.
Yeah, and I think that pretty much means Denmark is kind of forced to go into a little bit of a lower AR pick in this scenario. All 3 maps remaining outside of the DP pool being lower in approach rate. I think the highest approach rate out of all of them is 9, which is Hidden One's approach rate. So we'll need a little bit of adjustment after that DT pick, but they did get a swap out during that with Jukas coming in, so they'll at least have someone who should...
Okay.
Not what I expected.
Bit of a kamikaze, maybe. That is a peculiar pick, but maybe they can catch Argentina off guard. Maybe that's the plan. I'm not entirely certain, honestly speaking. What I could guess is the fact that the Danish players have now sort of warmed up for double time through that other play. They have swapped out Chukas for Nomark once more. And that means that Nomark might have had the time in solo play to practice this map real quick right before they got into the lobby again. So perhaps with this in mind, they are gonna try, and very much try so to beat Argentina on this pick. Whether that's gonna work out, I'm not entirely sure. And then again, there's another double time pick which could be picked afterwards if Denmark were to succeed on this one. And once again, I don't see this working out too well, honestly.
Yeah, I am interested to see how this goes. I mean, Denmark has to have some kind of confidence in this over, you know, the No Mod 3 and both hidden picks if they wanted to go with this over those 3 selections. But after seeing the difference on DT2, it's hard to see a world where Denmark, you know, keeps up with Argentina in a way that would allow them to take this point. But this DT pick is a little bit easier to score on, despite being harder to read because of the high density and the high approach rate. It's still, the patterns themselves are relatively straightforward.
Yeah, the patterns are straightforward. It's just a bit more speedy which could work in favor of some players. Then again, the Argentinians are pretty speedy players themselves as well. So it is just not a counter pick by any means in any world. Yeah, we're just hoping for a miracle here, I think. The 7th and maybe final pick of this game. From Denmark, double time. Once more, double time free.
Yeah, double time free does not take any time. Early miss from Story there. Also, but that was traded back by Nomark as well. 2 full combos on both sides right out of the gate. Looks like a little bit heavier of a drop from Nomark there. So Argentina is going to have a slight lead as we are already hitting that 200 combo. And Captain does find a break as well. And that'll extend the lead a little bit in favor of Argentina.
Just a little bit. Story opting for Hidden here, which is mostly used for reading purposes. Nomark missing again for Denmark in the meanwhile. A couple of misses there, actually. But I'm quite surprised the Story opted for Hidden, despite the fact that this is not really high AR for them. Then again, it doesn't really matter, does it? Denmark missing quite often here. Nomark and carry with a couple of drops there. Score difference of 130,000 points. Story is going to slow that down just a little bit, but not quite enough for Denmark to take over the lead.
Yeah, and just before Nomark hits 200, they do find another miss, so it's not going to help them lower that lead. It's already 150,000 points in favor of Argentina, but Kari and Captain do solidify their combos, but Belperke and Gonza both, similar to the last few picks, just holding on to the full combos through the entirety of these maps.
Yeah, it's absolutely mesmerizing to see these two play at the level they can play at. Just absolutely smashing all of these round of 32 maps. No problems at all. Captain there missing a big droplet. That's such an unfortunate space to miss a note in. Nomark again, not really being able to precisely pick up these notes. Just undershooting a couple of them. 220,000 points. Either Argentina would have to blow up entirely here, which I don't see possible because this is the easiest part of the map, or Denmark is going to lose this one out.
Yeah, not much left to make mistakes on. Nomark does find another break right at the end, but that is going to do it for DT3. And Argentina, despite having a little bit of a rocky start, losing the first 2 points, do make a comeback, get 5 points in a row, and survive in the winner's bracket, knocking Denmark into the loser's bracket for round of 16.
Yeah, correct. Rocky start indeed for Argentina, but a really solid one for Denmark on the other hand. I think a lot of people, including myself, were quite surprised at the level of the performance they were able to show off today. And going home 5-2 is something that they can be absolutely proud of. That is such a marvelous performance against a top-seeded team like Argentina. So really well played to Denmark. They'll be back in the losers bracket next week, and Argentina is going to move on with their campaign in that winners bracket. One of the potential top candidates of this tournament, obviously. Well played.
Indeed. Well played. And that's about it for that match. We've got another one coming up in about 12 minutes. That'll be the United States versus Estonia. And then right after that, one more match for the weekend, Peru versus Spain. So we got those last couple of matches to round out the weekend before our round of 16 map pool showcase. But I think we're going to be taking a short break here. Just before the United States and Estonia duke it out. Do you have anything else to say before we take our short break?
I mean, I could just chill out and ask you guys to buy some banners in the meantime. I mean, you have 12 minutes now anyway. You could, get yourself a bit of water, a bit of food, relax for a little bit, and then you can go on to the OC store, watch those beautiful banners of the teams this year. Perhaps buy a banner, maybe even 2 of the teams you support. They're very nice, they look nice on your profile, and you would support the game and this journey buying them too. So that is greatly appreciated. Well, I greatly appreciate you guys watching too. We'll be back in 12, and I thank you, Toad, for this nice cast, and we'll see you in a bit.
Buy one for Iceland.
Righty. We've been offline for about 6 hours-ish. I hope he didn't miss us too much. But we're back now. Well, actually, a couple of more hours than that. I misread the schedule. It's going pretty well. It's morning over here. Welcome, everybody, to the Osu Catch World Cup 2024. We are on Sunday now. We're going to follow the second half of the campaign here of all the countries that participate. I am here with Maito. How are you doing, mate?
I'm doing very well, Sartan. I'm glad to have you on here with me, and we're looking at a nice matchup here between Belgium and the Philippines. A larger seed discrepancy than the last time that I casted, which was China and the Netherlands. But I'm still very excited to see how both of these teams perform. I think it will be a good match where hopefully the Philippines can take some points off of Belgium, and it won't be a sweep because I don't know. No one likes to see a sweep.
I wouldn't
like,
hope
unless
so
you're
either.
Belgian.
Oh, well,
You probably would.
I mean,
But in any case, I'm doing well and I'm excited.
that's good to see. They've already gone on to pick and ban, seemingly. Philippines is going to be picking Mixed Mod 2 first here. I'm pretty sure they got the second. No, actually, Belgium was to ban second, banning Hidden 1, and the Philippines banned No Mod 3. So we can already kind of see the strategy, the cogs turning in both of the heads of the Belgians and the Philippines. And it's going to be Mixed Mod. I think Mixed Mod is actually such a nice bracket for a lot of teams this year, because most of the time you'll have at least one specialist somewhere, right? One Hard Rock specialist, one Hidden specialist. So it's definitely a way for the lower bracketed teams to try and overcome hurdles, and especially the larger teams, the better teams, try and give them a bit of a run for their money. So it's also a strategy that we tried to use against China in yesterday's match, so I recognize it that way.
Yeah, it's definitely a good strategy, as you said. I guess. I mean, I'm not sure what else to add on to that one. To be honest, that's a pretty accurate description of what Mixed Mod is to these lower seeded teams. Just gives them a bit of an opportunity to kind of compete at a more even level with some of those much higher kind of top level squads, kind of like Belgium, and compared to the Philippines here. So it's a good pick to start off for them, and it'll be interesting to see how they get on with this one and which players they will field for each mod. I'm actually not entirely too sure of their team composition and kind of their players for this tournament, to be honest. Of course, dropping quite a bit of firepower since last year, where they had those absolute monsters in their squad.
Yeah, certainly, indeed. At least they have Kelzu left, who's very likely going to be the Hard Rock player. It seems to be that case too, which is logical. He was one of the remaining players from last year, one of the best players in the Philippines, and they truly had a dream team last year. I think they got 4th place in the entire tourney. It's very likely not going to be the same this year, unfortunately, but at least for Mixed Mod compositions, they still have a fairly decent roster. Belgium, on the other hand, very good all-round players, so we can expect some shifting around depending on the map, the Mixed Mod map too. I think none of them are banned, so perhaps we'll see a couple more in due time. But for now, we're going to see if Philippines will be able to defend their first pick in this match, where they certainly are the underdog, especially if we look at the predictions here in the Osu live chat. Only 1% putting their coins onto the Philippines side. I wonder if there's going to be a possibility for an upset here. Let's get it.
Yep, here we go. First point between Belgium and the Philippines in the round of 32. Not much faith for the Filipinos here, but this is definitely one of those points where they have the greatest chance. I feel like going to be looking out for the Hidden and Hard Rock players, especially Hidden with this map that is really a big challenge on that mod. And there you can see there's already a miss coming down from Liam. Jeaned is going to be their adversary for Hidden and Cake Noob and Kielzu going to be rocking those Hard Rocks, and Jesse and Mawal going to be on just no mod. And there we go, Mawal actually going to be another drop for the Philippines. Already Belgium has a healthy lead.
Yeah, maybe some initial turning nerves there from both Mawal and Langs. Both not as experienced as the other players in this lobby. Kiel's still doing very well over there on the top slots. And yeah, 2 misses are going to give Belgium a bit of a lead now. About 80,000 points actually. That's quite big, but very manageable still. I mean, it's very possible for Belgium to miss twice, especially considering this map is still fairly rough and hidden. As you can see, Zine there missing first miss there for the Belgian side. AR 8.6, not a skill that a lot of people develop these days. Low AR hidden, that is. So, plenty more misses abound maybe, unless they've practiced really well. Yep, and the score gap definitely closing up a little now.
Yep, from that miss from Zine now. But Kielzu drops the FC. Now, no FCs left on the side of the Philippines. Mawal does have a nice combo along with Liam GG's, but look at all of the Belgian side. Zine coming back up, but no, actually, Cake Noob finds another miss, and a quarter of the map left to go. With that miss, could there be a comeback for the Philippines? That score is actually dropping incredibly fast now. There is for sure enough time for the score lead to actually flip over. It keeps keeping just decreasing more and more. It's almost back down.
I think the Belgians are going to have to find one more miss in order for the Philippines to be able to take it back. It's going to be Mawal and Cake Noob to drop simultaneously, however, so that score lead is going to remain very similar. Cake Noob with another miss there right at the end. Spinner battle to go, and oh my goodness, we have a really close one right from the get-go. The Philippines taking it with only 700 points. Oh, that just crashed right at the end for Belgium. Goodness.
Cake Noob just completely collapsing in the last part of that map, and Philippines deals that point from what looked like Belgium was going to hold on just barely, but no, what a first point, and that is a great start now for the Philippines. Would have been very disparaging for them to lose their first pick, but no, they are the team to hit the scoreboard first. Belgium now has to follow that up with a pick of their own, and it's going to be Hard Rock 1, Ironical Parade, the very standard consistency Hard Rock, and you can see El Skefe or Quinton coming in here now, as well as Mike Cutie.
Yeah, I mean, the Belgian Hard Rock roster is still very solid, so we never should underestimate this, but Cake Noob might be flustered a little bit after those misses right at the end on their first Hard Rock pick. Well, it was their only first Hard Rock pick, obviously. It's mixed mod, so Kielzu and Cake Noob being warmed up a little bit here. In general, the Belgian team does have a stronger Hard Rock roster than the Philippines, but ooh, the 700 point difference gotta sting a little bit at least, so let's see if they are going to be as stable as we are used to from the Belgian team, and whether the Philippines might be able to extend the lead even further. That's very unlikely, but could just very much happen after such a close game like that.
Yeah, there's less. There was even it was even less than 700. It was only 430 score. I mean, you can't get much closer than that.
Wow.
That is one of the most electric starts to a match that I've seen so far. At least in the matches that I've had the pleasure of watching. And let's see if we can have another close point here on Hard Rock 1. Both teams, I would say that maybe Belgium has a bit more Hard Rock firepower. I'm not too sure on the Philippines Hard Rock strength. I'd have to pull up their qualifier results. But in any case, here we go. Belgium, Philippines, point 2. Belgium hoping to get themselves on the board after that bit of a heartbreak of a point, just barely losing out with this Hard Rock consistency, which they should be pretty strong at.
This is not the toughest of maps by any means, so the Philippines could very well find a couple of full combos here too. We do have to see that happen still. And again, Belgium maybe a little flustered. It could be very close once more. entering the 100 combo range. Everybody's still holding on, and it's a very stable, consistent map. There's a couple of key eyes where the difficulty raises just a little bit, but that's pretty much it. Other than that, it's about your nerve control, about your platter control, which these people all should be very proficient at.
Yep, definitely. No misses at all. Actually, not even any accuracy drops so far. Dead even between Belgium and the Philippines right now. Nothing to separate them except that drop miss. That droplet miss now from Potemkin is finally going to give the smallest of leads to Belgium, but that's going to be a much bigger one now. Mawile finds the first miss of the match, and Belgium with another early lead here. Quarter of the map has surpassed us, and they are all still going strong. So are Potemkin and Kielzu, but as Mawile finds another miss, that lead for Belgium is just going to keep increasing.
Yeah, those are the nerves kicking in for sure. Mawile and Potemkin both also having a bit less platter control from what I can see compared to the other players. Elskefa, however, misses there for Belgium, so the scoreline is going to just decrease a bit in the advantage of Philippines, but many more misses are bound again. Cake Noob and Potemkin missing. That means that the scoreline will remain fairly similar. Belgium still has a bit of a higher total combo here, meaning that the score advantage will likely raise up to about 80,000 points, but nothing quite lost yet there for the Philippines side. Seems that Belgium isn't quite invincible on Hard Rock either.
Though those two misses from Cake Noob and Elskefe giving Philippines a little bit of hope here, but still Belgium with a nice lead, especially with that FC still held by MyCutie. It's Cutie versus Kielzu right now to see which player can hold on to their FC. Will they hold it down for their teams? Kielzu especially needs to keep holding on to that combo, and now it's really just a waiting game between the two teams. Now, who will be the next player to miss? The score is dead set at 47k, but no, with that miss from Potemkin, it is now growing even larger for Belgium. Potemkin finds another miss, and it's growing exponentially now. Belgium's lead keeps looking more and more insurmountable as it just keeps on growing, and this is not looking very good for the Philippines with less than a quarter of the map left to go. All of their players have stabilized on the side of Belgium, and this is really looking dire now. I think Belgium's going to be able to take their first point and get themselves on the board, even out that score.
Yeah, very certainly they can, unless they were to drop the entire team there and miss a couple of notes each, which very likely won't happen. Big score difference here. Seemingly they got the nerves under control right when it was necessary. 100k points of difference-ish, a little less than that. Spinner battle doesn't really even matter anymore. That's going to be their first point on the scoreboard. Yeah, nice full combos there too from MyCutie and Kielzu. Stable performance is all you need on something like a group stage map. Well, it's not group stage, it's round of 32, but it's old terminology, obviously. I'm an old person. It's gonna go to the Philippines side now to pick, and it's gonna be Mixed Mod 1. Very quick picks there. So again, Mixed Mod seemingly gonna be the strongest weapon in the arsenal from the Philippines. As we've already somewhat discussed, it's a very nice way for teams in the lower echelons of the bracket, especially around like the 20s-ish, where there's mostly like a certain very strong star player to be able to pick up Hard Rock or something. It's a very nice way for these teams to try and compete against the stronger teams too, because, well, Nomad is going to be fairly easy on these types of picks because they are mostly tethered towards the Hard Rock player and the hidden player, meaning that if you have two very strong players on your roster out of 6, then you will be very competitive on these types of maps still, and definitely almost as competitive as even the stronger teams with like seeds difference of like 10 places. In this case, it's going to be 9 Belgium at 12th seed compared to the 23rd seed there for the Philippines. And as we already saw, a 400-point difference was able to give Philippines their first point on the first Mixed Mod pick. So they're going to have to try and repeat that once more. I'm sure they're very eager to.
Yep, absolutely. It's going to be a very nice pick for the Philippines here. Hopefully, for them at least. Yeah, Mixed Mod I definitely agree. I mean, especially in those teams kind of in that range that you talked about, where most of them have those role players for each mod, like Hidden and Hard Rock, where they can step up and produce good results to match up to these higher seeded teams in the bracket. So I think we're going to see another really close point here. MyCutie comes in for the Hard Rock, where Cake Noob was before. I think Jesse and Zine staying in the same slots, and all of the Philippines roster remains the same for Mixed Mod. So here we go. Everyone in the correct slots. Hard Rock players up the top, Hidden players on the right, and Nomod sitting there on the left. It's going to be another fierce battle here. The onus of keeping up that competitiveness is more on the Hard Rock players here. It's definitely more of a Hard Rock oriented map, testing, reading, and kind of more platter control capabilities. So watch out for Cutie and Kielzu as we get into this Mixed Mod 1 pick here.
It's not a very easy map on Hidden either. Honestly, in our own team, we were mostly concerned about the Hidden player compared to the Hard Rock player. So you might want to have an eye on those Hidden players on the very right bottom as well, Zine and Liams. Also, from what I just read in chat, there might be some extra conditions which Marvel will have to deal with eventually. There seems to be a power outage in the part of the Philippines where they live. 12 hours without power and only 25 minutes of battery life left on their laptop. So hopefully that's not going to be a hindrance to them eventually in this game. And that will be very unfortunate. For now, everybody holding on to a full combo, so it's not tolling in his mind too much. And they're going to move into that first Ki very nicely. 400 combo on everyone's board, except for Marwile now missing. Might have cursed him a bit. Kielzu following that up too. And suddenly, Belgium with a fairly stark lead.
Yep, they've got another good lead for themselves after the first few misses of the map. MyCutie does trade half of that back, but with those two misses from the Philippines, it might have actually been even more. It's
Third
just going
miss there from Marwile
to...
too,
Yeah, the miss from Marwile coming down yet again, and it's a nice lead yet again for Belgium. They are just working their way up to take this Mixed Mod point right now. Philippines looking a lot less comfortable on this one than Mixed Mod 2, at least compared to their opponents in Belgium here, who look super comfortable. Only that single miss from MyCutie. Jesse and Jean still going really strong with a third of the map left to go. Jean does finally find a miss here, and it's actually Jesse along with Liam who are the only two FCs left in the lobby. Cutie drops again, and that lead is suddenly darkly dropping back down to the Philippines side.
Marwile is going to follow up the Belgian misses with a miss of their own as well, unfortunately, which means that the scoreline is going to stay fairly stable at this point. But we saw what happened on the first pick of this game too. It might just happen again. Kielzu have it now, following that up with a miss on the Hard Rock side of the Philippines. And that's once more going to settle a higher combo advantage there for Belgium. With only about 10% of the map remaining, I think they're going to be able to pull this over the finish line this time round. Still holding on to their fairly nice combos. Jesse and Liams both seemingly full comboing. MyCutie with a miss very late on the map. Doesn't gonna affect the scoreline. 80,000 points in favor of the Belgian team. And they're going to be able to pick up the first break point of this game on this Mixed Mod pick. And they seem to both be very quick at picking their map. So I expect a Belgian pick to be followed up very quickly indeed. Yeah.
That was pretty much instant from Belgium. They're going to go for Hard Rock 2 here. Following up that nice win on Hard Rock 1, which was pretty convincing, honestly. Philippines roster was definitely weak in there, and it's one of their weaker mods looking at their qualifier results. Their strength, it seems like, is going to be actually in that in the DT range possibly, and more hidden. Obviously now that they've exhausted Mixed Mod, they can't rely on that to play at more even odds with Belgium. They're going to start having to be a little more creative with their picks after this Belgian pick, because right now it looks like they're getting into more control after that breakpoint, going to be wanting to consolidate that win on that win on Mixed Mod 1. So let's see how they go here. Their roster almost staying the same except for... Oh, wait, no, there's going to be another switch out, actually. Mike Cutie remaining in, but El Skefe and Jean... El Skefe comes in, Jean leaves, and Cake Noob also enters.
Yeah, that's much more logical for the Belgian side. I think this is mostly going to be their high AR setup, these three. On the end of the Philippines, I do wonder indeed whether double time might be the way to go from here. It's very usual for the weaker teams to go for the no more picks eventually after they've exhausted all of their own favorite picks. Might be the case too for the Philippines. But looking at their roster, it's definitely not a weak roster, and definitely a roster compatible with a round of 32 map pool. They should be able to play these maps fairly well. Being able to full combo them for sure in practice, and that should be suffice reason for them to try something like double time as well. And again, Belgium also has a very strong double time roster, so is that something you want to dabble into? Not entirely certain about that. I do believe, however, that the Philippines have at least made up some sort of a game plan in order to tackle this match. That should very much be the case. If not, I would be very surprised. For now, Belgium also having exhausted their hard rock pool. We're gonna see some more mods incoming very soon. I wonder if Hidden is also gonna be seeing some play today, maybe from the Philippines side. Anyhow, the fourth map is gonna start now. Hard rock once more from Belgium. Let's see if they can pull it through once more.
Yep, the hard rock control pick is here, or I guess control slash precision, you could call it, and it's going to be a very slim lead for Belgium yet again, as Potemkin drops some accuracy and Bancho does a little bit of lagging, as it always loves to do at the most annoying parts of the map. At least it's not the end of the map and it's really close, it's at the start, but wow, this is a prolonged Bancho lag here where we're really... Oh, okay, there we go. Everyone is back, and there's been... Wait, did Mawile miss at the start of the map? I think they might have.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to tell what's happening.
It does still indicate 100% on their end, so that shouldn't be the case. In any case, Kelsey and Potemkin both missing now. This is a bit of a heinous map, really, if you're not good at hard rock control. I'm just very worried about the state of Mawile's laptop, mostly. I really hope he's not going to drop out mid-match. El Skefe there with him is on the Belgium end. But it's hard to tell which team has what amount of points now. I do believe Belgium is going to have a fairly stark lead once Mawile catches up to the others. But it's not going to be as big as 250,000 points as it is indicated now. Well, actually, Mawile keeps on missing quite a lot.
Yeah, I mean, that lead, despite the sync not being too good here, it's pretty clear I'm pretty sure it's pretty clear to tell that the Belgians have a nice lead for themselves, regardless of the various external factors or internal, you know, with the good old Osu systems at play here. Belgium is going to have a nice lead for themselves, I think, at least. Okay, here we go. Mawile's going to be able to catch up finally and sync with all of the other players.
At least we do hope so. Again, pausing there. It's a very uncertain one, this. So, if you haven't bet your Osu coins yet, now's the time. This is mostly betting. Yeah, some confusion going on for the ref.
Really lagging. I don't even know what's happening at this point.
The match was aborted seemingly. All are very likely to be offline, so they're gonna have to restart that one. I really do hope that fate hasn't struck Mawile's laptop battery. That would be very unfortunate, but it does seem to be that case, unfortunately. So Philippines is going to have to swap a person out here. It's going to be Liam's getting into the lobby. Very late abort, but these things do happen, obviously. It's unfortunate, but we have to pull through it. We're going to restart that pick now. 4th map of the match here, once more. Belgium not changing their roster. Very logical. Let's see if the performance is going to be more stable now.
Yeah, well, the performance, at least in terms of connectivity, might be more stable, but will it actually play out to the Philippines' benefit now that Mawal is gone? They were there for the Hard Rock 1 picks, and maybe Liam not quite as confident, but Cake Noob is actually going to be the first player to miss here on the side of Belgium, so Philippines will have an early lead for themselves. None of their players have missed so far. Yeah, Liam coming in despite maybe not being their preferred Hard Rock 3. Still doing a good job so far, but Potemkin does find a miss. Traded by MyCutie, however, so that score lead is still going to maintain a relatively close balance between these two teams right now, but with that miss from Kielzu, the Belgians might finally find a greater lead for themselves here.
Yeah, it's not going to be too great, honestly. The combo difference here between Belgium and Philippines is quite minute still, but they're going to be able to pull up at least 30,000 points ahead, I do believe, which is enough to suffice another miss on their end and still be leading the game. So that's good news for them. Didn't expect anything less from them. Potemkin there with a 2nd or 3rd miss already. Philippines now starting to lag behind a little bit. But there's still plenty of map left. We're about halfway now, and this map does remain quite tricky. There's a couple of jumps which could be considered pixel-ish. Kielzu missing right before that break too, which is heartbreak obviously, because you can see the score difference now as a player, and knowing that you dropped last and that you will have to catch up to another 200 combo in order to maximize your score for your team. That's painful to realize. Liam's also with a very unfortunate miss. Some platter control lacking there.
Oh man, there's another triple miss for the Philippines, and this is just a complete disaster for them now. Even with that substitute of Mawal having to leave due to unfortunate conditions, Belgium is completely running away with this regardless, and with those misses just across the board on the Philippines roster, there's really nothing that they can do, and Banto's going to lag once again, because of course it is right as the map is about to end, but I think we all know the result regardless of any syncing or Banto issues. Belgium is going to take their Hard Rock 2 pick finally after some delays. They've brought it home with a very nice lead in the end, all the way above 150,000 score, and a nice... Is that an FC? It's almost an FC from Cake Noob because they missed right at the very start of the map, but still a fantastic score nonetheless. And there we go, Belgium takes it in the end by... well, actually, I don't know.
Well, we still have to.
I don't know.
We wouldn't know. by a couple of points at least. We can't quite see it on stream, but at least the chat is going to resume. Actually, they're all still waiting for Potemkin, meaning that they might have disconnected as well. Hopefully not.
Oh, no.
Regardless, though, I don't think Potemkin can gather enough points to put Philippines back in the lead, considering they only have like a couple of seconds left on the map. I don't think they can.
Yeah,
anyway,
I think there's like
rough
a
conditions.
nationwide storm in the Philippines right now, so it's just like maybe affecting their internet or something like that, because it seems like more than just an individual problem. So unfortunate conditions occurring for this match, which is just, you never want to see something like that, but unfortunately just stuff like that does occur, and there isn't much you can do about it. Where hopefully they are all okay, and we can continue this match here. Belgium now with a great 3-1 lead. It's going to be difficult for the Philippines, especially considering their circumstances as well, but Let's see. Oh, it's actually going to be a bit more of a delayed. Wait, maybe.
A restart,
I don't even
maybe.
know what's happening anymore.
Yeah, we're gonna have to
Players
wait and
all
see.
over the
A quick
place, even
Google
on the
at
Belgian
least.
side.
Yeah, a quick Google at least gives us some news about the fact that there's indeed a storm going on, a tropical storm going on in the Philippines right now called Aegon. Quite a heavy storm, so that could be the reason for some of the disconnects, the power outages, and that is just incredibly rough, especially in days like these. So I hope that everybody is safe and well over there. At least let's hope for that. Regardless, we're gonna have to wait now. It seems that somehow, yeah, okay, the map did not get picked up proper by Bancho, so only Liam's and Kills's scores got submitted for some reason.
What is going on? This is
Um,
unprecedented. This is crazy. Yeah. None of the Belgian players submitted their scores.
Yeah. Like, looking at the score of Liam's, it shouldn't be possible for the Philippines to have caught up to Belgium. There should be about a 50,000-ish point difference between the two teams, but the Belgians didn't get to submit their scores, so I'm actually not quite sure what protocol is here. That is
I don't know.
really
I'm lost.
quirky.
I've never seen this before. At least
Me
not
neither.
in a tournament of this caliber. I have not seen something like this happen. Yeah, this is very, very strange. Very, very strange.
We're gonna continue
Okay,
anyway.
Belgium,
Yeah.
it's still 3-1 for Belgium. They do take the point regardless. I mean, they 100% won that point. I mean, we could all see it. There was no way the Philippines could have possibly won. So Belgium take it 3-1. No technical difficulties will affect that result, and it's going to be Philippines to pick, and probably going to see a hidden 2 pick, I would say here maybe, or possibly maybe from the double time pool, maybe DT1 or DT3. I'm not too sure.
And you're quite set on DT. Why would that be exactly? Well, there is one DT map which is mapped by both Filipino mappers, being Crowley and Rusty. So at least you have that going on for them. Maybe they come again
in qualifiers. It's just because they performed a little better on the DT pool than the rest of the pools, except for the outlier of Hidden 2 in qualifiers. So maybe they're a bit more comfortable on that. But with Mawile out, it could be something completely different. I'm honestly not too sure.
Yeah. I mean, the first double time pick is actually a Philippines song, so it's nice to at least play, considering. I would definitely also play a Dutch map if there were to be a Dutch map in the map pool, right? I mean, obviously. So maybe that's a nice pick to just go ahead and put in. But again, the internet issues might be making it pretty rough for the Philippines to pick a map at all. So they are being asked to pick right about now because the time seems to be running out. Each team gets about 2 minutes to pick. They have about 15 seconds left, and after that time, a random pick is ensued. I'm pretty sure it's got to be
completely
normal
wrong. But I guess it does make sense considering their unique circumstances right now. Maybe with while out, possibly not feeling as confident on Hidden or DT. We did see that Liam was the hidden player for their mix mod, but regardless, if you don't have your 3 for that low AR hidden, then it's just simply not going to work. So I guess this is more of a safety pick for the Philippines, where they feel like they can still put up some strong scores on a map that I feel like they can perform honestly pretty well. And this honestly isn't too difficult of a no mod 2. I feel like they can put it up to Belgium quite well.
Yeah, it's been a age-old strategy for the weaker teams to just go with the flow, pick the no mod maps every time they are faced with a stronger opponent. It just makes sense, really. No mod is the one mod that most people play, so the difference between the best players in the world and the ones that are also really good but not quite top level, the difference in skill is gonna be lower on no mod than on the other mods most of the time. You will see bigger differences in like hard rock or double time skill between those types of players. So it's just a very obvious choice if you are put into a corner. The Philippines have ran out of mixed mod options. There's only 2, so this is then the way to go. No double time to be seen here, but that seems to be logical considering the Belgian roster also being a very solid double time roster. So you might not want to dabble into it too much. I think they've done their research proper. Now we just hope and wait that all of the Philippine players are able to attend this map, are able to join the lobby. They're slowly getting back into it.
Isla's actually going to come in for her very first point here. I'm pretty sure, yeah, definitely is. So it's going to be interesting to see how Isla does here. Or Isla, I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I mispronounce anything. I'm bad with pronunciations, and I think MNMoir is also going to come in for the first time for Belgium as well. So some new players on both sides for both rosters going to be entering the field for No Mod 2, and there's the MP start timer from iDown. We're finally getting into this after some unprecedented delays. No Mod 2 from the Philippines. Can they take another point against this really strong Belgium squad? Only time will tell. And yet again, we have syncing issues. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Yeah, we just have to wait and be patient here. Really nothing else we can do. And also, more importantly, I hope everybody's safe over there. It seems to be quite rough circumstances there in the Philippines. So let us hope that Kielzu is able to connect once more. It seems they have abandoned the map once again to wait for all the players to get ready. They might have to swap them out. It's really unfortunate situation over there right now, but all we can do is have a bit of patience, and I think that we all are capable of doing at least that.
Yep, absolutely. Everyone else loading in, yeah, just except for Kielzu there, which is not what we like to see. Okay, we're sorting out some mechanisms to communicate with the players properly and to get everyone into the lobby effectively. Yeah, this is not very good. This is just unfortunate, man. It's just really not what you'd like to see at all. So
yeah, it seems the kills are also timed out just now. That also happens when you disconnect or have very slow internet and you keep on sending messages. They all then appear at just a single instant, and then the bot silences you for sending too many messages in too short amounts of time, which is obviously not intended. But it does happen every so often, and that has to get fixed as well. That seemed to be the case there for Kielzu.
Here we go.
Yeah, I really do hope we're going to get started now for all these players. Let's wait and see. Yeah, okay, there we go.
Woohoo!
Perfect.
We're in after one of the longest delays between points ever, maybe?
Yeah, it's finally boss time.
Oh, that was great. I liked that part. That was
You're welcome. Okay.
And no misses out of the gates either, so all of the players holding strong right now. And yeah, no misses so far. It's going to be completely dead even Not even a single accuracy drop. It's pretty... oh wow, actually MNMY is going to be the first drop here on the side of Belgium. So Philippines getting one of their first leads in a while.
Correct, yeah, they are gonna have to shake off the tourney nerves real quick, and that's what they're doing right about now. It's their first map of the match so far, MNMY that is. Philippines are holding on to for the combo now. Even despite all these circumstances over there, which is certainly impressive. That's going to secure a lead for now. 40,000 points. We're about halfway through the map.
Yep, here's the break as well. The players get to take a look at each other and see what there is left to be done. Philippines know that their only job is to hold on to that combo for dear life. Hoping
and truly
to go against the momentum here right now after Belgium has been completely dominant. They've won 2 points in a row, hoping to get their third, but right now the Philippines are looking really strong on this Nomad 2 pick. It's playing out to perfection for them right now. No misses coming down whatsoever, and MNMY drops yet again. That lead for the Philippines is going to grow even further past 60,000 score. 70,000 now, and less than a quarter of the map left to go. This is looking more and more promising for the Philippines to take it and to get their second point. Isla finally finds a drop, but they're going to need more than that, the Belgians here. They're going to need another couple misses if they want to come back, and there's just not enough time. Philippines are going to be able to take it.
Does seem to be the case indeed. There's only a couple of seconds left now, and the hardest part has finished already. This is just the outro of the map, and that's the final spinner, I'm pretty sure. Philippines picking up a point despite these circumstances with 45,000 points in their favor. Well played there. A lot of full combos too. Only MNMY and Isla dropping a couple of notes, but MNMY dropping more. That just secures a second point for the Philippines. Belgium, however, really quick to trigger a next pick there with Double Time 1 actually picking the Filipino song. And Cake Noob, having been removed from the tourney server, is going to be moving in again, which is very obvious once picking Double Time. It's one of the better Double Time players in Belgium, maybe the best, honestly. And they're just really quick to gather their thoughts and gather their members in the lobby every single time. Seems that Belgium came prepared, and I hope that the Philippines also has a counter plan for picks like Double Time. Again, you actually predicted them to play pretty well because of the qualifier results, which could maybe result in a close game once more, don't you think?
Yep, I hope so. I definitely always hope for a close battle in every single match, of course, in every single point. Hasn't played out like that for a few points here, but actually quite a lot of them have been pretty down to the wire, so I hope the Double Time provides that yet again. Just going to be the maybe they get a Philippines pop, a PH pop or P pop. However, I'm not actually sure what the correct acronym is, to be honest.
I can't tell you either, really.
a PH pop buff here, the Philippines players. But only time will tell, of course. And yeah, it's still Belgium with a lot of confidence, I think. Maybe all teams kind of disrupted a little bit. Maybe Belgium even more than the Philippines, despite their adversary circumstances just maybe shaken up by how long they had to wait between points. And yeah, Nomad 2 just didn't play out probably quite as well as they wanted to, especially for MNMY, who came in for the first time. Was actually those two players, Isla and MNMY, who really held back their team more than the other, but in the end, just a couple more misses that took that Nomad 2 for the Philippines. Let's see if they can now switch the momentum around and win 2 points in a row of their own on Double Time 1.
Yeah, actually, Cake Noob was unable to join the lobby just now, so Yesa is going to be playing instead. Will that hinder their performance? Maybe. Will that give Philippines a chance? Maybe. This could be a lot closer than we have anticipated for. Let us see. That's going to be the 6th map now. Salamine. It's a bit of a consistency pick. It's the longest Double Time pick of the pool, I'm pretty sure. So really, just nerve control. You can miss very often if you don't have nice platter control, and Kielzu is actually going to be the initial miss here for the Philippines. At least they're back in the lobby, and now we march forward.
Yep, only a single miss coming down from any of these players so far, and it's going to be Kielzu, which is also going to give Belgium a nice early lead to start off their pick here. Kielzu drops once again, and that's only going to mean one thing, an increase to the score lead for Belgium. All of their players still holding on to those double S's, and oh, there's a double miss on the Philippines as well. Potemkin dropping their FC as well. Now it's only Liam GG's who's holding on to that FC on the Filipino side. Finally, Jesse does find the first miss on the side of Belgium, but still their lead with the miss from Kielzu again is going to keep increasing.
My Cutie and Kielzu also both dropped, but Kielzu is really struggling on this one, not having a good time at all. Another miss will just solidify the Belgian lead further, and they are lacking about 100,000 points behind their teammates too, which doesn't bode too well, especially considering Elskef is still holding on to a full combo. Liams is doing their absolute hardest to try and match that, playing DT hidden even, but as it stands, 100,000 points of difference is a fairly big hurdle to jump over. Elskef's miss might just open the door a little bit, however, for the Philippines.
Yep, that's going to give them a small window of opportunity to take this point back, but only if they can hold on, and they're not doing it right now. Potemkin finds another miss, and the Belgian players, despite that drop from Elskefe, are going to maintain that lead, and with the miss from Liam GG's, it's basically GG for the Philippines. There's nothing that they can do now, as Belgium is going to completely run away with it on this DT1 pick. They are now going to be on match point. Luckily for the Philippines, it is going to be on their pick, so they're really going to have to go back to the drawing board and draw up a master plan in order to save themselves from what looks like a very certain Belgium win right now. I mean, they have all the cards in their hand, I feel like, and Philippines is really on the back foot right now.
Yeah, they certainly are. They're going to have to win 3 points in a row, including the tiebreaker, if they were to win this entire match. They've done quite well so far, honestly. Their next pick might still be something they can win. Absolutely, at least their confidence shouldn't spike too much. They're going to go for another normal pick. This one is really tricky any other way. It's a convert, this one. Not a specialty of any of these players, I do think. So, quite uncharacteristic to see this in play. But it's maybe a bit of a last resort plan, really. Nothing to lose here. You gotta win 3 times in a row. You gotta surprise the Belgian team somewhat. And Belgium's gonna pick the next map after this too. So going from a convert back to double time, if they were to, that is a fairly rough switch in gameplay as well. It's just a bit of a discontinuity there, making it maybe a little bit harder for the Belgians to capitalize on their own picks in the future. Maybe that's just too much thinking put into it. I'm not entirely certain, but there's things that people think, and there's plans that people make, which can be very, well, just specialized and maybe aesthetic even. I'm not entirely sure. I just went on a tangent there. Let's just go with the map.
Okay.
That's
in
okay.
any case, we are in, and it's going to be an early Belgian lead yet again. Liam and Isla both finding misses. Liam right on, I think, maybe the very first node or two of the map. Isla following it up with a miss of her own, and it's going to be, yep, that Belgium team, so solid, going to have another strong lead for themselves. No drops whatsoever. Only a single droplet miss maybe from Elskefe, but it's not going to affect the result too much, at least right now. Isla finally gets back up to 200 combos, so it's going to entirely stop the bleeding as we wait for the next player to miss, and it's actually going to be a double miss from Belgium, which gives Philippine a whole new breath of life right now. That lead suddenly dropping all the way down, almost goes back, but with the miss from Kielzu, it's going to just maintain in Belgium's favor, but Philippines can smell the score lead right now. They know, well, they don't know, but we know that they have a ability to take it back. And now they're going to know in this break. Oh, actually, it's not. I for some reason
There's
I thought
no breaks here. Yeah, yeah, it's
there actually
tricky.
isn't.
I always get tricked into it as well. Kelsey and MyCutie both missing on this part though. This is like, very tricky with that jump over there. Skeffa's gonna miss too, meaning that the Philippines now will actually take over the score lead, as you can see. Well done by both Isla and Liam for holding on there. It's a tricky map, I told you, and if they were to press on, they could very well force a tiebreaker after realizing a third point. They will still have to win Belgium's pick. We're talking about future potentials only, but this is looking pretty good for the Philippines.
Yep,
My
right
Cutie
now they
also-
have a great lead, and MyCutie is going to, follow that up yet again with a miss of their own, but there's a double miss from the Philippines, and suddenly their advantage is slipping away from them as Isla drops yet again. Now the Belgian players, it's their turn to hold on and take the lead in the dying seconds of the map. There's barely any time left to go, and that is going to be it. Belgium, at the last moment, the double miss from Philippines, just unfortunately for them, it has really not been their day, and it ends in heartbreak as Belgium takes it 5-2. A great performance really across the board, honestly, there, keeping it super close all the way until the end. Look at that score from Liam, the highest in the entire lobby, but just was not able to do quite enough. Kielzu lagging behind maybe just a little bit too much compared to the rest of the players. And there we go, Belgium, your winners, ladies and gentlemen. They are going through to the round of 16 winners bracket.
Yeah, well played to both teams there. That just swapped over very rapidly at the end of the map. That's just the way the OC Catch plays after all. Well done by Belgium for holding on there in the end. And very unfortunate to see Philippines go like this. I do wonder if the circumstances also did affect their gameplay. I at least assume that it did somewhat, which is really unfortunate. But well played nonetheless. They picked up a couple of nice points. Gave Belgium a run for their money for sure. And we'll be seeing both teams against next week. We'll see them in losers bracket, the Philippines, and we'll see Belgium advancing onto the round of 16 in the winners bracket still. Well played to both of them, and that was very entertaining to watch, despite all of the technical difficulties we had. So, well done to both teams.
Yep, absolutely, and that is going to be it for that match now. Another one has been completed as we look ahead to the bracket. It's going to be Taiwan versus Germany for the next match in about 2 hours from now at 12 UTC, so definitely tune in for that one. But as for now, we are going to be taking our leave for a little bit, but make sure to stay tuned. And actually, I'm going to mention quickly to check, because I keep forgetting every single one. I'm going to say it this time.
Here it comes.
To check out the banners on the OC website. Go support your favorite team. It's really not too much of an expense, honestly, and it shows your support for the game and for that team. So make sure to go check those out. They look really cool on your profile. Well, that's I guess that's about it. That's really all I wanted to say. Anything you want to add, Sartan?
Yeah, buy banners. They look good. They look really good. They do. All teams are still in the tournament as well. At least, 4 teams dropped out after the qualifier stage, but there's still plenty of teams left, and there's certainly a team left which you probably support. So if you do want to show your support even more than your average person, you might want to consider buying those banners too. They look pretty good. They're pretty neat. And yeah, we'll be taking a break for about 2 hours. We have very many matches upcoming in the coming 8 hours. So you want to stay tuned for all of those. Fun games, some close ones very likely. We're going to see some very big teams in action today too. Poland and USA, for example. So you might want to look forward to that.
Yep, but that's going to be it for now. Thank you all for watching. I've been Mato, joined by Sartan, and we will see you all soon.
Yeah, see you in a bit.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. 2024 Oshkatch World Cup, round of 32. I'm Dolan, and I'll be joined by Maito for Finland versus Iceland.
Yep, this is, despite the seedings, probably one of the most anticipated matches of this entire weekend. Iceland, their very first Catch World Cup, the smallest population of a country to ever enter into this competition. This is going to be an awesome showing regardless of the outcome here between these two teams as we get into the rolls. And oh my god, Ash Ketchum has rolled a 99.
Baby, a 99 versus a one roll. Iceland has already dominated.
What is that?
It's over,
we're
right?
shell-shocked.
It's over. I'm just waiting for the referee to wave this off, right, Kay? I mean, that's over. It's game.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's crazy. But of course, Finland are going to be banning Hidden 2. That is a crazy result on a roll.
99. They made up the 100, and well, Iceland getting one of their. Maybe one of the only wins this match, possibly on that roll, because Finland is an absolutely incredible team, and despite Iceland actually
this is
not
interesting. I did not expect Finland to go for a Hidden 2 ban, and much less Nomad 1 to be left open. So Iceland gonna go for the DT2 ban, and they will immediately pick Nomad 1 because it's left open. So Finland obviously confident in their Nomad 1 game, but typically that's not a strat that you see coming out of a wide sea gap.
Yep, I guess it does kind of make sense when you look at the qualifier results. Iceland, their Moa Hidden was what carried them through to this number 30 place. So I do kind of see Finland's reasoning in that Hidden 2 ban. And Noma 1, of course, does make sense. The consistency for this team, that's what the lower seeded teams usually try to go for, either mixed mod or no mod, where they can battle on more even terms with those higher seeds, either just because it's more of a consistent and easier map compared to the rest of the pool, or they have role players that can kind of step up and match the other team in a more fair battle compared to just a single mod where they might not have 3 players for that mod. So it'll be interesting to see what Iceland picks further on against Finland, but No 1 definitely makes sense.
It's just so fascinating to see a 3 seed not banning the Nomad 1, but actually banning the skill set of the number 30 seed. You just typically would not expect to see that because Finland also have really good hidden players. So it's pretty crazy to see that they're putting that much respect on Iceland's Hidden 2 game. Obviously, Ash Ketchum, a big part of that. Big part of this Icelandic roster. But it's going to be Nomad 1, the opening pick here out of Iceland. Bans are set, opening pick is in, and Iceland are officially in the World Cup.
Yep, here they go. Their very first point ever. This is a really exciting moment for Ash and the lads. It's great to see them in here, and let's see how they have practiced this pool up. We know that Finland are a super strong roster, of course, and simply just cannot underestimate them really at any stage of this tourney. But actually, Iceland's going to take the very first lead of the match after that miss from Tertori. So
yeah, that
there you have
almost like a technical issue there, like a finger slip off the keyboard of some sort. But I mean, hey, if you're gonna have that happen, it's better to have it early in that first 200 combo. That way, it's not as damaging. But yeah, Iceland gonna be off to the better start here as we now get a second miss from Finland out of Leno. So advantage Iceland here by now about 20,000 points. 2 FCs on the side of Iceland, and basically 1.5 on the side of Finland here.
Oh, that FC is going. Those FCs are going to shrink in half. However, as now Burka finds a miss, and Ash is the only FC left in the entire lobby. I think actually maybe. Oh no, there's VD that still has that FC on the Finnish side as well. Both of those players holding the double S, and now Finland is back on to.
Oh, Fury going down now as well for Iceland.
Oh no, yeah.
It's going to extend the lead. Burker going down once again, and now things are going to start to get pretty hairy for Iceland. 50,000 plus in favor of Finland, and Burker just cannot seem to get some rhythm here, nor can Kirui, and now the team aspect really starting to stack up here as we see some really good combos out of Finland right now.
Oh, yep, but just as you say that, Leno does find another drop, however, traded just too many times by those two weaker, at least compared to Ash, who is a phenomenal player, players on the side of Iceland in Kirui and Burker. And yeah, it's really not looking too good for them right now, despite that phenomenal start where they actually had a really nice advantage that was probably a bit unexpected, but the nerves, the Finnish players have their nerves under control now for sure, and they're running away with it completely. Probably going to be taking this first break point. I mean, I know there's a third of the map left to go, but it's already bloomed out massively past 160,000 points and growing even more.
Yeah, well, it's just impossible for your team to really accomplish anything when unfortunately just two of your players are struggling and missing, once every few hundred combo. And even though we do get a miss from Totori on the side of Finland, it's just not going to matter. As you said, that score gap is just at 250,000 points now, and it's going to take a colossal meltdown on the side of Finland for Iceland to have a chance on this one.
Yep, Ash still holding strong, but matched completely evenly by VT. And despite that miss from Leno again, and actually all of the players on the side of Finland have missed, but they're traded right away by Iceland, who fall even more times than simply just a single one miss. VT misses again, but the lead is barely shrinking for Finland here, and they're going to close it out with a monstrous lead.
Yeah, the point is definitely decided and was a long time ago, but it is going to be Ash Ketchum taking home the MVP for Iceland in their debut point here in the World Cup. It'll be a decisive point for Finland, but a victory for Ash nonetheless. One droplet miss, so close to that double S.
Yep, what will be Finland's pick to consolidate that breakpoint now? It's going to be Nomod 3 coming in here from the Finnish side. And this is definitely going to be a tough one for Iceland. I feel like this is the Nomod gimmick map that will pose quite a few problems for them, I think. Finland definitely picking this one simply for the skill gap here, I reckon. Of course, Ash is probably going to put on another good performance, I would imagine, just like Nomod 1. But yeah, Nomod 3 is a lot more technically difficult, a lot more control of your platter needed in order to have a good score here. So going to be a great pick for Finland here. I think they will be in with a very good chance to consolidate that breakpoint.
Yeah, as you said, playing the team game, they can definitely field a competent roster of this. Finland, kind of known for having players that are just good on these awkward maps. And that's what you got here in this Nomod 3 pick. We've seen it a few times already this weekend. Stripped quite a few players up.
Yeah, I mean, some really strong teams have actually found some difficulty with this as well. Maybe nerves playing a part there as well, but yeah, I think this will be a very nice, strong fielded team here for Finland. Kaguya coming in place of, I think that was
Totori.
actually Totori. That's right. Yeah. Thank you. So, going to be Kaguya's first appearance. Another really strong player, and yeah, the Iceland roster maintaining the exact same, which is not too surprising.
Yeah, being as Iceland only have 4 players more on the bench, and there's 2 early misses here on the side of Finland. Again, they're very early, so they're not going to be that consequential. We do see one traded from Burker.
Going to be another one from Burker, and now that early lead. I mean, Iceland has taken the lead out of the first 2 points here in the early stages, which at least is something that they can hold on to against such a strong opposition in Finland here. But now they are just taking stage and taking the front very, very comfortably as Berker keeps on struggling with these tough patterns that really just show no mercy whatsoever. Leno and Kaguya still holding to their FCs. Viti with a nice combo, and actually Kirui not doing too bad of a job either. Never mind, I cursed it. Oh boy.
Welcome to the World Cup, Iceland. There's your first curse.
Yep. I'm sorry that I had to do it. I didn't mean it, I swear.
Well, Iceland probably realistically are going to be playing mainly for the opportunities where they have a chance to pick. Because that's obviously going to be when they have the best chance to get a point on maps that they feel the most confident in. And this No Mod 3 pick, as you said, it's just, you can see it's just so technically demanding here. And Berker and Kirui trying their best, but it is a team sport here in the World Cup, and Finland looking absolutely locked in right now and showcasing why they are the 3rd seed.
Yep, absolutely. They are one of the scariest teams this year, and putting it on full display for everyone to see right now, showing no mercy to Iceland, who those two players in Kirui and Berker just really not having the best time. Although
once again, Ash Ketchum steals MVP. This time gets the double S. So, I mean, realistically, the scoreline may be 2-0 Finland, but I mean, in reality, it's Ash 2, Finland 0.
Yeah, absolutely. Ash is doing phenomenally here. He's a great player. I mean, as a lot of people in the catch community know, he's a top player. He's really strong, and he's doing his best to hold his Iceland boys on the straight and narrow for this one, but of course, No Mod 3 not going to be. And it's Mixed Mod 2. Yep, I was just talking about Mixed Mod probably being their next best bet. Well, I guess not just, but before, kind of for these lower seeded teams, Mixed Mod is one where they can field all of their best players in the mod, in those mod categories, and it's going to be interesting to see who plays what. I would imagine Ash will opt for Hard Rock here, and I'm not sure who's going to go for the hidden and the no mod, to be honest. This is a more hidden demanding map, so I'll be interested to see who goes for those.
Also interesting to see if we get a substitution on the side of Iceland, because they do have a 4th player, 1 player on the bench. You never know what they could be practicing. Could be in preparation for this pick, but no, we're going to get no substitutions. Players are just going to slap on the mods, and they're going to drop right into it. So on Hard Rock, it's going to be Kaguya versus Ash Ketchum. On Hidden, it will be Viti versus Kirui, and Berker against Leno on the no mods.
Yep, unfortunately they're not quite lined up here. Our apologies, but we can make do. You all can see who is on each mod, and that is good enough for now. And no misses early out of the gate here. All teams holding on strong in the beginning of this map. Definitely looking out for misses, probably more on the Hidden and Hard Rock side. This is really just... I mean, Mixed Mod usually is one where No Mod just has to hold strong and be consistent, and it's really more of a mod test. But Kirui doing well to match Viti, who is a really strong player, so good to see a really close point so far as well.
Yeah, so far so good, and let's a reminder for any of the newer viewers that the only mod that actually gives a bonus in Scorby 2 is Hard Rock. Hidden does not provide a score bonus. And Viti is going to go down and be the first miss, so the advantage is with Iceland right now. 5 FCs in the lobby. And so far, everybody looks comfortable.
Yep, another lead for Iceland. They've taken the first lead out of every single point so far, and they're doing it yet again at the halfway point of this map. Oh, Berker finds the first drop, and that is going to be a massive seesaw in the other direction to Finland now, as Viti makes up that miss and is holding the combo.
That second miss, though. That second miss from Berker is going to swing it. And now Kirui also going down advantage Finland, but Iceland have been in the mix on every single one of these picks, as you mentioned. At some point, they've held the lead. And
This
both
one
players on
probably
Hard
their
Rock
best
looking
showing.
good.
Yeah, this is probably their best showing so far, to be honest. Iceland, I mean, they've kept it competitive with Finland all the way until the halfway point of the map, where just a few misses from Kirui and Burka spelled complete disaster. I mean, that is a pretty healthy lead now for Finland. They're probably going to be taking this one without too many troubles now.
Yeah, it would take, a triple miss here at the end from Finland to swing things back. I mean, Iceland are there, but there's just not enough time, and Finland are rocking some pretty serious combos. So, unfortunate. This definitely was their best showing. Kirui and Burke are going to go down right at the end, but the score margin will be underneath 6 digits for the first time.
Yep, that is a positive. You got to take the positives as a pretty low-seeded team against one of the strongest in the competition. And that is definitely a nice competitive result for Iceland here against Finland. And, well, it's back to the drawing board now for Finland for the next pick.
You love to see that out of the team captain from Iceland in the chat. Very proud of the team score. Let's highlight that real quick from Iceland. That's a nice team score for being the 30th seed. It's just unfortunate that Finland were on their game very much so.
That is actually very impressive from Iceland, honestly. I guess I didn't really give credit to how good of a team score that truly is on Mixmod 2. That is very impressive. Might have been able to honestly beat out some of the teams on Mixmod 2 that I've seen that I can recall. So well done to them, of course. And going to be DT3 here from Finland, the next pick to take themselves to match point now against Iceland. This Nordic battle has only gone one way so far, and it's been all for the Finnish players here. But let's see what DT3 can do for Iceland. I feel like they might not have the greatest time on this one compared to that last point, but only time will tell. We never know what they've been practicing.
And, that team score on that last point there for Iceland is not the worst of the weekend.
Okay.
By a fair margin. It beats several teams, actually. And someone in the chat even pointed out it beats France's score by nearly 100k.
That's what I thought. Like, they're actually... They popped off on that, for real. They really did well there. I'm proud of them. I'm proud of them. And,
Definitely the highlight so far for Iceland, but the good news is they will get at least one more pick in this match. First, they have to play DT3.
Yep, the dense double time here. Honestly, I feel like this might be the best double time for Iceland. Actually, it flows really well with a lot of streams, which I feel like they might be able to catch quite a big combo on, honestly. It's really just kind of the reading and density aspect that might catch them a bit. One wrong movement can lead to a myriad of misses, so let's see how the players get on here.
Early miss from Burker and Kirui, so it'll be a slight advantage for Finland here.
You can just see that they can't quite keep up with the map very well here. But yeah, just misses after misses. It's not looking good for Iceland already. It's the first point. Important to note that they have not taken the early lead, and it's going to be a blowout score already from Finland. I mean, look how far that is racing up. Ash can only do so much with his FC. I mean, this might be the biggest margin of the entire match so far.
Well, they had to have a weakness, and Finland was throwing darts across the mod brackets until they found a critical flaw, and I think they have struck home here with double time 3, and Ash will finally go down, and that will be the last FC for Iceland off the board. Finland looking solid, only Kaguya finding a miss.
Yep, another one from Kaguya there, but I mean, it really has no impact on this whatsoever. That miss from Lena as well, any misses from the Finnish side from this point have probably been traded over 10 times on the side of Iceland, and Kirui does finally get some nice combo, but it's all in vain as Finland are running away with maybe one of the largest score margins that we've seen in any of the matches so far. Ash also going to be, I think, this is the first point where he hasn't FC'd as well. It's just all going a bit wrong there for Iceland, but regardless, doing okay for their strength, and a very impressive showing from Finland, of course.
So match point, and Iceland are going to immediately throw out their next pick, and it would be Nomad 2. So we'll see. They should be more competitive on this, as we would anticipate, given that it is their pick.
Yep, this is a really consistently difficult map all the way through. It's honestly really not too bad. I think that kind of density aspect and the double time movement for Iceland was really what struck them hard and allowed Finland to just completely blow them out. It's going to be a much nicer map for the Iceland players here, and I honestly do think this is their best bet. I'm not sure how Mixmod 1 would have gone. Clearly not feeling as confident on that map as this, which is kind of interesting. I honestly would have expected them more to go for Mixmod 1 than Nomad 2, but here we are.
Wondering if we're going to see a timeout called too as well, potentially. You just never know how the Icelandic players are feeling right now after having to play double time, which was clearly their weakness. Yep. But no, they just want to hop right in to Nomad 2. Respectable.
Yep,
They're
just want to get this.
Feeling it.
Want to get it over and done with. Whatever the result is, will this be the final point of the match, or can Iceland pull something crazy out of the bag and actually get a point against Finland? It is their pick. I wouldn't say in terms of this map it is their best chance to take a point. I feel like that kind of has come and gone with Mixmod 2, but let's see how the Iceland team is going to do on Nomad 2.
You see, it's hard to think of to say that, the different variations of that country.
I know, I was like, Icelandic.
We're having to learn on the fly here. It'll be an opening miss from Kirui, and that will be a slight advantage to Finland. Oh, Yurdi will trade as Kirui goes down again, but Burker also dropping in that flurry of trades.
Yep, misses all over the place across the board right now, but again, the density of misses keeps on falling on the Icelandic side right now. Ash, of course, doing his best, yes, yet again with a double S right now, but it's matched 2 times over by Leno and VT, and despite that miss from Yurdi, it is just not enough for Iceland, and they can see it during this halfway break. They know that they are pretty far behind right now and have a lot of work to do if they want any chance of bringing this back and preventing the sweep, but it almost looks like all hope is lost as Finland just looks so confident and strong right now. Still 2 FCs going, and Yurti with a really nice combo. It's going to be very difficult for Iceland to make this one up.
Yeah, last chance for Iceland is pretty much coming up. They're going to need basically a double or triple miss right now coming into the final quarter to essentially even have a chance at a comeback. They're going to have to maintain combos, which they all have combos at the moment, but Finland is looking good. And there's a double miss, and that will seal it right there. Unfortunate.
Yep, that's going to do it. Finland running away with another very strong showing. 2 FCs from Leno and VT, and only a single miss, I think, coming down from Yurdi there. And it is over in the winners bracket for Iceland. They are not out of the tournament just yet. Of course, they drop down into the losers, and Finland, as everyone has expected, jumps into the winners bracket round of 16.
And they do it in pretty emphatic style with 2 double S's on the board to close it out. Finland, your winners, advancing to the round of 16, as you stated.
Yep, it's going to be... they're a scary team this year, Finland. I just have to say, I mean, whoever is facing them next, I'm not too sure. I'd have to look at the challenge to see who it's actually going to be. I think... let me just give it a look. It's going to be Australia. That's right. Yeah, that's right. I remember now. So the Aussie boys have a lot of work to do to play against this Finnish team right now, and Iceland going to be dropping down and facing against Sweden.
Yeah, so that's so interesting for Iceland that potentially, in their first 2 World Cup matches, they're going to be playing against Nordic countries themselves.
Yep, they're best friends in the community.
Fate has a funny way sometimes. But a really good showing for Iceland, despite, the scoreline. They put up a really nice overall team score on that No Mod 3. That would have bested a few other teams in the tournament. Just unfortunate for them that their opponent was Finland, who was at full strength and on top of their game today. So we're going to be taking a little break. We're going to be doing a little caster swap. Yep. And then we're going to be bringing you Argentina versus Denmark coming up next. It'll be Sartin and Toph Daddy who'll be getting you through that one. But Maito, it's been a pleasure as always. Anything you want to say to our lovely viewers?
Well, thank you all very much for watching, and thank you, Doland, for giving me the last say here, which I want to present everyone with another banner shield, of course. Go support your favorite countries. Get your banners on your profile. They look so awesome. I mean, you're just a cooler person if you have a banner on your profile, to be honest. So make sure you go and do that. And that's about it for us, I think. Yeah, gonna hand over to Zartan and Toph.
Hello everybody, welcome back. 2024 Oshkosh World Cup, final match of the round of 32 coming your way. Peru versus Spain on deck. I'm Dolan and I'll be joined by Hypno for this final match of the weekend.
Hello.
All right, we've got 10th seeded Peru, 23rd seeded Spain. Peru seeded a lot higher than I think most people anticipated. They've been on the rise the past few years, but have really put in some solid work in this qualifier, and it's really set them up nice in the bracket here.
Yeah, for sure. It's I saw a lot of people were surprised by the Peru squad, but there were some believers, and those believers did right in expecting the higher seed, and they really proved themselves in the qualifiers a little bit, I think, and are going to want to carry on that in this match, I think.
Indeed. Spain's going to be winning the roll. They will be going with the first pick.
Yeah, seeing Peru and No Mod 1 is not a surprise against a lower seeded team. Getting rid of the consistency.
Yeah. I was like, I believe the operator got a little bit debated there. They're throwing out their bans quite quickly here, but Peru's going to be taking away No Mod 1, and Spain is going to be taking away Double Time 2.
Yes.
It is going to be Mixed Mod 1 to open up the match here from Spain.
Yes, indeed. A map we've seen quite a lot in these previous matches. People really believing in their versatility, which you definitely need in your team for a mixed mod pick.
All right, we'll see how the mods line up here. It's always fun to see how the lobby stacks up on a mixed mod. You never know where the mods are going to be on the screen.
Yeah, but it seems like they're actually getting assigned their... Actually, never mind, it's just the regular slots. Ignore what I'm saying. But yeah, it's going to be a bit of a coin flip. It's always fun to see where they end up. You never know what to expect with this.
Ilux and Boltico in the lobby for Peru. I mean, the thing about Ilux is literally he could be playing the Hard Rock or the Hidden here. I could see either or coming out of Ilux. Probably going to be Hidden.
Yeah, exactly. And I feel like Boltico is probably the no mod. The little I know of Boltico. And the Skyres and G-Zone for Spain.
I imagine we'd be getting Lunatic Kid in here for Peru.
Yeah, likely. Would likely to see Lunatic Kid for sure.
Yep, there he is. Lunatic Kid. Checking in will likely be the other mod. As you said, I do think Boltico is going to be that no mod for Peru. It looks like Spain are trying to get Alepe in the lobby at the moment, having some technical issues with him.
Yeah, right now it's only Music Drops, who yeah, there we go, Alepe is now gone in. Music Drops, I feel like could be hidden or no mod. Don't know much about their Hard Rock skill, so... But Alepe is likely to be the Hard Rock, I think.
Yeah, likely to be the Hard Rock, I would suspect. Iman's coming in, will likely round out the roster here for mods.
Yes, indeed. And the MP start has come out. We're about to get into this.
Yep, so it's actually going to be Alepe against Ilux on the Hidden, Lunatic Kid versus Imans on the Hard Rock. Music Drops and Boltico are going to be the no mods parked right in the center of your screen.
Yes, indeed. At least the normals are next to each other, so they're easy to keep track of. But the rest are going to have to look around a little bit.
Yep, we'll do our best. Again, a new configuration.
That is what makes the mixed mod fun, though, as we get right into this.
3 minutes long, so it's a good consistency test. We'll see how well these players are prepared for it.
Absolutely. We've seen some interesting matchups on this map previously. I don't doubt that this will be interesting as well.
This has been quite a popular pick on the weekend. First miss is going to be coming out of Ilux. So the advantage to Spain here.
Yeah, early advantage. They're going to have to hope to carry on with that as we get into a bit of a slower section here. And Music Drop's going to find a miss there, actually.
Yeah, that will trade back that miss. That should even things out.
Yes, indeed. And we see Ilux about to get back to the 200 combo.
And actually might flip over to Peru here because Ilux's miss was before 200 combo, but he finds a miss traded by Alepe, though. So that advantage is going to park right in the center of the screen. They're less than 1,000 points apart. They are pretty much tied.
This is incredibly close. Music Drop's going to find a miss there, though, giving the advantage to Peru.
A one-miss game still.
But it's still very close. 25,000 is not a significant lead.
Oh yeah, that's definitely only a one-miss advantage here. That can be overturned at any moment. And there is another miss from Ilux, who is now continuously finding misses after reaching 200-plus combo. And that is going to allow Spain to hang around and potentially steal this lead here. Lunatic Kid as well going down.
And that's going to swing it over to Spain, as all of the Spanish players are holding on to their combo.
Approaching the final quarter of the map, and Spain is going to have a shot at this.
You're approaching the last quarter. MC Boltico and Eamon still holding on to their full combos. Oh, yeah. Music Drops finding a miss there.
Yeah, just hesitated on that dash key and kind of froze up for a second. That led to a couple misses there. Is it going to be enough to flip the score? 5,000 points.
It's gonna be very close.
Oh, this is going to come right down to the wire.
Yeah, it's gonna
Oh
be
my goodness.
right down to
Will
it.
Peru flip it? Are they going to do it?
The
Spain's
score is
trying to hold
flickering.
on. Any miss will do it right here, right now. Oh my goodness, Spain!
It keeps flickering.
I think Spain have held on.
Aim is
Lunatic Kid trades! Lunatic Kid trades! But Iman's
Right.
missed too! And
Oh
that's
my
gonna give it
God.
to Peru!
What a point to start us off, ladies and gentlemen, and anything in between.
You're kidding! You're kidding!
What a crazy point that is to start off.
And I honestly think it was just like that last miss from Iman's. Iman's happened to miss 2 notes, as opposed to Lunatic Kid's 1.
Yeah, I think that is the difference maker there.
Boltico, the MVP, clocking in the double S, and Peru needed every single point out of Boltico there to get the job done.
Yeah, they're probably very grateful for Boltico's performance on that. Going into their own pick with being quite a bit shaken up, I imagine. It's going to be Nomad 3, the Blue Archive OST. As of right now, it seems like the lineup's going to stay the same. Yeah, it's going to be Ilox, Lunatic Kid, and Boltico for Peru, and Alepe, Music Drops, and Imans for Spain.
Yeah, Peru looking to consolidate here on the Nomad 3 with the very tech pick. Definitely an appropriate response here. They got to throw Spain out of their rhythm because that was a little bit too close for comfort.
Absolutely. Music Drops finding an early miss here. Giving a slight early advantage to Peru.
You know, I think these teams handled that intro the best we've seen out of any collective match prior because there was always like 2 or 3 misses on that intro.
Yeah, a lot of people are always caught off by it, and I don't blame them. Having tested this map myself, it's hard to be consistent on it. Music Drops continues to find a few misses, and Iman's just going to follow up with a miss of their own.
Yeah, a strong start here for Peru. That will spell about 100k advantage for them.
Yes, indeed, but should not take out anything in advance here. We've seen a 160,000 lead get lost on this map before.
Definitely ain't over till it's over, and there is an opening miss for Peru out of Ilux. It's traded by Music Drops. So Boltico and Lunatic Kid holding things down for Peru at the moment.
Yeah, and Alepe doing their best as well on the Spain side as Music Drops, and Ilux finding a couple more misses.
Yeah, Spain are going to need far more than that. They're going to need to see a miss out of Lunatic Kid or Boltico realistically to flip this gap, with about a third of the map remaining coming into the final quarter. 140,000, they managed to close it a little bit, but again, they just, with the consistent miss out of Music Drops, it's really holding them back as Alepe goes down.
Yeah, losing that full combo is not what they want to see.
Yeah, now this has gotten beyond the point of no return here. Looks like Peru have done enough between Lunatic Kid and Boltico. Holding things down once again. It'll be good enough for Peru to get a second point on the board.
Yes, indeed. That should be all said and done for this map. And Lunatic Kid and Boltico holding on to a double S.
Double S here for Peru. Job well done, 220,000 points the margin. The pick will go back over to Spain. We'll see what they attempt to come back with here. This will be their second pick of the match.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what the right pick is here. I mean, you never know for sure what the right pick is, but it's hard for me to try and think of what direction to go for them.
Yeah, kind of hard to know for sure, because Peru are pretty skilled when it comes to mods here, especially hidden. They've got Ilux. Got quite a capable roster there.
Yeah, for sure. There's no mod that stands out as a weakness for Peru. So you start thinking about strengths in Spain, and they do have a couple solid Hard Rock players and also a couple solid hidden players, but against Peru, it's hard to make a decision here, I think.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those matchups where, unfortunately for the lower seeded team, the skills, the strengths kind of overlap. So that kind of makes, no pick really safe or easy here for Spain.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a really tough situation to be in as a lower seed.
He's going to be hidden 1.
Yeah, hidden 1, and as I said, while it is hard to make a decision here, it does make sense. They do have Aimans and Alepe, who are both solid hidden players.
Yeah, it definitely makes sense. They're going to try to at least play into their strengths, even if Peru can field a decent roster.
For sure, and hoping that, you're not going to FC every map first, or rather, FC every map every try, hoping that Peru will maybe lose a bit of consistency on this pick, and that they can keep their own consistency.
Although, for the most part, Boltico and Lunaticid have been absolutely locked in.
Yeah, expecting them to lose consistency here seems unlikely. They've been playing very, very well so far. We do see Skyrus coming in here, replacing Music Drops.
Yeah, probably one of their backup hidden players. Gotta have a hidden specialist sometimes on the team.
Absolutely.
And Boltico still on a perfect game through 2 rounds. 2 FCs.
I believe no drop misses either, right? Double S's both maps?
I believe so. We are having some issues with Ilux. That is going to be, as well as Imans. Yep, it looks like we had quite a big crash there. We lost 2.
Yeah. Thank God for the early abort.
Referee was all over that one. Ilux and Imans having some issues there. Or perhaps Ilux just knew that there was going to be an abort and just decided not to play. We're going to try that one more time.
Hopefully no issues this time around. We get to get into this map. I do really like this song, so I do want to hear it. And it seems like everyone is connected properly now.
The hidden consistency check here on that is hidden 1 AR9, 3.5 minutes long.
The hidden consistency for sure, and as we saw in the Sweden-Australia match, early misses can really be punishing on a map like this.
Yeah, with the BPM so low, 128. Early miss from Lunaticid, yeah. So Spain with a decent launch here. And you alluded to the fact earlier that they've got a couple of decent hidden players here in Imans and Alepe. Skyrez also coming in. That is going to be the first miss of the match for Baltico, though.
And Imus is going to follow it up, though.
Yeah, will be traded, but it's still a 1 miss advantage for Spain at the moment. Ilux is the lone FC for Peru. I think they contend here with Alepe and Skyrez.
Yeah, Skyrez missing a little bit on the accuracy department, but is holding on to the full combo, which is the most important part, as Imus finds another miss.
Ooh, that's a big drop there from Skyrez. Missed probably the worst note to miss in that whole sequence, and ended up chain missing quite a large amount. That is going to flip the lead over to Peru, but Lunatica drops, so Spain will have a chance now.
Yes, indeed. It's going to stop the bleeding. Skyrez is going to find another miss there.
Approaching that halfway mark. The first quarter was all Spain, but the second quarter is all Peru. Ilux going down shortly after Lunatic. It's only Baltico with 300 combo. And Alepe is the lone FC in the lobby as Skyrez goes down again. Imid's now finally back up to 200. But Spain are still 30k down.
They are still 30k down, and we're just entering the second half of the map. Skyrez with another miss there.
Yeah, Ilux will trade it. But now Spain will need one more drop out of Peru. And there's one out of Lunatic. Even though Skyrez trades, he had already missed. Now they will be able to pull back some of that margin.
Yeah, they are probably going to have to hope for another miss, though. But that is going to help them for sure.
Get the lead down 10,000 points just like that and shrinking even faster.
Yeah, in this section... A little intense. Skyrez.
Yeah, and that miss is going to hurt even worse now that Lunatic and Ilux are back above 200 combo. So now they're going to be stretching it back out to 45,000 points just like that. That's how fast things can change into the final quarter.
Yeah, the break, they're going to see the score difference. Going to definitely add some nerves, I imagine.
Spain are still there. It's about a miss and a half advantage.
It's definitely not over. But we are
a double miss can swing this.
Absolutely. The Skyrez is not the person that needs to miss for it to swing.
Yeah, now it's getting pretty bleak here for Spain, unfortunately, after that last miss from Skyrez. They would need pretty much a team reset out of Peru in these final moments, and it's not happening. Baltico goes, but that's not enough.
No, AIM is trading it as well.
Yeah, solid effort from Spain on this one. But it's just not enough, unfortunately, in the end. Not able to take advantage of the opportunities given to them. And Peru will secure a 3-0 advantage off another break point.
Alepe, though, the only full combo in the lobby. Doing their very best for Spain here.
Yeah, just some really consistent play out of Peru, and you look at those scores, 2 950Ks and a 926K. That's what you like to see. Skyrez, unfortunately, just struggled a bit too much on this one.
Yeah, unfortunately for Spain and for Skyrez, that is definitely going to dampen the confidence a little bit, as we see DT3 be picked.
Yeah, the only solace that Spain have right now is they know they will at least have one more pick, even if this pick goes south.
Yes, indeed. And Peru didn't waste any time going into this. They were very confident in what they wanted to play. And we see music drops coming back in for Skyrez. And it seems like Ilux is being replaced here.
Alepe ensuring that the HD is available.
Yeah, I don't blame them. When it's comfortable for you, it is comfortable for you.
Real question is, who is going to be that third player for Peru? If not Ilux.
Yeah, and I'm looking at their squad. They have Mauricioso, Anthony, and G-Zone. Seems like it's going to be G-Zone. Not a player I'm very familiar with. It's going to be interesting to see how they do on this.
Yep, so it will be G-Zone checking in for Peru, their first map of the match. The double time specialist perhaps on reserve.
Yeah, quick look at the at G-Zone. Granted, very quick look. Seems to be primarily a high AR player, hard rock and double time. So definitely seems to make sense here, bringing them in for this.
All right, round number 4. Lunatic Kid, Boltico, and G-Zone for Peru against Alepe, Music Drops, and iMins for Spain.
Yes, indeed. Alepe, the only player opting for the hidden on this.
Early drops there for Music Drops and iMins.
Yeah, we've seen quite a lot of early drops on this map. Music Drops finding another one.
As these players just get used to the double time coming out of the hidden map.
Yeah, and G-Zone is going to find a miss there. I just found a couple misses, I think.
Yeah, perhaps having to shake off the nerves, you know, their first map of the World Cup.
There's definitely going to be some nerves to shake off, so I don't blame them.
But still able to recover nicely after the miss and maintain that advantage. A double miss now coming out of Spain from Alepe and Music Drops, and that is really going to set them behind the 8 ball here as Peru are rocking some nice combos.
Absolutely, up in the 6-digit score lead.
And we're already halfway through as Music Drops goes down yet again. Alepe right at the 200 mark. That is devastating, and you can tell that just the fatigue is starting to wear on Spain. The one-miss syndrome. It's hitting pretty hard.
And we see G-Zone struggling a little bit for Peru, but that's not going to make much of a difference as Lunatic Kid and Boltico both holding out the full combos.
Those two have just been absolutely locked in for the entirety of this match so far.
Absolutely.
Have been the top players in the lobby respectively. And Alepe, unfortunately, you know, has played a really good matchup until this pick. Hasn't really struggled until now. But
Yeah, we saw the early miss from iMins, but has recovered very nicely after that.
Yeah, I was about to mention that. iMins stepping up quite nicely here on the recovery. Alepe will go down once more at the end here, but Peru will secure their 4th point. And that is a double S for Lunatic Kid. Yet another double S for Peru. They have looked very impressive so far. And Spain now, at match point, will have the pick, and they are going to put their final hopes and dreams in the winner's bracket of this World Cup in Nomad 2.
Yeah, wasting no time there. Pretty confident pick here, and I believe this is a very decent pick. It is Nomad. It is a map where I feel like a lot of the Spain players should be at least comfortable.
Yeah, well, I think that's the word, what it is, what you just said. It's the last comfort pick really available in the map pool for a lower seeded team.
Yeah, and they're going to have to hope that they can just be a little bit more consistent than Peru. But as we mentioned earlier, Lunatic Kid and Boltico especially have been rock solid this entire match.
Again, switching from double time over to this now, the speed is going to be there, but it's going to be the density that's really going to be tripping the players up on this one.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see Naricioso coming into this for Peru.
Yep, another Peruvian player making their debut in the match. Ilux checking back in for Peru as well.
Yeah,
It'll be the same 3 for the Spanish.
Yeah, not sticking with Boltico here. Maybe just wanting to mix it up. They do have a very, very diverse roster. Players that can play most things, so that does make sense. Boltico has played quite a few maps in a row.
And looks like we are ready to go. Albion puts the start command in. And we'll send them on their way. Round number 5, match point to Peru. Lunaticid, Ilux, Mauriciosu against Alepe, Music Drops, and Imens for Spain. The trio that has really held them down for the most part of the match.
Yeah, the question here is, will Peru seal the deal, or is Spain gonna grab that last straw of hope?
Yeah, it is indeed now or never for the Spanish. As the intro builds, we get into the first TI. The technicality and the density both increase here.
Yeah, with the nerfs, this can definitely be a tricky pick. But so far, everyone's holding on nicely.
Yeah, everybody's got this one scouted so far, a 6-way double S this far into the map. We haven't seen that really too often.
No, definitely not.
Oh, and Music Drops is going to be the first one to go down.
It's not what Spain needs.
Yeah, just before the halfway mark, about a third of the way through. There's still time, but it will give Peru the advantage of about 35,000 points.
Yeah, they're going to see at the break here that the only difference is that one miss.
Yeah, this is still within reach for either team here. Oh no, Music Drops!
Unfortunate miss there.
Just sort of got out of whack on the start of that pattern, and as those two swings kicked in, just was out of position for the last swing and paid the ultimate price for it.
Yes, indeed, and we're entering the last third of the map, last quarter of the map soon.
Yep,
We're
it is
gonna
indeed.
have to see.
That might do it right there.
Yeah, that might be it. Now we're gonna have to see quite a lot happen on the Peru side, but all of them looking confident on this.
Unfortunately for Music Drops, nobody else finding any issues. Mauriciosu is going to finally find the first drop for Peru, but the damage has been done. And Peru look as if they are going to complete the 5-0 sweep. And we'll be advancing into the round of 16 to face our 7th seed Argentina in the round of 16, and it will be so. Peru taking it home, a 5-0 sweep. And Lunaticid once again with a double S had an absolutely insane match.
Absolutely. Massive shout out to Lunaticid for their performance in this. Ilux also FCing Noma 2 here at the end. And what a solid showing from Peru overall. Very impressive showing here.
And it will be in the round of 16 a showdown between two of the best countries in South America, between Argentina and Peru. Chile also exists. I can't say the two best because Chile is also in the mix there. South America, though, has some contenders this year in the winners bracket.
And I'm really looking forward to the Peru-Argentina match. Should be really, really good to watch.
Spain, they will be in the losers bracket next week, not eliminated. They will be facing Denmark in the losers bracket. So, not out of it yet. You'll be able to see them next week. Come back and cheer them on then. But today, your winners are Peru on screen. Ilux, Boltico, Mauriciosu, G-Zone, Anthony, and Lunaticid with a well-deserved win. And that is going to be it for the round of 32. We are done. We have the bracket set for the round of 16. And Hypno, we just need a map pool.
Yeah, and that will come to you shortly. I believe in half an hour, correct?
Yes, in about 30 minutes, we'll be getting our map pool showcase at the top of this coming hour, but we're going to be taking a little break for now. It's been real fun as always. We want to remind you to buy some banners if you'd like to support the tournament or just make your profile look amazing. You can do so in the OS store now for real cheap.
Of course, cannot forget the banners. They do look really nice this year, as they do every year. Don't forget to check those out. And don't forget to tune into the map pool showcase. Definitely not going to be something you want to miss.
Yep, we'll be back in 30 minutes for our round of 16 map pool showcase, so stay tuned for that and have a good one.
See you later.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the Osu Catch World Cup round of 32. We have 2 matches on right now, and we are happy to have you here for Poland versus Malaysia, the 2nd and the 31st. I am Quijibo, being joined here by the legendary Sartan. How's it going, man?
I wouldn't call myself legendary, but I'm doing good, man. Thanks for asking. We just had a nice game between Taiwan and Germany on this channel, and as Jibo just said, there's 2 matches going on right now, so you're pretty much obligated to open both. The second match is over on the Osu Live _2 channel, and that's going to be between Japan and Thailand. Very exciting game. This as well, because we're going to see one of the giants in action today, Poland. We will see America in a bit, which is the number 1 seed, but the number 2 seed here, Poland, coming into play, starting their World Cup campaign versus the 31st seed of Malaysia. Still a very strong team for early stages of the tournament. Malaysia always been a menace to the highest seeded teams. You might recognize that too, Kajiba. I'm not entirely sure if you ever played Malaysia.
I know we're I don't know if I think we might have at some point within the past 6-7 years I've played, but that's one thing that a couple people were saying a few weeks back is like, yeah, a lot of people were scared of getting Malaysia back in the group stage because while the pools were really easy, like there was that chance that Malaysia could knock off a low and high seed and just sneak through the bracket. So yeah, yeah, we've got, I believe, a lot of new players, if I'm not mistaken, for Malaysia. But a couple that have been around for a while. So you've got Kokomi on Osu, Maruth Attack or Moe Attack, Hyper Neko-chan, Kagari, Avirir, and Summer Leopard. And for Poland, you have the Reinhardt, Fob, Trigon, Boba of Darkness, who is captain, Madsen, Yakubon, and Philo.
Yeah, truly speaking, it does seem like this is the 2nd strongest team of the tournament. But then again, Malaysia is not a pushover in a sense. So hopefully we will get some cool scores from the new Malaysian players as well. However, Poland just absolutely extreme this year. They're really quick to ban and pick. It's boss time, dude. Nomo2 being the first pick here for Malaysia, seemingly having won the dice roll there. Yes. Poland quickly configuring the team here, seeing who's going to pick, who's going to play here on this map, pick which slot they will slot into. But they have plenty of options.
Yeah.
Jibo, do you have any scoreline predictions?
Ooh, look.
Come at it.
I want to give them benefit of the doubt, but facing Poland, I think there's a very strong likelihood that my doubter instincts are going to come out and say a 5-0 is probably going to be my prediction. They might sneak a single point there, but I think Poland is just a bit too strong of a team to face. But if there's any time to take a point against them, it's the early round. What are you thinking?
Yeah, they might just sneak a point through. It could just very well happen that Malaysia is gonna FC, triple FC a single map. It could just come down to a spinner battle. I'm not entirely sure. But Poland is very systematic in the way they play as well. Just really solid all across. I don't think they're gonna complain too much about these maps being too easy or something. A lot of the players in the team also tend to practice a lot going into tournaments, and well, we are going into the tournament now. First map having started. This is Malaysia's pick. It's a fairly easy pick. It's a common strategy for the lower ranked teams to pick the normal picks against the stronger teams. You just have the most chance winning those. So let's see if it works out in their favor.
Yeah, and in case you missed it as well, the bans, Poland banning No Mod 1, fairly standard ban for a lot of your top seed teams, and Malaysia banning Hidden 2, obviously, because you've got such a strong hidden roster on Poland. And in this meantime, Kagari going to be the first to miss, and Marut Attack following that right up. But Madsen going to trade.
But Moro is going to find another miss themselves as well as Kagari, so it's not really a big issue there for Poland. They're going to be able to comfortably control this map so far. 112,000 points in their favor, and the combo advantage is in their favor too, meaning that the lead is just going to become even bigger as we speak. First half of the map done. Poland is going to have to find a couple of misses in order for Malaysia to make a comeback here.
Yeah. They still have 1 FC, but 1 FC to 2 is just not it's not quite enough. And 122k, honestly, on a map like this, I don't know if they can make it back. Never say die, but it is a bit of a hard thing to make back in this last KI. And everyone holding on for now anyway. Combos are all above 200, and yeah, that scoreline's just going to sit. We might see it just sit till the very end.
Yeah, it's looking very stable.
Yakubon's going to miss, but I think it's still just too late. It's going to fall down to maybe 80k, but yeah.
Yeah, that is definitely a bit too late. It made it a bit closer, but yeah, definitely not close enough. Poland would have to have missed like 3 more times at least for Malaysia to have a shot at beating them on this map. Nice FC though from both Kokomi and Fob. Solid performance there from Malaysia, but sadly enough, just not quite enough firepower in order to fend themselves off against this behemoth Poland, with only 2 misses in total in their team. So yeah, first point, break point there for Poland. They're going to be able to pick next. And I just think they're going to try to batter around Malaysia with a lot of mod picks, Hard Rock, Hidden, all those things.
Yeah.
Makes sense for them to do that.
You're probably right there. Yeah, Mix Mod 1, there it is. I feel like Mix Mod is probably one of the better mods for Malaysia to cop because, like I was saying yesterday, like with a lot of these rosters, a lot of teams don't have that full 3, but sometimes they have that bit of versatility enough where one player on their team can do one thing, another player can do another, and another can do the third. So Mixed Mod sometimes unexpectedly works in the favor of some lower seed teams.
Yeah, I actually did not expect Malaysia to go for this one. Poland to go for this one, because of Malaysia. But they seem to be more than confident enough to maybe triple FC the map in order to pick it. It's a fairly tough map for Hidden, as far as I know. As we've analyzed it on our own team, Hard Rock seemed to be fairly okay on this one. Not too many crazy jumps. Hidden is a bit tough, but then again, Poland has Fob, which is one of the best Hidden players at the moment, who's actually not in the lobby right now. So maybe they are just going to take a bit of a break here. It seems that Poland is confident enough either way. On the other hand, Malaysia there again with Kokomi, Morotek, and Kagari seems to be their core lineup.
Yeah, and yeah, Poland just rotating their roster a little bit, and the question now is, where is Bobo?
I'm pretty sure they picked the map, so they are somewhere to be found.
Yeah, because I was gonna say, I know, last year Bobo didn't play a whole heap in the early game. but they do have that versatility where they can just swap around anyone. And like I feel like a lot of high-end top seed teams will probably see that this week, where they have like 4, maybe even 5 players all capable of playing the same map, all getting like FCs and whatnot.
Yeah, I truly feel that they might feel that way. But then again, Malaysia could very well also be able to pull something nice off here. Kagari is going to be the first to miss here, however, with no more. That is quite peculiar, but there's plenty of map left. I don't know if Poland's going to be able to triple FC this. They do have the potential to do it, but it's still a bit tricky.
Kokomi going to find the miss as well. And the thing about Hard Rock is it's not a very hard, it's not a very hard in general map, but the way it sort of plays is, it's not like a full-on memory map, but it is something where you really have to be paying attention and making sure you're not moving too early. And if you're nervous, you might run into a little bit of trouble here. I think the only real issue is apparently there's a memory jump somewhere around 400. I'm not 100% sure about that one. Kokomi going to find another miss there, and Kagari also found a few more misses. FC's still on the side of Poland right now. But yeah, I know there's a left-right at 400 that's a little bit awkward as well. Whoa, what's happening here?
That? Yeah, that jump is somewhat tricky, and I'm very surprised that both Kagari and Murotech were able to hit that one. But yeah, Poland just blew up. All players missing there, and that is going to enable Malaysia to crawl back a little bit in terms of the scoreline. But then again, Kokomi and Kagari missing right after. That's going to ruin that chance once more. Poland, bits of a slip up there, coincidentally all in the exact same spot, but they seem to be fairly safe. Philo is going to find another miss traded by Kokomi, but yeah, that's just going to stabilize the scoreline of 150,000 points of difference, even more, honestly, because Poland still has the combo advantage.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate as well right now. Very fortunate for Poland because they did give themselves a little bit of a buffer, but for Moe, it is very difficult as he's putting in the work with that double S still intact on the hidden. And as I say that, there is a whole team miss out of Malaysia putting in the work, but unfortunately just a bit of a tough opponent here in Poland. And yeah, a few more misses out of Malaysia. Philo also going to find another miss there, but it is just Poland domination right now. And they will safely secure their second point, which is now going to put the pick back onto Malaysia. And the real question is, will they stick with another no-mod pick?
I mean, I don't think they really have a choice at this point if the modded maps are just going to go this way. If this is any indicator of their Hard Rock and Hidden performance in this map pool for Malaysia, then going for any modded pool is gonna be rough. So I do reckon no mod, either 3 or 4 will have to be picked then, because well, no mod 1 was banned, no mod 2 got picked. Those are the harder no mods already though, so it doesn't bode too well either. It's looking like Poland will have a very dominant grip over Malaysia on this game so far.
Yeah, just unfortunate opposition. And Mixed Mod 2, so maybe they're just trying to get the Mixed Mods out of the way early, and then they can just, I don't know, focus from there. But I know they probably wouldn't be looking at Hidden because they did ban Hidden 2, and Poland is not an easy team to go up against for Hidden either, because they do have a strong Hidden roster there. So we will see Gypsytronic once again. I think this is at least the second year in a row that we've had M2U as the Mixed Mod 2 pick. I don't remember the name of the song, but we did have an M2U song last year as well.
M2U songs are very popular in the CWC at least.
Oh,
It tends to be
100%,
like a
yeah.
hidden MTU pick like every year at least. Mostly in group stages. Round of 32 we should call them now. And round
Yeah.
of 16 stages.
I mean, it's just, I suppose, relaxing, flowy music, which I suppose you don't want to relax when you're playing tournament, but maybe you do at the same time, you know, get the nerves down.
It's very jolly, at least. I do enjoy just listening and funking out a bit to the song. So,
Oh, yeah.
oh yeah, certainly. But yeah, it's let's see which way it will go. Whether Malaysia is going to be able to perform a little better on this mixed mod compared to the previous one. Their second pick of the game. Gary coming in with it early.
And yeah, looks like they've rolled around their mods a little bit. So this time it is Kagari on the Hard Rock and Kokomi on the No Mod. Moe Attack staying on the Hidden. And Poland still holding the FC. A little bit of act drop out of Bober. Bober subbing in for this one. And then we see Philo on the Hard Rock. Sensible pick. And Yakubon on the No Mod, which also, yeah, fair. And three-way miss out of Malaysia. This is not going to be good for them coming in here. And I sort of wonder if they did just want to try and get the pick out of the way as opposed to actually picking something that they may be a bit more confident on. Just because of how the last the last mix mod went for Malaysia. I don't imagine this would have been the best strategic pick. But at the same time, you know, you just sort of pick what you like at this stage.
Yeah, being overshadowed this badly is not really gonna be rewinded if you strategize even harder. I don't think there's much strategy to be had here, sadly.
Yeah.
Looking at it so far. Especially considering the fact that they are swapping out around the Hard Rock and Hidden players as well a bit on the Malaysian side. It means that they might have not prepped for it too much. Miss there again for Kokomi. Yakubon is actually going to follow up with a miss of their own as well, but Kagari missing. Yeah, it's not working out quite as Malaysia would hope.
Yeah, and with the miss out of Yakubon, that is the three-way FC for Poland down. Will Boba and Philo hold until the end? And, Boba's going to find a miss there, but Philo's still holding on, and I'd say this map is probably easiest with Hard Rock. It's a very straightforward Hard Rock. There's not a lot you can really miss on.
Yeah, it is a bit easier, especially considering that the AR isn't as uncomfortable as it is for the other players, being at 8.6. It's pretty low, especially for newer players, despite the fact that these players aren't all very new to the game. Either way, big win there once again for Poland. Malaysia really not being able to compete on these maps, unfortunately. Poland will pick next. They're going to go for double time. Frey going to test out the speed of the Malaysian players here. Will that bring any difference to the table? I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, and if you're facing off against one of the bottom 16 teams, especially on that like 25 to 32 end, I'd say this is probably something that's going to be a little bit more difficult for them, as it is a bit more of a speed check than the other double times. Whereas, you know, double time 2 is more about, like, I suppose you could say reading a movement, and double time 1 is just platter. Yeah, double time 3 is a bit more of a speed pick, and yeah, there are a couple patterns in there that might catch you a little bit.
Yeah, definitely the quickest of the three picks in terms of platter movement. If you have turning nerves, you're gonna probably miss out on a lot of these streams, a lot of the larger jumps, and there's very tiny movements as well. I find this one to be quite uncomfortable myself to play, but then again, tastes differ in my own team. We had a couple of people who enjoyed Double Time 2 a lot more compared to Double Time 3 and Double Time 1. That is once again a map that I truly can't play. For some reason, I don't like the snapping over there. But what I did like about this map pool is the fact that all the double times feel quite. It feels like there's quite some variation between them in terms of the skills they test. So here goes speed.
Yeah, you're not wrong there, actually. They do actually feel quite a bit different from each other. So definitely kudos to map pullers for that one. Yeah, I'm definitely much more of a DT3 than a DT2 this week. And Maruta Attack going to be the first to miss, along with Kagari. Kokomi holding on a little bit, and Three-Way FC is still out of Poland. No one's slipping up in this early game. Kokomi's going to drop the last FC for Malaysia, and going to find another miss there as well. And yeah, we are seeing Trigon make his first play here as well. Kagari going to find a couple of misses there, but yeah, we were sort of expecting this, I suppose you could say, just the Poland domination. And yeah, you pick this map when you're confident you're going to win, I suppose you could say. Jakubon going to find a miss there. Only issue I had with this one personally was the jumps or the sliders that they all hit. The slider ticks, I always like miss them for no reason, but no one doing that, I believe.
Yeah, these players are holding on to those slider ticks quite well, but then again, Malaysia is quite consistently missing every so often. Kagari, Muro Tech missing once again, Kokomi following it up, Kagari with another one. Trigon and Boba, now Boba missing, but Trigon still doing really well, holding on to a full combo. Did drop a couple of droplets, really low accuracy for a full combo, but that is no worry. It's only very little point that you miss out on if you drop the droplets in Osu Catch. So, as you can see on the bottom of the screen, I don't have to spell it out, very large score gap here. 500,000 points, in the whereabouts of 500,000 points, and there's no way Malaysia can take this back, even if the entirety of Poland were to just stop moving right now. So that's going to be another point there for Poland, just completely overshadowed in terms of skill here, unfortunately.
It's one of those things, unfortunately, where only thing that might have saved them would have been a disconnect. Yeah, everyone's still getting the S on Malaysia's side, so, and still getting decent combos, all getting above 200 at least once. So, like, solid effort at least. And Trigon coming in with the FC, and then one miss apiece for Boba and Jakubon. And looks like they're going for Hard Rock one.
Oh yeah, they are. Okay, well, just try and throw anything you can at Poland at this point. And this is one of the easier picks of the entire map pool, I would say. This is a very consistent Hard Rock pick. Yeah, you just might want to try it out, really. Again, the performance on the Malaysian side isn't too bad either. The performance is about to be expected in that range for teams at the seed level where Malaysia has placed themselves. 800,000 to 900,000 points. That is still a good performance in that double time pick, but Poland is obviously of a different order at second seed. That's just a bottleneck you have to get through, and really, as a super low seeded team, that just very scarcely happens. So Poland is able to perhaps bring it home 5-0 if they were to win this one as well. It's a Hard Rock pick where, once again, Poland really doesn't find its own weaknesses in. It's a good Hard Rock team as well. Malaysia does have some Hard Rock potency as well. It's Kagari, also a very good Hard Rock player. Muro Attack is also very good in those more niche Hard Rock maps. But will that be enough to fend off Poland for a point? I'm not entirely sure. It is the easiest Hard Rock map of the pool by a long mile. So let us wait and see. I don't think the score difference is going to be as big as it was on the double time just now, at least.
And we have Hidden Hard Rock on for Moru Attack and Kokomi. So, yeah, Hidden being the read assist right now. So, I do sometimes wonder when I see some players chuck Hidden on as well. Especially if it's like specifically for a reading assist to help ease with the AR.
No preference, really. So
yeah, it is 100% preference, but like I suppose some players do also use it as like definitely as like a reading tool, I suppose you could say.
Yeah, exactly. Hidden will make it feel a little slower, but then again, you'd have to read Hidden, so how's its trade-offs? Anyhow,
Yeah,
Kagari
you have to
and
play
Kokomi
hidden.
both missing on Malaysia's end now. So that's going to give the early leader for Poland. As expected, honestly. Hidden can also help you with hardware limitations if you experience any of those. It does make the gameplay a little better. A bit more FPS here and there.
Yeah, I completely forgot about that one. Yeah, it does help some systems with that whole bottlenecking and frames. I have had the issue happen before where Hidden has actually made mine play worse, but
that
was
really
back
rare.
when I owned
Never
like
heard
an
of that
old
before.
laptop. Yeah, it was like a very old laptop, so. You know.
In the meantime, Malaysia dropped all of their combos. Unfortunately, Kagari found a couple of misses, and Poland, on the other hand, is still just blasting through this map with triple FC. Only a couple of droplet misses on the end of Madsen. And this score gap has already been built up to about 150,000 points. That is a very large gap to bridge. There's some song left. Morotech, however, misses once again. That gap is going to widen, and I don't think Poland is going to give any inch to Malaysia.
Yeah, the real question is, will we see the three-way FC come out of Poland right now? They just have 400 combo to go, 300 combo rather. Will they be able to pull off the three-way full combo? Only Akdrop is out of Madsen right now. And yeah, Malaysia actually recovering quite well as well. Everyone above the 200 combos, but unfortunately for a long consistency hard rock pick like this, 187k is unfortunately just a bit too much to make up in the end parts.
Yeah, they just found their footing a little bit too late there. It's still pretty rough to switch from mods the way they just had to do. This is the first hard rock pick of the match. Oh, Yakuban is going to miss it for Poland there, so it's not gonna be a triple way FC for the team, but the score is more than plenty for them to take this win. Morotech with a late miss there as well. Kagari and Kokomi both on 600 combo. That is pretty impressive as well. Gonna be dropped by Kagari. They tried their hardest over on Malaysia, but it's gonna be Poland once again, and they're gonna clean it out with a sweep 5-0 score. Very, very well played there by Poland.
And the full combos coming out of Madsen and Philo as well. So, yeah, very strong plays there. Just the one miss out of Yakubon. So, I suppose we could say that's pretty much what we would have expected to see out of Poland anyway. I would have actually been a little bit surprised if they had conceded points. They are just one of those teams that are going to be incredibly strong in the opening, especially with like your ranks maybe 5-1 all versing like 28, 29 to 32. Like, that's... Yeah, it's just a bit difficult for them to go up against those powerhouses. So, congratulations to Team Poland, and I believe they're going on to face... who was it again next week? I had it up a minute ago.
It's really rough to determine. There's so many teams still. So it's hard to determine exactly.
Yes, they're going to face Taiwan, the winner of the Taiwan-Germany match. So probably not an easy match for Taiwan, but we'll see how they go. Yeah. And that will be next week. But for now, I believe Japan and Thailand are still going. I believe it's 4-0 for Japan right now, and they have made another pick. Thailand picked DT3, actually.
Yeah, so let's round this off so we can swap over to that stream. Hopefully you guys can enjoy the final picks there over on the Japan versus Thailand match. We urge you to buy banners if you could, because they are very beautiful and they support the game. So if there's a team you want to support for this tournament, then definitely go ahead, go to that OC store, try and get yourself a banner there. They're pretty cheap and they look very nice in your profile, so why not just check it out? You can always have a look at least. So I thank you very much, Kijibo, for joining me on this one.
Yes.
I think we're very quickly going to round this off for Japan versus Thailand, so we can at least enjoy that a little bit as well. All right.
Yes, we'll see you soon.
Yeah, see you in a bit. Bye-bye.
Welcome back from the short break, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Osu Catch World Cup 2024. Returning with me, Ewok, today is Sartin. And today we will be commentating the Taiwan versus Germany game. A close one here, 15 versus 18, I believe. Yeah, there it is. Taiwan in the red and Germany in the blue. How are you feeling today, Sartin?
I'm feeling pretty good, man. Just had a very nice match between Belgium and Philippines on the screens. I really enjoyed that, despite the circumstances in the Philippines. But this once more is a very close one. 15 seed versus 18 seed. You almost can't get any closer than that. You still have 16 seed versus 17 seed, but you know, that's just such a minute difference. I think this is going to be a great game, don't you think?
Yeah, definitely. We saw the 16 versus 17 earlier in Mexico taking on the UK. UK taking that in kind of quick fashion, a sweep in fact. Now here, the second closest matchup of the weekend. Hopefully a lot closer here. Taiwan, captained by Dodo AB, Nanami, Shimo, Koharu, Ice Rain, Renata Yukina, and Happiness Fish. The 6 on that side for Germany, Marv Mellon, Bidu, Ginoshi, Inaikari, Yuno for Life, and Inryoku. A few returning names, a few new names on both sides, but hopefully today a good game is coming.
Yeah, a couple of new names, but mostly veteran players still. Especially on the Taiwan side of things. I'm pretty sure all the accounts on the Taiwan team were made prior to 2013 or something along the lines of. So some older people with tons of experience, really. Same goes for Germany. Somewhat of a newer generation here and there, but still, there's plenty of people that have already played in CWC and gotten pretty far in the tourney as well. There's been bans and picks already, I'm pretty certain. There's a ban on Double Time 2. And a Hidden 2 ban as well, one of the most popular bans so far, I do believe. Not too keen on playing low AR Hidden, it seems. And Germany will be the first to pick after that. Now, what do you think is going to be the strategy on both teams, Ewong? Do you have any idea on what it could be for both Taiwan and Germany?
I think as a team and what they have, Germany should be aiming a lot more for those hard rock and double time. You can already see the Taiwan ban on double time 2. I think does kind of leave that space open for Germany to attack. As for Taiwan, Hidden definitely the choice there. And I think in terms of mixed mod as well, you often see teams that have sort of this one player for everything go for that. But I think this time around, Taiwan being the higher seed should be aiming to get those mixed mods out of the way. They do definitely would be confident to have one player for each of those mod slots, and Germany with the first pick going to be no mod 3.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with you there with that analysis. I do believe that Germany might be able to get a couple on double time, and I think Taiwan would be really strong on mixed mod, but going for no mod first, I mean, this is not the most typical of catch maps, really. It is a quirky one, surely. Some weird spacings. It sometimes feels a little like a combat. There's a couple of spacings that are really hard to catch if you're not quite used to the map. It's hard to side read. It's an issue, well, not an issue for these players at least, but it's troublesome for players that aren't quite accustomed to this type of play. And yeah, I think they're going to go for like trying to be more consistent than Taiwan on these types of no mod picks then, but Taiwan does have some really good combat players, and I think that is a strength that can be used on maps like these as well. So I'm not entirely certain whether that's like most optimal pick, whether I would opt for that myself, but then again, they probably strategize a bit more considering, well, they're playing, obviously.
Yeah, for a map like this as well, it's really like, if you pick this, being the gimmicky map it is, you are definitely confident in sending scores. As a team on this, you do have a solid 3 lined up, and you can see Ginoshi, Marv, and Inryoku 3 confidently in. As for Taiwan, Minato Yukina, Shimo, Koharu, and Dodo Ebi, the ones stepping up for the challenge here, and Commander's in. That means we are getting started.
Yeah, solid lineup for both teams. A little curious about Ginoshi playing there, but he's a veteran player by now too, so I'm guessing that's gonna go well. And they're on the way. First pick of the game. Quick to start the game here. Inryoku and Shimo Koharu both got a miss right at the beginning of the map. So the scoreline is going to remain quite similar. Shimo, however, is going to miss another note there. Slight lead for Ooh, it switches around a lot. I shouldn't be speaking too much. Lots can happen, as you can see.
Yeah, but as it stands now, Taiwan, the more consistent side, finding a lot less misses. Inrook, who are going to be weighing down the German score even more as Taiwan looks to build heavily off the back of Dodo AB and Minato Yukina's 200 plus scores. Shimoku Haru not too far behind, almost there, but as time goes on and players find footing past the first quarter of the map, Germany is looking good again. Nop, don't worry, you know she's found a miss there, and Taiwan even more in confidence right now.
Yeah, all players did catch that one really spaced up jump, which is impressive. That is one you have to sort of remember, really. And Taiwan, indeed, is flexing its muscles so far on the map, looking a bit stronger, a bit more consistent, still having 2 SS scores over there. So Germany can really only hope for now, as we're already past the halfway point on the map, and well, Taiwan is going to require to miss at least like 3 times in order for Germany to pick up the score and take up the lead again. That's the first one, however. Dodo AB coming in with their first miss. Score difference is going to decrease a little bit there, and Germany might get a chance.
They're just crawling slowly back over, and they are finally in some consistency again. Let them go, but everyone else is going as well. Dodo AB gonna be back there soon, but two will do it for Taiwan. Only 1 card from Shimoku Haru, but that is a 1 misadvantage in their favor, and their score will look to grow even more as the map comes to an end.
Another miss there for Shimo, but indeed, those 2 misses are detrimental. Probably Minato Yukina will also miss right at the end, but I think there's too little map left with only a couple of seconds to go. And Taiwan already having built up a 70,000 score advantage will definitely take that first pick. And that's going to be an immediate break point. So hopefully Germany won't get too nervous about that. Seems that the strategy hasn't quite worked out as well as they wanted it to. And Taiwan, if they are quick to pick the next map, will hopefully keep up the momentum. So bits of a unfortunate start there for Germany's campaign in a round of 32.
Yeah,
let's hope they can pick up the game.
Has a lot of confidence on that map as well. Look at the scores they've set: a 1 miss, no 2 miss, and some combos off from Minato Yukina. Looks like it's almost a pick they would have made at some point in the game, but now the ball is in their court, and now they can decide where they want to take this. Or they go straight into the hidden.
Yeah, they are not quite as quick to pick as I had expected them to be, honestly. Hidden is looking really juicy for them right now. Indeed, I do believe that Taiwan has the stronger players for that mod, but maybe they just want to try some no mod as well following up that win. Maybe they got confident. Maybe the convert pick would actually also carry in their favor, considering that it, well, doesn't quite play exactly the same, but some of the harder parts, especially the space jumps, are quite similar to the map we just saw, the Opera Yori Akomete Event GM. Quite a long title indeed. What will they do? What will they do?
And you are very much correct. Nomad 4 is a pick. Very interesting combat, very similar map.
Yeah, they are playing into that first pick for sure. Maybe that wasn't their original plan really, but it makes a lot of sense to go for it now. Germany might be a bit flustered, and yeah, keeping up that momentum is so important in these matches.
Very good. As you expect, very similar map, similar players. Germany not going to make any changes to their roster. As for Taiwan, Minato Yukina, top scorer of the previous map, says goodbye for Happiness Fish, making their first appearance this game.
Yeah, I expect both rosters to be swapped out quite often. There's plenty of talent on both teams, and I'm pretty sure they both teams will play into their strengths. All individual players will know what they want to play, will know what they can play. And considering this is such a close game, you're gonna need to take advantage of that at any possible moment. Second map is going to start here. This is Taiwan's first pick. Will they be able to increase their lead to a 2-0 lead, or will Germany be able to strike back? As the no mod performance on their end should be pretty good as well. Bits of a buffer before we get started. I hope everybody is locked into the lobby. It seems that there might be a bit of slow internet there on the end of Taiwan, but it does seem we're getting started now.
Ooh, and there it is as we go in. 2 early ones to kick off Taiwan's lead as Marv and Inryoku find a miss there. And consistency again from Taiwan to start things off on this decently long 2-minute 45 map.
Yeah, there's going to be drops for both teams, surely. This is not a map you're going to see being FC'd plenty in this group stage, in this round of 32, I should say. I'm going to say that wrong a lot of the time, I do assume. Still getting used to that, but I'm glad it's a round of 32. So far, Taiwan holding on to those combos very nicely, though. The song is going to increase in difficulty later on. These Kiais are pretty tough. And we move into that first one. And Ginoshi actually missing there for Germany. Once again, increasing the lead for Taiwan.
Yeah, but it is still that difference of 1 miss, 22k, not the lead to be too comfortable with.
Yeah, and Dodo AB already missed right there and misses again together with Happiness Fish, giving back the lead to Germany as Marvmela and Ryoki seems to have recomposed themselves a little bit there after that initial miss. I mean, they were really early, so didn't really take away too much from the total score. And now Germany can move into this latter half of the map in the driver's seat.
Yeah, with confidence indeed, and that confidence gonna be helped even more by a triple 200 combo now gonna be building up while Dodo AB and Happiness Fish playing their catch-up game on the left side.
Yeah, it seems to be about a 50,000 score deficit there for Taiwan, so Germany can still afford to miss once more. A second miss would, however, shake it back up in favor of Taiwan. But so far, they're looking quite stable indeed. I mean, once you get used to this type of movement, this type of combat movement, it should be easier to play, especially towards the end. And it does seem to be the case. However, Ginoshi is going to be there to miss once more for Germany. It's going to get a lot tighter now. 20,000 points of difference.
At least one more from the German side. It is a great though, Happiness with Ginoshi that is staying put at 21k. But oh wait, it is growing towards Taiwan's side. Is there enough time?
Ginoshi missing again. It seems that Taiwan will take it now.
Is it? Is it?
Oh, it's so close! Goodness gracious!
Saved by the bell. Look at that.
Oh my goodness.
Just a few unfortunate misses at the end for Ginoshi and Shimokaharu with the FC, as well as those two misses coming in clutch to help them take their second point. Now 2 up in this close matchup here. Taiwan have quite the head start here, this one. Now Germany with their pick, gonna have to be very careful with what they pick next.
Yeah, Ginoshi broke plenty there at the end. I think the nerfs caught up to him, and that was the only reason Taiwan was able to take that. I mean, just a singular miss right at the end wouldn't really have mattered. I think if Ginoshi only missed 5 times in total, that would have been a difference too. That would have cost him a couple of 100 points in his favor. So, just the fact that he missed about 3 to 4 times right there at the end was just a little bit too much to push it over to the Taiwan side, which is so incredibly unfortunate. Like, he could have afforded a single miss there. He could have, really. But 3 or 4 were just a little too much there. Oh, that's going to sting. That's definitely going to sting for Germany. Nomad doesn't seem to be the way to go for them right now, so maybe they should just go on to something else. Try some double time. However, the platter control is going to be even more difficult there, I do assume. So, Ginoshi maybe having to swap out for somebody else if they are too nervous. Indeed. Okay.
Yeah, they've got Mixed Mod 1 coming in. What we said earlier might not apply here. They are pretty confident with that one hidden player, that one hard rock player, and that one no mod player. And they gone of this pretty risky because, as we said earlier, Taiwan can file a pretty good roster for this one as well. This comes out of confidence, and in a situation where you really need a point, a short game, first to 5. This point is extremely important. No replacements being made. Oh, no, they're swapping spots, and there it is. The 3 that have played the past 2 maps going to be staying in once again. Marvmela on hard rock, Inryoku on. Oh, what's the order again? Oh, he's muted. Yeah, we'll only find out in a bit what mod each player is playing. I do not remember where the slots go. But with everyone...
I'm pretty sure Hard Rock is on top. And then from there on, I do believe... But I'm quite curious indeed. Like, I would expect Inryoki to play Hard Rock here for Germany.
Yeah, that was me as well. I thought Hard Rock was on top. I saw Genoshi there. Us.
I'm very certain they know what they're doing. Taiwan is looking quite logical indeed.
No, everyone's
fish
being
there for no more. Oh, they are swapping out indeed. Yeah, there you go.
Making sense now. And the Inryoku on Hard Rock, Happiness Fish, Genoshi playing it out on Hidden, and Marshmallow and Shimo Koharu on No Mod.
Yeah, there you go. Getting into our third pick here. I think once again both teams are just really strong for mixed mod composition. Inryoki, absolutely a hard rock specialist. Dodo AB, I would call that a hard rock specialist as well. Just a bit more of an all-rounder. Marshmallow, incredibly good at hidden. Shimo Kurara, I'm not entirely sure about. And we both know that Genoshi and Happiness Fish are really consistent on No Mod too. Yeah, looking at it initially, Germany might have a good shot at this one, as you believe, but it's not a pushover once again. Taiwan is very strong.
As we go through, Shimo Koharu, the one struggling a little bit, finding a few misses there, and accuracy not looking too hot on the hidden. Gonna be now when Germany will begin to build their score lead quite a bit before Shimo Koharu reaches that 200 once again.
Yeah, it's a slow map. They'll get up there eventually, but it's going to take a little bit of time. It's a pretty tough map to play with hidden. It's fairly tight in terms of spacing, despite the fact that it looks fairly doable. It's AR9, which to some players is quite slow these days. It can be quite tricky. And so far, Germany is dealing with the trickiness a little bit better than Taiwan. It's only a single miss of difference, however. But the triple FC is very impressive indeed so far.
And around this point of the map as well, going to be signifying something. They are confident. They are very confident going into this one. So clear wise pick from Marv here. As we now approach that halfway point, and no one having broken yet. Shimo Koharu, as soon as I say that, once again and again. Now Germany are starting to run away with it, but Marshmallow halting it a bit with a miss there. One hidden as well.
Yeah, it's still going to favor Germany a bit, this trade of misses. So the score advantage is now going to be about 40,000 points, a little more than that, I think. So Germany can afford to miss once more if they were to. And we are nearing the end of the map. 2/3 in by now. Genoshi, however, finding a miss for Germany. That is going to almost equal out the scores, I think. Germany's going to have a very slight lead by the end of Genoshi's combo. Happiness Fish is going to trade that, however. It will remain pretty close and pretty tight between these two.
Very close, but I believe it is still pretty confidently in the favor of Germany as we enter the final quarter of the map. But a few misses is all it takes to switch up the score a bit here.
It can still happen if you miss snap on these jumps. It could still hurt, but it's looking like nobody's planning on doing that. Germany holding on to those combos very nicely. 50,000 points of difference right before the end of the map. I think they've got this one.
Oh my.
Yeah, miss right there at the end is a little unfortunate, but it's more than enough. Marshmallow with a 950k score, which is really nice. A double FC, that double SS even for the hard rock players. However, Dodo AB and Inryoki really shining here. And yeah, Germany here with their first point. Indeed, mixed mod does carry in their favor just that little bit more than it does to Taiwan. And they can find themselves on the scoreboard now. Very nicely played.
Definitely, and now Taiwan, who had a bit of trouble making that No Mod 4 pick earlier, gonna have their pick now, and most likely hidden, but considering how long it took them to make their first pick, may be at a bit of a crossroads here, a bit of a point where they kind of have to think about how this match will play out after that point as well.
Exactly. I don't feel like they should go for Nomad once more because the other two maps are very conventional in terms of play. So it's just not quite the same as the combo we just saw or the Opera map we just saw with the weird spacings and all. It's just a very regular specific catch map. So instead, what would Taiwan beat Germany on would be then the question. Like, Hidden is a very nice choice, perhaps. I do believe that Taiwan has a bit of a stronger roster for Hidden. It is a bit of a swap. Yeah, okay, they're gonna go for it, it seems.
Yeah, just in general, Hidden on Taiwan, you would think it's a little better, but in qualifiers, actually only a placing of one difference. The score difference is quite notable, and I think Taiwan, despite taking a while to make the pick, should and would be very confident with this one. Minato Yukina coming back in, Shimako Haru and Happiness Fish, the two staying in. Those two have played. No, Happiness Fish hasn't, but Shimako Haru has played every map up until this point.
Yeah, solid performance so far from them as well. Dodo Ebi joining the lobby too. Used to be a really good Hidden player. Hence why I might not call them a Hard Rock main per se. On the end of Germany, I do wonder who's going to be the third player for this map. I know that Marv, Mello, and Genoshi are both really strong Hidden players. I do wonder if Inryoku is going to be able to keep up with them. Mostly a Hard Rock main. He is going to remain in the lobby, however.
Yeah, quite interesting to see that actually. Germany having 3 more players I would believe are ready and available to play, but Inryoku opting to stay in for this one.
Yeah, it's not like the hardest Hidden pick you can go for. It's AR 9, so that is just on the edge of being low AR, but still mostly readable for players of this caliber. Certainly for somebody like Inryoku. So, yeah, it's mostly about consistency. It's definitely the easier of the 2 Hidden picks. The other one was banned by Germany, but that does not mean that they will underperform severely on this one compared to Taiwan. I do believe it's still going to be very close as we move into the first 100 combo. Everybody holding on to their own combos quite nicely. I do only expect the misses to come in somewhat later in the key eyes.
Yeah, so for now, it is just waiting to see who falls beforehand, or if everyone will be able to maintain it up until the key eyes.
Well, Inryoku did miss just now, about 50 combo ago, so that is right at the start of the first key eye, I'm pretty sure. This is a bit more difficult. You do have to time these pretty tightly, pretty neatly, but he's picked up the pace again, moving back to 200 combo. But Taiwan will lead very slightly for the time being. These snaps are pretty annoying too, especially if you're nervous. But everybody's holding on to the combos very, very nicely there. Impressive play.
Yeah, and it still does stay at that 28-29k lead to Taiwan till one finds a break there. Inryoku back on track at least though. So it is just a waiting game now for Germany, waiting for that one miss to come out of Taiwan if they do find that one miss.
Well, Genoshi's actually going to be the second miss on the end of Germany, so that's going to increase the lead for Taiwan. That's no good there for Germany. And Taiwan indeed looking rock solid so far with 500 combo on every player. It's not a certainty that they will keep up the full combos towards the end still. The upcoming part at around 650 combo is pretty tough. I do expect to see a couple of drops there. Dodo Ebi actually dropping right before that at 600 combo, and Germany will be able to catch up with points a little bit. Not quite enough yet. Now we just wait and see.
Now will be the point where the score does climb towards Germany's side. That little space between Dodo Ebi and Genoshi's miss. But no, it was a trade. And a miss from Genoshi, actually, that's going to be one that bolsters Taiwan's score. Dodo Ebi just catching up to score now of Shimako Haru, still holding on to that FC as we reach that final quarter of the map. Break here, 89k the difference, and everyone aware of that one. nothing but confidence in the side of Taiwan going into this final section of the map.
Yeah, looking pretty good now at 90,000 points of difference. Taiwan will just have to hold on to their combos, and that is a ton easier right at the end. It's definitely not the hardest part of the map. This build-up can still be a little tricky, but Taiwan would have to miss 3 times in order for Germany to be able to catch up, and that's not going to happen. Looking really good over there.
Yeah, look at that. Taiwan just going. Shimao Koharu in particular, hopefully going to be ending this one on the FC, along with those splendid scores from everyone else on that side. Germany have the combos now, but it is a bit too late for anything to happen. 6 digits to lead now, and a 3rd point to Taiwan, making it 3-1. Only 2 more until they take the win.
Yeah, being behind 2 points in this round of 32 is pretty tough. You have to break them at least once then on the end of Germany. Very nice double S however from Marvmello. They really tried everything in their power to stop Taiwan there, but it wasn't quite enough. Only 3 misses in total at the end of Taiwan. Just very solid play there. And indeed, just in general, stronger hidden players over there compared to Germany, it seems like. So the ban, on the other hand, is a very good ban for Germany. Good option there. So from now they have to go on to something else. At least they don't have to worry about Hidden anymore. This was the final possible pick for Hidden, as the other one was banned. And now, as a German, what do you decide to go for? Go for the second mixed mod because you just won the first one? Or do you want to try and maybe tease Taiwan a little with Hard Rock? Because, well, we just played Hidden. The switch from Hidden to Hard Rock is pretty rough. And I do believe that the Taiwan roster will not swap as much as Germany. I think Germany will be able to swap out a couple of more players than the Taiwanese team can. Meaning that maybe they are warmed up a little better. Especially for Fate, the Hard Rock 2 pick. They are going to go for Hard Rock 1 instead.
Hard Rock 1, the pick to make. If it is any time to make this pick, it is now for Germany. When it is 3-1, lose this pick here, and Taiwan have it all under control at match point. If they win this one, a bit of pressure on the Taiwanese side with a threat to even things out again. Yuno for life making their first appearance in this one. In Ryoku, the obvious choice to stay in, and Marv as well. Dodo AB, Shimao Koharu, and one more. Probably going to be Happiness Fish.
Yeah, I reckon as well. So only a single swap out for both teams then, it seems. Yuno swapping out for Ginoshi, and then I expect you to see Happiness Fish in the end of Taiwan. That's going to be pretty rough for Dodo AB and Ryoku Shimoe, and Marvmello going from Hidden on AR9 to Hard Rock on AR10. This is the easy of the Hard Rock map. It's just a consistency pick, really. We haven't seen too many misses on this map throughout the tourney so far. So that might not be as rough as a change as the other Hard Rock pick would have been, Hard Rock 2. But it's still going to be pretty rough. I do expect a couple of slip-ups here and there. It's just always hard to transition from Hidden to Hard Rock in this game mode.
Yeah, and the time Taiwan's taking, oh, there it is. Yes, ESC Ice Rain in for the first time in this game. For the first Hard Rock, the amount of time that took for him to enter, it's a question of whether it was just him getting ready or whether it really was a tough decision. If it was a tough decision, maybe Germany have found their lifeline for this game, but for now, only time will tell who will take this point. Germany looking very confident on this one.
Yeah, it's good to see teams making use of the entire rosters, so it's nice to see Ice Rain making their debut as well into the round of 32. Everybody readying up now for this 5th map of the match, Germany's pick. This could be another really close one. I mean, I could just repeat that over and over again. These two teams are just very closely matched in terms of skill, and in terms of just overall capabilities on every single mod, it is quite similar too. Really only with Taiwan having a bit of a stronger Hidden roster, I do think. Other than that, it's just anyone's game. And we will see if the coin will flip towards Germany's favor in this Hard Rock 1 pick. The 5th map of the match. Let us have it.
Yeah, all eyes on Yuno for life as well, seeing how well he's going to do on his first map appearance in a World Cup, I believe. Half point to come in as well when you're down 2 points to Taiwan.
Lots of pressure on this one for Yuno for sure. You're already behind 2 points, and this being your first appearance will always be the hardest one, and indeed they will miss right after the 200 combo mark. That is really unfortunate. Gotta give the initial lead there for Taiwan. Plenty of map left, so no worries there. Hopefully they can shake off those nerves in the coming minutes, and then Germany might be able to make a comeback. So for a solid performance there for Taiwan. A couple of droplet misses there for Ice Rain so far. This is their first appearance as well. A bit nervy it does seem like, because there's a miss from them as well. And the scores will very likely even out in a couple of seconds.
The time plays a little bit into the advantage of Germany here. Just have a lot more in Ice Rain, I believe. Finding another one there, but right now the difference does make it. Germany is pulling ahead by a little bit. Not a lead to be fully comfortable with yet, but definitely still a lead at least, almost no one else finds a miss in this lobby. But with the length only about halfway through, that could definitely be the case, and it is.
Yuno missing there again, so that's going to give it back to Taiwan for the time being. Ice Rain and Yuno really battling it out here. Both now on 2 misses. So far, it could still be anyone's game. Maybe we will actually move on to a spitter battle if these were to constantly miss simultaneously. You never know. There's been a couple of really close matches so far in this round of 32 stage. The others have Dore, Bishimoe, and Ryoki and Mark Miller holding on to their combos very neatly. Now, almost entering that 1000 combo zone.
Oh, that's not a good miss. And now is a point where Germany can pull forward a lot more. All the combos they need to build up significantly now, and you see it definitely is happening.
Yeah, this is the first break of the map, really. This is the first big moment. No trade-off here. Yuno holding on to the combo now, reaching the 500 mark. And there's not too much time left on this map. So if Germany is able to hold on until this spinner, I think they might just have it. They will have to miss at least twice now, I do believe, in order for Taiwan to take this point. But the map is not going to increase in difficulty any further. They've played the hardest parts already. Now looking really solid on both teams. Yuno with a very late miss there.
Time is not in Taiwan's favor there, as Germany finds their lifeline in Hard Rock, takes their second point to make it a 1-point deficit now. Yuno for life doing enough with the 4 misses and higher combo to bring his team forward to the win. 16k, the lead that they end on. And now Taiwan must make the right choice here. They must pick the map that will get them to match point. No risk of tying it out now. If they want to close it out, it'll have to be on this point, doing all they can.
Yeah, super big point here for Germany too. That is so important. They're back in the game now. Just a single point of deficit versus 3 points of deficit. Exact same amount of misses as well for both teams. So, they're so closely matched. It's a real good time watching these two battle it out against each other. Taiwan now having to strategize once more. Going for mixed mode doesn't seem like a very good option here because, well, they lost the first one. So that means that they might just want to continue down into the no more pool, perhaps? Maybe break up the momentum a little bit, slowing down the AR. They could also try and go for double time here. Because, well, they're used to AR-10 now after this Hard Rock pick. Making it a little easier to read the double time maps. They're not too high in AR. But Germany has a really strong setup for double time too. And yeah, they are going to break up the momentum a little bit. No but one. Very stable and consistent map. Instead of going for the very rough and platter control heavy double time maps here.
That No More 1 pick does surprise me actually. In qualifiers, Taiwan had a significantly better score on No More 2 and not doing as well on No More 1 compared to Germany, but they feel quite confident with this one. Happiness to Shota Ebi and Shima Koharu, the consistent three to go in with, but with the scores that those players have set this game, I'm quite confident that they have the confidence in this map here. As for Germany, Bieder coming in for the first time this game, Inryoku and Marv, the two that have stayed in this whole time, holding it down actually. They've been playing quite well, and now it is down to Bieder to match that in this No More 1 consistency map.
Yeah, two really strong core players from both teams here, and they're gonna tire out eventually. So I was wondering whether Taiwan or Germany was gonna swap out a couple of players here. This could be a good moment for these players to catch a bit of a break, because this will not be a very tough map for any of these players. It is just all consistency. There's no real difficulty in this map. It is a very stable map, but they will go for this core setup once more. Now, after 30 minutes of play, they might start to see a bit of fatigue. I'm not entirely sure whether we will see triple FCs all across the board here. Yeah, we're just gonna have to wait and see. As we get started on this 6th map, the pick of Taiwan, Germany can even it out here if they were to break.
Yeah, this is definitely the map where a break is quite likely to happen. This is consistency in a tournament like this. SR 5.37 and the skill of the players we have on screen right now. Triple FC is definitely plausible. Doesn't come down to spinner, who knows? We've only got 3 minutes more of map to figure that one out. But no, Inryoku of all people, and Bieder as well, to find the misses there. 2 is going to be not that good for Germany. Not ideal at all, as Taiwan have maintained their triple FC here.
Solid gameplay so far by Taiwan indeed. There's still a lot of map left. But yeah, these misses are a bit uncharacteristic. Maybe the players are a bit nervous. Maybe there is a bit of fatigue. You never know. I mean, you just went from AI 10 to AI 9.2. That is a bit of a swap of gameplay too. You're gonna have to readjust a little bit there. But the same goes for Dojo Ebi and Shima Koharu. So might we see misses on their end too? We will have to wait and see. However, Beta and Inryoku now back at 300 combo. In catch with score V2, your combo or your score per node will cap out a 200 combo. So the most important thing is to get back to that 200 combo as fast as you possibly can. And they've done that very neatly.
Yeah, but what matters when Taiwan still hold their triple FCs halfway through the map. Doesn't look like they're going to be slowing that at any point, making it through these streams, everyone. But Inryoku, once again, the player you least expect find the miss there. And it is nothing but nightmares for Germany right now as we enter the second half of the map with a score lead that's going to grow to 100k very soon if Taiwan keep it up here. Not good at all for Germany.
I have a feeling that Inryoku's undershooting a couple of these streams here and there. He missed quite a lot of notes there. Now dropped under the S rank already with only 98% accuracy. Well, back to S rank now again, but those are a lot of notes to miss. Beta following that up with a miss of their own as well. Another one too. And Taiwan is looking extremely solid on the other hand. No misses there yet. And it's looked like they've done it. It's looking like they've done it. Sealing the deal here with another no-mod win. It seems like that would be a 4th point. We still have to wait it out a little bit. Inryoku, however, missing once more. Yeah, it's looking really tough for Germany here.
Yeah, that break session is going to do nothing but fill Taiwan with the confidence they need. Shimo Koharu going to be the first one to miss on the Taiwan side, but nothing at all will stop them from losing this 6-digit 155k lead. Another one from Shimo Koharu, but at this point what matters most is that they have secured their 4th point and brought it to match point here, potentially. Just a few seconds left. I'm speaking too soon.
You weren't speaking too soon. I think it was mathematically impossible for Germany to make that comeback right there, as you said it. And yeah, big score gap here actually. 140,000 points here in favor of Taiwan. That is not because Germany played bad at all. They played really well too. It's just really solid from Taiwan here. Dodo AB and Happiness Fist both finding the FC. Marvmello once again though, finding a double S on this map, doing really well so far for Germany. It's really unfortunate it doesn't pay off quite as he wanted it to, but there's still hope left. Germany will, however, have to win 3 times in a row in order to take this match home, and that's going to be really rough. They will be able to pick next. After that, it will be Taiwan to put them in a position where they'll just have to have faith in their own capabilities, having to pick up another breakpoint.
Mixed mod here staring at them, but that is quite a different map to Mixed mod 1. No Hard Rock 1 will be, no Hard Rock 1's been picked. Hard Rock 2 back to Hard Rock for the Germans. Their safe space here, they know that for sure, and now with the higher CS map, they're going to look to be keeping themselves alive for a little bit longer.
This one is rough. I find it a really rough map, so it could be very nervy. It has a lot of weird spacings, feels a little like a combat once more. So if you're in a nervous spot like Germany might be at this point, it could be tough. It could be tough.
Yeah,
never mind. Ewon. Oh, sorry.
Marv back in. I was going to say Marv. I don't think Marv had left that slot all game.
Oh, he's going to settle in that slot for sure.
Yeah.
Do you think Germany's going to be able to do it, actually? Do you think they will make the run back? You won't.
I think if they take this one, with the maps that are left and the way Taiwan does tend to pick their maps out, it is definitely possible that Germany take at least one of the maps that are remaining in two. By memory, that is No More 2, Double Time 1 and 3 actually could be an option, and that Mixed Mod 2 as well. Hard Rock 2 for now, they'll have to get past this one first. You know, for life back in made the difference on the Hard Rock 1 pick, and hopefully going to make it again on this one. Good luck, have fun, in chat, and we are up. We are in.
Yeah, all eyes on both Ice Rain and Uno for life once again. This one is a bit tougher than the previous Hard Rock pick that we saw, so I expect more players to miss here. Another full combo would be marvelous here, no pun intended, from Marvmello. We'll have to wait and see as we get into this 7th pick already. It's been a close match so far, and I do hope they're going to be able to carry it on a little bit more.
Bit slow to start things off. Nothing too dangerous. The exist pacings are already pretty harsh, and everyone kind of locked in for this one for now.
Here's a couple of annoying spacings. You might think that this is fairly easy if you're pretty new to the game, but it is quite some reaction speed that you need to in order to catch those long jumps, those elongated pauses. Doesn't flow all too well.
But 1/3 in, everyone's still FCing, contrary to what we thought, where a lot of players would find misses a lot more than Hard Rock 1. Now it is neck and neck. It is very close, flipping between red and blue on that score lead bar here, with no drops yet. Only difference being made right now is the accuracy on the side of Germany. 2 SSs compared to the 1 that Taiwan has.
I am quite astonished, honestly, seeing that everybody is still holding on to a full combo that will actually break Uno for life, unfortunately, right before the break. That is incredibly unfortunate. But still, a very impressive performance nonetheless from everybody so far. It is a very unfortunate spot for Germany to be in, though. They know exactly that they are going to be trailing behind a little now, because the players were able to see each other's scores just now. There's only about a fifth of the map left, so if Taiwan will not drop, it's gonna go to them.
No. Yeah, you know, spend another one there, but it's the same thing through again in this final quarter. Taiwan will need to find 2 to secure this one for Germany. It is match point to Taiwan as well, and everyone playing super well still 3 FCs on that side.
It's quite baffling to see them play it as well, honestly. That is not what I predicted would happen, but Taiwan holding on to triple FC so far. They're going to have to explode in order for Germany to take it back. But that miss is way too late. 60,000 points of difference. And truly, what could Germany have done against this? They would have needed a triple FC in order to beat Taiwan there. Just absolutely perfect performance there for Taiwan. Well, close to perfect because of that single last miss from there for Ice Rain. Just 11 combos shy of the end of the map. But that was an incredible game and a map well picked by Germany still. I don't think they expected Taiwan to perform so well on this. That's going to conclude it, however. Taiwan beating Germany 5-2, but the scoreline doesn't quite show exactly how close it was, I do believe. It was a very nice game to spectate.
Yeah, just a matter of a few points in that case of the second map we saw, and just a few misses as well, only 1 or 2 at some points in time separating the two teams, but there it is, Taiwan securing it as the higher seed at 5-2 going into the next round, where they will be playing the winner of...
There's lots of teams to look through, so
Wait a minute.
Let us have patience here for Ewong. He's looking at
Three
it.
business days. God. I can't find it. The winner of Poland versus Malaysia, 2 versus 31. That one going to be in a 13 minutes, actually. The next one on this channel here. At the same time, Japan will be taking on Thailand. The 8 versus 25 seeds. That'll be happening on the B stream. So stick around for that. Only 13 minutes of waiting time. Stick around, chat in the chat. Don't forget to buy your banners in the meantime. Support your favorite teams. I know one team's getting a lot of support. But wherever you're from, whoever you like the most, buy them banners, and we'll see you very shortly.
Yeah, see you in a bit.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the 2024 Oscash World Cup. Round of 32. We've got just a few more matches to close out the weekend. One final block. We'll be kicking things off with the number 1 seed, United States, taking on the 32nd seed, Estonia. I'm Doland and I'll be joined by Toph Daddy.
How's it going? We got an interesting match, the highest seed disparity of any match of this tournament. Like you said, 1 versus 32, but we've seen some crazy stuff happen this weekend. Lots of low seeds have been taking points off of the top seeds, and I'm excited to see what Estonia does here.
And it looks like the United States winning the roll, and the United States will be banning out Nomad 1. Pretty standard strategy here coming out of the number 1 seed. Estonia will ban Hard Rock 2.
I think that's par for the course. I think a lot of the lower seeds have been taking Hard Rock 2 out, partially because of some of the practice requirements, and the low density high AR can be very challenging for lower seeded teams to handle. So just getting that out of the way makes sense. But Estonia will also have first pick here. I would expect Nomad 2 feels like...
That means the Americans won the roll and chose to defer, allowing the Estonians the first pick. And it's going to be Nomad 2.
Yeah. I think interestingly enough, I think at least in like the standard community, choosing to pick second and ban first has become more popular as sort of a way to gauge what your opponent's doing before you have to make a selection. So it makes sense why the United States might want to do that.
Absolutely. And I guess if you're already set on your ban and you know exactly what you're gonna ban, and you don't want to wait to see what your opponent bans, then banning first is nice.
Yeah, with Nomad 2 coming out, United States putting up a roster with Lexi, Trent, and Colin. Estonia putting out 2Gamer, Dianthus, and Sadu, it looks like, unless we see any last-minute swaps.
Another country making their debut here in the Catch World Cup today. We saw Iceland earlier, putting up some decent performances. Now we'll see Estonia.
Yeah, and that pick came out pretty quick from Estonia, so they have to be feeling at least more comfortable on this than everything else. Have a little bit of confidence under their belts on something like this. But they are against a freight train in the United States, so they're going to have to put up some good performances here.
Yeah, also noted that the United States might not be playing off the rip here their number one strongest roster for every map. They might want to be letting other players get some reps in. Just strengthen the roster as a whole moving forward. That's not saying they're really trying to disrespect the Estonian players, but you might see different lineups for the American roster than you typically would here at around a 32 pool.
Yeah, certainly. But out of the gate, it looks like no misses so far. Sadu having a droplet miss, I believe. But no major issues so far for anyone. But Sadu does find the first combo break there, and that's going to give the United States an opening lead.
Yeah, Dianthus going to follow it up with a miss of his own, so that's 2 FCs down for Estonia. Advantage USA. And now there goes 2Gamer. That'll complete the chain miss for Estonia.
Yeah, and we're already seeing that lead absolutely balloon. Colin does find a break, so one of those misses is traded out by the United States, but Trent and Lexi both holding onto the double S's still should keep the United States at a healthy advantage for now, as Sadu and Dianthus both find drops there.
Yeah, approaching that halfway mark. Score lead already 170,000 points. It's going to take pretty much a complete meltdown on the side of the United States. Bring this home for Estonia.
Yeah, a meltdown on the United States, plus the Estonian players holding on. We saw quite a few drops from Sadu and Dianthus, so they're going to have to lock it in a little bit in the second guy if they want a chance to bring this back.
And so far, the Americans not looking as if they will provide that opportunity. Colin has recovered. And still 2 FCs intact for the Americans in Lexi and Trent into the final quarter.
Yeah, Colin back up of that 200 combo. Looks like all the Estonian... Well, now that I say that, 2Gamer does find a drop, but Sadu and Dianthus finding a bit of footing, both holding on to getting up to that 400 combo mark, but no drops coming out from the United States, so Estonia is not going to be able to make that comeback in the second half of this chart here. It looks like the United States is going to open this up with a breakpoint.
Yeah, pretty solid stuff here from the United States. Only 1 miss coming out of Colin into the ending sections. And not a bad team score here from Estonia. It's just not good enough. A 2.7 million nearly for Estonia is pretty respectable from a 32nd seed, but 2 double S's and a 2 miss on the side of Colin there. And I'm pretty sure he found those misses back to back at the same time. So 1-0 United States, and they will open up with Nomad 3 as their first pick.
Going in order of the map pool so far, I mean, it makes sense to go with something like Nomad 3 after seeing their performance on Nomad 2. This also has a lower AR, though. Going below that 9 range makes it a little difficult to keep reading, and not to mention that these patterns, coupled with the lower approach rate, are quite difficult.
Yeah, that AR is definitely going to make things challenging here for the Estonian players. It's all in the rhythm and timing here, just awkward timings on dashes. We will see DeCreeper checking in for the United States.
Indeed, we're seeing a swap out for Estonia as well. Nyaro coming in. but it looks like this will likely be the rosters we're looking at. Lexi, Colin, and Decreeper for the United States here. Nyaro, Sadu, and Dianthus in for Estonia. Another situation where Estonia is going to need to keep themselves locked in. United States, a strong team, likely going to have quite high scores. It really comes down to Estonia performing as best they can and hoping that the United States gives them an opening to take an advantage.
Indeed. Looks like the official is ready. K with the start command sends them on their way for round number 2. We will see what Nyaro and the rest of Estonia can do here against the likes of Lexi, Colin, and Decreeper.
Here we go, just waiting for everyone to load in for this Nomad 3 selection. And here we go. Already out the gate, seeing some of those awkward snappings. 2 misses coming out right away. Colin as well, trading one of those back. Looks like Nyaro's having a little bit of issue with some of these wiggle patterns as well. Dianthus finding a drop as well. So no full combos for Estonia already. 2 holding strong for the United States from Decreeper and Lexi, with just that 1 miss early on from Colin.
And Estonia really struggling to kind of find any sort of footing here in the early stages. Now just getting to the 100 combo mark for several of their players as Dianthus finds another miss. And the United States looking solid. Just an opening miss from Colin. And that's it from the Americans.
Yeah, and about a third of the way through this map, we're already seeing a 270,000 point lead for the United States. Very strong pick for them as Estonia continues to find Brace. Dianthus now finding 1 Nyaro as well. Sadu does find a bit of footing, gets to 300 combos, so helping stave off the United States just a little bit. But with no misses coming out from the United States, it's hard to see a world where this 400,000 point gap shrinks at all.
Yeah, unfortunately that gap is just not going to shrink at all unless there's some misses on the left-hand side of the screen, and they have not provided any since the start. And Decreeper will provide 1, but it's traded by Dianthus and Nyaro at the same time simultaneously, so again, that will not stop the bleeding as Decreeper goes back to recovering combo. Only 1 FC remaining technically in the lobby. That's Lexi at the top left of your screen.
Yeah, and we actually do see Sadu as well, who had that 500 combo break as well for Estonia. So the last thing that was kind of keeping Estonia in this match now gone. Colin does trade a miss back, but it's going to be too little too late with that just about 700,000 point lead for the United States on this.
It's just Lexi cooking, and it will be a double S from the big man Lexi himself. United States taking a 2-0 lead with a very impressive team score on that one of 2.8 million.
Yeah, so strong opening pick for the United States. It is back in Estonia's wheelhouse, so they'll have the pick of the litter for what they feel most comfortable with. I could see a mixed mod 2 coming out from them, or maybe a mixed mod 1 if they feel more comfortable with that. I just don't know where you attack if you're Estonia, because the United States is such a strong team and they don't really have a weakness, as you might say, especially not in these earlier rounds.
Yeah, I mean, that is a good question. It's really hard to kind of figure out where to go when you are the 32nd seed. And mixed mod tends to be a popular place just because, you know, you've usually got one player who's decent on every other mod. We'll have to see.
There is a discussion. DT1 comes out as the pick from Estonia. This is their strongest mod, at least as far as qualifiers was considering. So not surprising necessarily to see them go for a DT pick, but United States, also a very strong DT team. Going to need Estonia to really perform to take this, but you know, with their strengths in DT, I feel like they're going to be a little bit more comfortable than they were on Nomad 3.
And I like that they're not essentially afraid here of the US's DT. They're like, you know what, this is our best mod. This is our best chance to maybe do something. So what if they're the number 1 seed? We've got to pick something.
Yeah, and it takes the pressure off of having to overperform on certain picks. It just gives you the comfort of saying, this is what I am good at, or what my team is good at, and I can trust that we're going to be able to play this without as many nerves as we might if we were going to pick something based on an opponent's weakness, so to speak.
2Gamer is now an American, apparently, and now flying back to Estonia. And Sekre checking in. The captain of the roster for their his first map of the match here will be joined by Lexi Collin. We see Teconic Rabbit checking in for Estonia. Good to see healthy roster swaps on both sides.
Yeah, good to see. And it's also good to see like a lower seeded team like Estonia have the ability to swap those players in when they need to. Because for many of the lower seeded teams, we're seeing, 4 or 5 man rosters where they just don't have the personnel to be able to swap. So having people you can get in and out of the match for breaks and, for comfort levels on certain mods looks really good. And Teconic coming in for that DT mod should bode well for the Estonian team, as no breaks right out the gate from either team. So looking good on both sides as we are building up to that 200 combo, but Teconic does find the first break.
Yeah, Rabbit going down. That'll be the first miss. Advantage United States. He'll follow it up with another one shortly after. It's a 5 FC game. 2Gamer gonna drop.
Down to 4 FCs, 3 from the United States. Sadu holding down the fort for the Estonian side, but as I say that, they do find a break, so no FCs remaining for Estonia as all 3 stay intact from the United States. All 3 double S's, not to mention, also staying intact for the United States as that lead hits 200,000 just after the first quarter.
Yeah, Lexi Collin and Sekre looking really composed and really comfortable on this. Unfortunately for Estonia, as the misses just continue to come out, it's already essentially past the point of return as we approach that halfway mark. As the Americans still 3-way FCs, no misses to be found, and that's a 400,000 point difference.
Yeah, we are seeing Sadu lock it in a little bit, got up to that 200 combo mark. So getting a little bit of score back from the United States, but 2Gamer and Rabbit having some struggles getting themselves comfortable with this DT, as Sadu also finds a break alongside them. Lexi still holding onto the double S, all 3 United States players still holding onto the FC, and I mean, it's 500,000 points going into the last third. There's going to have to be a complete meltdown for anything to kind of happen here. Lexi does find a break, first break from the United States on this map.
Would unfortunately take a disconnect at this point, because at this point that gap, it's almost getting into the point of 2v3 potential here. If that score gap gets another 140,000 points wider in this last bit, even a disconnect won't be able to save him, unfortunately. And the US just looking so strong with Khalid Sekre still FCing.
Yeah. Coming up to the last few notes, looks like the United States is going to be able to hold on, take their 3rd point in this match with a 2.97 million team score. Taking that over Estonia brings it back to their own selection. And really, United States kind of doesn't have to worry about what they pick. I think they could go with anything that whatever they feel comfortable with, basically.
Yeah, I really just think they're going to probably stay away from mixed mod. I think that would be the only areas that I'd probably venture to say they're going to pick a Hard Rock or Double Time. And yep, it is going to be Hard Rock 1.
Hard Rock 1 makes sense. Hard Rock 2 was banned out by Estonia. High approach rate could be kind of challenging, especially for the lower seeded teams. And Hard Rock has been one of the United States' strengths for 8 years now, so and that hasn't changed.
Yeah, no, that has not changed at all. The United States have always been well versed on Hard Rock and Hidden. Quite a capable mod team. But I just think, that in this situation they wanted to just avoid picking anything that could be seen as comfortable on the side of Estonia, and that would likely be a mixed mod or a no mod.
Yeah, I mean, there's only one no mod selection remaining. It's just the convert pick, and as far as no mod goes, usually that's the convert is the one that players are least comfortable with, unless they're, well versed in the convert game, which has gotten less common, I think, over the last couple years.
I don't know this Sekre character and what he's talking about. I only know Chicken Bible.
I only know that. Who's Sekre?
Yeah, who is this? Who is this Sekre character? But anyway, we're going to be getting into round number 4 here. Hard Rock 1.
We do see Lexi taking the hidden, potentially a comfort thing, potentially a reading supporter, but that's the only hidden we see out of everyone. Opening out of the gate, 2Gamer does find a early combo drop, so United States going to take a small advantage out of that, but everyone else holding on strong in this intro.
Yeah, but there's an early miss for Dianthus. Just slight misplacement of the platter there. It's going to be a slight advantage for the Americans here, about 40k.
Yeah, but definitely not too big of a lead. That one miss from Dianthus and 2Gamer, not too impactful as far as score goes so far. And now everyone above that 200 combo mark, so everyone getting full points for the notes now. And Estonia looking more comfortable in this than they have, but 2Gamer is going to find a drop there.
Yeah, definitely had a chance to at least capitalize off a potential American miss, but now with that double miss coming through from 2Gamer and Sadu, it's not looking like that's going to be possible for the time being. The Americans still 3-way FC and 3-way double S'ing.
Yeah, Sadu does find a break, 2Gamer as well, and that is a full team wipe from Estonia there as the 3 FCs on the side of the United States stay intact, and that lead is starting to really blow up now.
Halfway through the map now, and still a 3-way FC. Only one double S remaining, it's Colin. Freestyling on everybody as usual. But Estonia now, with some combos, trying to build back up to 200 and maybe make something happen, but that score gap is so wide that they're going to need far more than even a full team reset. They're essentially going to need the Americans to start chain missing and having problems.
Yeah, given how the rest of this match has gone, that's not a likely scenario, but we are back above 200 combo across the board. And as soon as I say that 2Gamer finds a drop, I need to stop talking and think I'm cursing them too.
Oh, Colin goes down as well. But unfortunately for Estonia, they are going to need far more help than that, and really doesn't seem to be much they could do at this point. Lexi and Sekre still holding things down quite well. Colin on the recovery. Sadu has put in a valiant effort here in this back half of the map with 500 plus combo to try and make something happen for Estonia. It's going to be too little too late.
Yeah, we're continuing to see drops from Dianthus as well. That score lead now above 300,000 as we're getting into the last few notes in the map. Looks like United States is going to be able to hold on for their 4th point in the match. It is Estonia's pick, so the United States will not have control necessarily over the destiny, but they have been performing extremely well. Estonia is going to need to pull out something if they want to start reversing the momentum.
Yep, make it 4-0 for the United States of America. And as you said, Estonia, because the Americans elected to defer, will have at least the potential final say in the potential final map of their first match in the World Cup. But we'll see what it comes down to. As you said, the only no mod left is the Convert no mod 4. And we'll get a full look at the map pool.
Yeah, with the position that Estonia is in, I almost feel like Mixmod is the best. I feel like Mixmod is the best option in general, but they do have a few things they could try. Hidden is open, though the United States' Hidden team is extremely good this year. But yeah, Nomad 4 is a scary pick. They've already lost a DT map. I would be looking at Mixmod if I was Estonia.
Definitely think that's one of the more comfortable picks for him, would be Mixmod 1 or 2. But like you said, they could. It looks like they're thinking about Hidden 2. And it is going to be Hidden 2.
Very interesting decision going with the low approach rate Hidden map.
I like it because you have to challenge ultimately something like this gimmick. You're kind of banking also on the fact that your opponents essentially they're not going to three-way FC it. They're not going to be putting up 2.7, 2.8 million points on something like this. You know, the United States do have some good hidden players, but this is one of those maps where not many teams are going to have 3 players that can just dominate a Hidden 2 pick.
Yeah, it also is, you know, putting a challenge up to the United States in general, just from of having to adjust to the change in approach rate, because we just finished off a Hard Rock pick at AR10, and now we're moving all the way down to 8.3. Now, Estonia also has to make that adjustment, but it's potentially a strategic pick to try and make it less comfortable for the United States, despite, you know, their strengths in the hidden category at least this year.
Yeah, we'll see if it's a calculated pick here. No timeouts called yet. Both teams still have that left if they want to burn it. But it looks like that will not be the case. That's when most teams, when they know what they want to do, they're ready to hop right in and get it over with.
Indeed. We'll have to see how these players adjust to the lower approach rate. And, I mean, this might be realistically Estonia's best chance. And they're going to need to do something now, or they're going to be knocked into the loser's bracket here. It is a match point for the United States.
Indeed, match point. I don't know if this would be their best chance, considering it's kind of one of the last maps that they've elected to pick here, but it's definitely an untested area of the map pool. Hidden has not been picked, Mixmod has not been picked, and so far it's looking pretty good for the United States. Misses coming out from Nyaro and 2Gamer.
There's a mistrade back from Colin, though. Just 2 FCs remaining for the United States. Staudu holding it down for Estonia, though they do just find a miss right after the 200 combo, so that's going to be fully lost points from that combo. Trent trades it back, though, so just 1 FC remaining in the entire lobby.
Yep, Colin also going down, so now the misses are coming out from the Americans, but unfortunately there's no combo on the side of Estonia, and Lexi is just absolutely devastating the entire country of Estonia right now, putting up massive damage, single-handedly putting this out of reach as Trent now recovers footing and gets back up to that 200 combo mark.
Yeah, and we hit the halfway point with about a 400,000 point lead in favor of the United States. Just looks like Estonia is not able to find their footing on this hidden pick. The reading may be a little bit too challenging for them to be consistent on it, though. 2Gamer building up a little bit of combo, almost up to that 200, but does find a break just before they make it. Trent now back above 200 combo, though Colin having a few struggles on this hidden pick.
And Hidden 2 picks, unfortunately, just because it's a low AR hidden map always, those maps are so hard to recover your mental ground when you miss, because you want to quickly rebuild combo. You know, your brain thinks I've got to get the combo back up quickly, but it's a slow map. You can only rebuild combo as fast as the map will let you.
Yeah, not to mention that the max combo for this is just under 800, so not even much of an opportunity to hit that 200 combo mark after missing a couple of times. But that is going to be a very strong performance from the United States, taking their final point and completing the sweep over Estonia.
Yep, that will do it. Estonia clocking in just under 2 million points. Unfortunately, didn't pan out the way they'd expected. Lexi coming in with a double S, because that is just what Lexi does. What else can you say about the man? GG, I guess. A good effort from Estonia in their first match. They will not be eliminated. They'll be facing Mexico in the losers bracket next week. And the United States will be advancing to the round of 16 in the winners bracket, where they will face the United Kingdom.
Indeed, but that is not the last match of this weekend. We've still got one more coming up in about 35 minutes. That'll be Peru versus Spain to round out this weekend of matches.
Indeed. And before we leave and take a quick break, we want to remind you to buy tournament banners. They help support the tournament, and they're beautiful. They make your profile look amazing, and they're available in the Oz store right now. Like, as in right now. What are you doing? Go. Support the tournament. I think you can get more than one, right, Toph?
Yes, you absolutely can get more than one banner. You can get all 32 banners if you really want to. And, I mean, that sounds like a great way to support this tournament and the players.
Go insane. But anyway, we're going to be taking a quick break for now, and we'll be back in 30 minutes for Peru and Spain to wrap up the round of 32.
Short break, but welcome back to the B stream. This time, concurrently at the same time, A stream has Poland versus Malaysia, but now here on this stream, the B stream, the focus is Japan versus Thailand. I'm joined today by Hypnospira. How are you doing?
Hello, Ewong. I'm doing fantastic. How are you doing?
I'm wonderful. Just a great game beforehand. Taiwan versus Germany. Taiwan taking that one 5-2, but now we step into the 8 versus 25 seed. We see a bit of a further distance in seedings. Japan seeding 8th, Malkus, Melu, Hiroshiki, Rindo, ACK, 0530, and SBK taking on Thailand's newer, less experienced, lower ranked roster of EZS, Tanakito, Gilbert, N3, Mary, Big Kung, 2006, and Zero Kungs. A roster that on paper doesn't look as good, but expect them to do quite a few good things today in a pool like this.
Yeah, for sure. And Thailand is one of those teams where you definitely cannot look at the ranks of the players to make any assumptions. A lot of these players are very capable at a high level. So should expect a really good match here today.
Yeah, it looks like roles have been done. Pick first to Thailand, and Japan have done their research, banning the number 2. As for Thailand, double time 2. Not the most confident of maps for them being banned here, and Hard Rock 1 straight away. They're very confident with their picks and bans. They've done their research, they've done their planning, and we are in straight away with the Hard Rock 1 consistency here.
Yeah, absolutely. Not wasting any time getting into this. Hard Rock 1, which we've seen a lot of consistency on, not many misses, so really need to have a lot of confidence in yourself and your team to be able to pick something like this.
Yeah, definitely, and a roster that is in straight away. Anthony Murray, Gilbert, and Zero Kungs, the three to be starting it off for Thailand. Japan, Marcus, the captain of today, stepping up. Going to be stepping up for a lot of the maps. We've seen that often from Marcus historically, and now as for the other two, could really be anyone in that roster. They're all so capable of playing everything.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. The Japan roster, just looking at it, that is the first word that comes to mind. Is like well-rounded, a lot of all-rounder kind of players can do pretty much everything. So, but seeing Isaac come in here is no surprise because of this.
Yeah, and for the qualifiers at least, there was Marcus, ACK, and Rindo. Whether or not we will be seeing Rindo come in for this one is up in the air, but regardless, as we've already said before, so fluid of a roster, anyone can come in for anything. But it looks like they're having a bit of trouble. Either someone's taken a while to get back to their chair, or they are contemplating who to play for this. If that is the case, Thailand have already started things off on a good note here.
Yes, indeed. Being able to pick your roster early can be an advantage in and of itself. Shows a lot of confidence in the players you have. But we do see Rindo coming in, just like you mentioned.
Yeah, there you go, that is a 3. The 3 used for qualifiers back in once again to be used for the very first map of their first game.
Yeah, and away we go. Getting into the map here, just waiting for Gilbert to load in, and we'll be right off.
Here we go. A bit easier than the qualifiers pool, only coming in at 4.65 stars. So gonna be a little bit better of a showing for Thailand to have this refreshed roster, and hopefully a roster that can set a decent score. There it is to start things off. Anthony Murray and Rindo trading there.
You're getting these early misses, but this is one of the longer maps in the pool, not counting tiebreaker, so early misses are going to be less punished on this. But still not what you want to see.
Yeah, and just by time advantage itself, will be Japan maintaining the lead for a bit. 4 players in the lobby above that 200. And now, with Anthony Murray and Rindo reaching that point again, the lead will stay consistent at 2k. Not anything too comfortable to be around, but definitely
Zero
a
comes
lead.
there,
Ooh.
getting a couple misses. Gilbert following it up with a miss of their own. Cementing the advantage for Japan a little bit.
Yeah, that is everyone on Team Thailand dropping already. Not the ideal situation to be in a map as long as 3 minutes, and Zero Kong's another one. Japan showing their consistency. Thailand, a few more there, really not something to be too happy about and not something to be too confident with at all. Gilbert, now everyone finding a lot more than one miss.
Yeah, the entire Thailand team right now struggling a little bit on this. Zero Kong's finding another miss, and Japan are looking awfully solid on this.
Yeah, this is the one fear as Thailand going into a game against Japan, a team that has so much consistency. Marcus and ACK still holding on at that halfway point, and Thailand at this point now really struggling any of their players to reach that 200 point. Gilbert now at that, but without the support of Anthony Murray and Zero Kungs, that score is going to go nowhere in their favor.
Yeah, and we see Zero Kungs and Rindo trading misses here, but not going to make much of a difference in the score lead that is up at 200,000. Anthony Murray finding another miss as well, increasing that score lead.
Now, there it is, same story over and over again. Gilbert finding a miss there. No one above that 200. Looking the other side, absolute different story. Marcus on that SS still, showing consistency as always. ACK as well. And Rindo finding quite a few misses as well, but still enough to hold up Japan. Nothing that's going to be too detrimental, and the gap will stay consistent at 300k now. Quite large, a showing from Japan itself.
Absolutely, 100%. And this is almost looking like Japan's pick. The confidence they're showing on this is very impressive. As Rindo finds another few misses. Oh, and a team miss from Thailand as well. I missed that. Not gonna help.
Yeah, there you go. Another one. And there's just misses all over the place for Thailand. Really makes you wonder whether this pick is just a score sheet pick, a pick that they think they're confident in, or if it was to play some sort of advantage. Either way, you really cannot beat the consistency that Molkus and Asaga hold in that double FC there. 1 point to Japan, Thailand yet to get anything out of this, and now Japan have their pick. Ball is in their court and they can make the choice now.
Yes, indeed, and it's like we mentioned earlier, Japan is such a well-rounded team that I don't really think any map is a surprise pick by any means. They can really go into most things pretty comfortably, I imagine.
Yeah, really not close enough of a matchup where you can look at qualifier scores and pick and choose. Really, if anything, they do show a lot more confidence in almost every map. I think it just comes down to making sure your pick doesn't advantage the opponent too much, that being No Mod 1 and No Mod 2, but No Mod 2 out of the way for Japan already, showing that they have planned ahead.
Yes, indeed. I am really curious what they're gonna decide to go into. If they studied the Thailand team well, then there are options for them. But as I mentioned, it's hard to say. It's gonna be hidden too.
Yeah, and this one for Japan will be a very confident pick. I think in this case here, deciding what to go with. If you are able to outclass your opponents in almost everything, just go for what you're most confident with. Molkus for sure showing that ability, and their hidden roster as well, which really could be anyone. As we've said so many times, they can play everything.
You really can. And I'm wondering if they are going to switch up the roster here, bring in maybe Hiroshiki or Melu, or even SBK, or if they're going to stick with a similar roster. Molkus is staying in though, that is for sure. And Tanakito coming in to replace Entry Mary on the Thailand side.
Tanakito being that hidden player there. And Hiroshiki, the one to come in as well for Japan. Definite pick there, FC to the qualifiers hidden to. Undoubtedly going to be here. And as you've said, either going to be SBK or Melu to take that third slot.
Yeah, it feels like it's going to be one of those two, as if it was someone who played the last map, yes, it's going to be Melu. It would not have taken this long, and again, this doesn't surprise most people, I don't think. Melu, very, very solid hidden player.
All the waves in chat, and MP settings is in. Getting started very, very soon. Thailand have the roster that they believe will be able to do the Zero Kongs. Gilbert staying in, Tanakito in. Surprising to not see Easy S, their captain, in today. Hopefully going to be in for some of the other maps, but for now, they're going to have to hold it down as best as possible and stop Japan from taking a few too many points.
Yes, indeed. In about 2 minutes' time, we're going to get to see if Japan continues their momentum or if Thailand is going to take it back. Only time will tell, as we are getting underway.
A bit of a slow start to get things kicked off. 8.3, so nothing too dangerous yet for the players. Melu, Gilbert, Hiroshiki of all people, Tanakito as well. One by one, but that is the last one for Thailand. Their last FC gone. Gilbert and Zero Kongs finding a few too many misses. Molkus the only one up.
Yeah, Molkus showing the only player reaching 200, but it's gonna miss right there. And that awful combo's gone.
Yeah, surprise showing for everyone actually. Nobody really able to maintain their consistency, as well. Hiroshiki finally back up, and would say Malkus as well, but with another miss there, Hiroshiki is the only one standing, but more than enough, certainly more than enough to secure a 200k lead going into the second half of the map.
Yeah, we do see a lot of misses from a lot of the players, but ultimately what this game sometimes comes down to is just miss less. And that is what Japan is doing.
Yeah, here you go. Finally, some consistency on the side of Japan. Melu now, the one with Malkus backing, and Hiroshiki as well. On the other side, though, similar story to last map, just a few too many misses from everyone. No one able to maintain any sort of combo with 1 quarter left, looking pretty dire already for Thailand, as Japan looks to take the early 2-point lead.
Yes, indeed, and the consistency continues to show at this stage of the map for Japan, and the struggles continue for Thailand.
And with this final spin here, absolute domination from Japan, 557k, the score difference, and they are very, very confident right now. The miscounts as well on the Japanese side, very good, 4-3-6. As for Thailand, Tanaki to that hidden player coming in with 6 misses, but Zero Kungs and Gilbert not able to hold up. And with those scores like that, looking forward, things are not looking too good for them at all, but now it is their pick, and they're going to have to try to make the best choice here.
Yes, indeed, and they're going to pick Nomad 3, going into the gimmicky Blue Archive song, mapped by Solology. And I do think it makes a little bit of sense here. It is a bit of a different pick to the other maps we've played. Maybe Thailand can see themselves getting a bit of an edge on this as we see their captain EZS coming in.
Yeah, the crown jewel of this Thai team, EZS, the outstanding player, did so on previous tournaments, and now is proving it on the biggest stage here with Gilbert and Zero Kungs. 2 core players staying in. Malkus, that core player on the Japanese side, and for Japan, Hiroshiki back in. Maybe expecting a bit of ACK. Rindo even.
Yeah, ACK or Rindo is one of those two that I would expect to see here. Curious to see who they're going to end up going for.
Yet to see SBK as well, actually. Another player
Maybe this is the map where they come in.
Yeah, played the Nomads quite confidently in qualifiers, but this time around just waiting for a chance to come up. And if any time, it should be now. And in traditional Japan fashion, as we've seen in the last 2 points, taking a while to get their 3rd player. Any reason from complaining in their team chat to waiting until they return from their toilet break.
Yeah.
Could be anything. There it is, SBK.
There we see SBK coming in. And is that the entire roster already having played then for Japan? Guess it would be. Yes, this will be the entire Japan roster having played 3 maps in, and I think that's great to see, getting to see the entire team play.
It really shows how fluid they are as well. We were talking about how everyone can play everything and they've got a roster for everything. It is shown already as we move into the map. SBK first appearance in this year's Catch World Cup. EZS back in as well in a similar situation, but all it will come down to is the score and who will set the highest score. Will Japan take their 3rd point? Or will Thailand find a lifeline in this number 3 pick?
Gilbert finding an early miss there. And our map that's only 2 minutes long. It's a little bit more punishing to miss early. Serokun's following it up with a miss of their own. Actually, Hiroshiki missed early as well. I missed that.
Zero Kungs. Rated by SBK actually. So it is still a difference of that 1, maybe 2 misses, but Hiroshiki Huge miss there. Thailand could pull things back a little bit with the 2 combos from EZS and Gilbert, but no, Zero Kungs unable to hold on. Lagging behind a little bit on this map. 95% accuracy, not too ideal, but Molkus holding that FC still, keeping things ahead for them.
Yeah, maybe not the most comfortable map for Zerocon specifically, but they did also mention in the in-game chat earlier that they are playing with a sore arm. Might be causing a bit of issue here. I see Gilbert finding a miss, increasing the lead for Japan.
Yeah, now it'll really show for Japan. That score is going to boom towards the left side of the screen. Hiroshiki, SPK as well, actually. Oh, that's interesting. 2 misses that aren't too ideal, but Zero Kung's going to be balancing out a little bit. Hiroshiki back at it again. SPK back as well. And now EZS, Gilbert, 2 huge combos on the Thai side. Going to be pulling it back as much as they can before anything bad happens. Potentially going to swing it. No.
Gilbert and Zero, because Molkus is going to lose the full combo that was on the Japan side. There is still an advantage at the end here for Japan. Yeah, Zerokun's going to find a miss there. That might be the dagger. And Gilbert as well.
There it is, 105k. Not the huge leads that Japan have been seeing over their past few points, but still with a point and 3-0 up in the first to 5, only 2 more points, and with the pick to them, they could change direction of this match right now, bring them to the match point, and be in that dominating position.
Yes.
FC from EZS as well, actually.
Yeah, we should not forget to mention that. That is very impressive to see. The only full combo.
And that may dictate where Japan goes with this one. Of course, you have those 2 mods available, but with Hidden 1, Hard Rock 2, and the double times and mixed mods as well, they can go any direction. Mixed mod would play quite heavily into their advantage.
Yes, indeed. They're gonna go with the Hidden 1, sticking with the Hidden from their last pick, which I think makes a lot of sense considering how the last Hidden went. Granted, that is a bit lower AR.
Yeah, but it's something that Japan should be even more comfortable with. Hidden 1, not as low of an AR. We saw a bit of a nightmare from both sides on Hidden 2. Now that Hidden 3 are probably going to come back in Hiroshiki, Molkus, and Melu. 3 that will be, I hope, a lot more comfortable with this map. As for Thailand, trying to keep their Hidden player back in and expecting Gilbert maybe come back in. One player who's played almost everything at this point.
Yes, indeed. And to look at their roster real quick to see who else it could be. The only player could be Big Kung 2006, which is not a player I know a whole lot about. So maybe we do see Melu back for Japan.
Looks like both sides are having a bit of a third player issue here, trying to decide who's most suitable, because in a Puma is at this difficulty, really there should be no issue on who they bring in.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that people are struggling to decide who to play.
Yeah, especially at this stage as well. It is quite surprising to see that they're still having a bit of trouble finding their third, and especially on their pick as well. Makes things more interesting. Hiroshiki finally the one to come in. Maybe they were practicing the map. Who knows?
Yeah, could be. And while we're waiting for the third Thailand player, I'll take this opportunity to remind you to buy the banners in the shop. Support your favorite team for this year's Catwell Cup.
Yeah.
Had to get the plug in for that. Yeah, don't forget to spice up your profile with a pretty little banner for your favorite team.
Yeah, Japan or Thailand or whoever. Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, it looks like it will be Big Kong, but having a bit of corny client issues. If not, ECS is the one that will step in for this one. But by the looks of it, Big Kong is back and added into the lobby. That is Thailand's 3 players sorted.
Yes, indeed. So we're gonna get to see Big Kong play as well. Great to see them use the entire roster, as has been mentioned, and that will be the entire Thailand roster as well, having played.
Yeah, these are two of the most fluid rosters actually we see match up against each other today. 2 rosters that have almost a different roster for every map they play, and that is good on paper. That is really good to get some rotations and players not being burned out and not having to adjust to some of the huge changes like we saw players going from Hard Rock to Nomad, but that is irrelevant now. It is a 3-minute 37. Lindsay Sterling hitting the map here.
Yes, indeed, and away we go.
Nothing, yeah. All players still pretty stable in this one. Won't be expecting any misses really on a map like this until the key eyes kick in. So everyone having a chance to build up to that point and see who stays on. But no, Hiroshiki, the one to drop early. Big Kunga matches it live. Common trend in this game.
Going to be a slight advantage for Japan. Big Kong finding another miss, going to increase that advantage for Japan.
Quite lucky to have found that extra one there. Now Molkus and Melu, the ones spearheading this lead here, going to be growing that as much as I can before everyone else reaches 200. That is the question. If everyone reaches 200,
Anakito's going to find a miss right before it. Not going to get to reach that 200.
yeah, now is the chance with these final moves from Zero Kungs, the chance for Japan to build their lead out even more to their very good friends, which is that 6-digit lead and now into the 100k, and gonna grow even more as Big Kung finds a miss there.
Yes, indeed, and it's not looking good for Thailand on this map. Granted, we haven't even reached the halfway point yet, but a 6-digit lead is not what you want to see. Big Kong's finding another miss, and Melu and Molkus holding on to full combo, still double S's even, and Hiroshiki with a big combo behind that.
Here you go, slows down a bit, and nothing but growth for Japan as they have 3 huge combos, 2 FCs and 1 being that early miss from Hiroshiki, but now back up and gonna do more damage as Thailand finds a lot of misses there. Not a single player can find any consistency whatsoever into this final third of the map, and that's going to do nothing but damage to them as we enter this final Ki with Molkus on fire, Melu and Hiroshiki as well. They can see that, and nothing but confidence on that Japanese side. Thailand looking like they're in a very dire situation here.
Yeah, it's not looking good for Thailand. The match point for Japan is looking all but likely. Molkus is going to lose that full combo though, at the end here. Of course, not going to do enough to swing the scores, but it's a shame to not see the full combo.
Yeah, Hiroshiki the only one left. But that doesn't really matter as Thailand, with not too many huge combos. Tanakita, the only one above 200, but at this point, what matters as one final miss from Big Kung leaves it at 4-0 to Japan. Thailand now with the pick. Very important pick. Will they do the amazing reverse sweep, or is it over for them? This pick is down to EZS to make the choice here.
Yeah, only time will tell, and honestly, I don't know what you would go into here to try and get that momentum back. Japan just seemed really strong on whatever map you pick against them.
Yeah, I think there is, in my opinion, one very clear choice, that No More 1, just to have some chance of taking at least 1 point this game.
I would be inclined to agree, but ECS does not agree.
Time 3.
Double time 3, the very dense double time. And that's after banning double time 2. Granted, they are two very different maps, but interesting pick here, I think. And I imagine we're going to see Isuke come in for this. For Japan.
Yeah, Isuke in, Gilbert and EZS in for this one. EZS coming back off of that No More 3 FC. Gilbert taking that one game break as well. Similarly, last played No More 3, as you said. Isuke is in fact in for this one, and their last player most likely going to be... I'm pulling up the sheet, hold up. Rindo, that third double time player for Japan. But in very similar fashion to the rest of the other points, gonna take a while for that third player to come in, but we know who will be coming in. So no worries there.
Yes, indeed. And welcome to the viewers from Osu Live 1, the main channel. We are just about to get into Thailand's next pick in the hopes of starting some sort of a reverse sweep or comeback here.
Yeah, but with double time 3 being that pick from EZS, very bold one here, hoping that they can get this done in the just under 2 minutes, the map length, 1 minute 54. Hopefully enough for them to show some kind of performance in double time despite banning it. But Marcus, ACK, and Rindo, a trio not to be underestimating at all, especially the skill that Marcus and ACK hold in such an early stage. But some good news, at least no one breaking in that first little dense section on the Thai side.
Rindo's actually going to be the first miss, giving an early advantage to Thailand here.
Yeah, the first time Thailand will see this kind of substantial lead here, 32k already, with the density that this map has. Very easy to reach that 200 point, and they're going to keep building while Rindo plays catch up. And with 1 quarter through, Thailand are looking like they're on fire already. Everyone playing super well.
Yeah, everyone playing this very well, and Anthony Mary's going to find a miss there. But that's not to take away from the full comms we do see from everyone else.
Hopefully though, no, don't worry. Gilbert and Anthony Mary dropping there, going to be swinging it straight back to Japan, who have found no other misses since the early Rindo one.
Gonna see a miss from Isuke though, but as well as ECS.
Yeah, and here we go, entering this final section here. One big long slider. EZS, what happened there?
Yes. That's a painful miss for any player. And that should be all said and done. the end of this map does not have much to offer when it comes to difficulty.
At this point here especially, and similar story as to many of the other maps we've seen already played. 6-digit lead to Japan, and they have sealed the deal 5-0 in a sweep against Thailand. Good game, well played to all players.
Yes, indeed, but to not forget to mention Molka's double S on this. Very, very impressive.
And that is some form from Molka's play as well. Super well in these early stages, and definitely proven it today with quite a few wonderful scores. Not his first FC, found a first FC on that Hard Rock 1. And continued the form throughout the maps, I should say. And there it is, the winner, Japan, will be moving on to the winners bracket of round of 16 and to be playing the winner of Russian Federation and Vietnam. That already happened. That will be Russian Federation. That'll be an 8 versus 9 matchup next week, so stick around for that. As for Thailand going down, yeah. As for Thailand heading down to play the Vietnam, actually, the loser of that one. So those are your matchups for next week. As for now, we're taking a short break. In a bit, we'll be seeing Finland take on Iceland. A very anticipated match. We'll be very excited to see Iceland make their 20 debut here. Other than that, I've been Ewong, joined by Hypno. Anything else to say?
No, it's been great to be casting with you, and this match has been great to watch. And once again, don't forget to check out the banners.
Yes, indeed. Well, until the next match, we'll be going for now. Stick around, though. See you then.
See you later.